smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet, forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Myself in the mirror not so long ago, and I told me, do you know? I told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. I wanna walk the sky, alone among the stars, without forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm
Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the It's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids. Just the way we live.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we drowning victories like we getting high tides. I'm getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on. Half a milli, mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring water to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning, I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it, it's just the way we live, we own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill, we know it. It's just the way we live, we're grown-up kids.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, and Coinbase.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
This is worth its weight in gold. What does it actually mean? That some things cannot be bought. They have to be earned. You have to deserve them. Through dedication, you get experience. Through experience, you get competence. Through competence, you become a professional. A professional who has earned their place in the spotlight to fight for something priceless. What the reward is, that is up to you. But for us, it's this trophy.
Well, we've been through the play-ins, we've been through the group stages, the quarterfinals are done, and now we start with the semifinals. Yesterday, quite the series of events here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. Astralis and VP and Gambit FaZe, all four teams squaring off. Now, of course, that did give us Astralis going forward, taking out VP, and then Gambit being upset, surprised by a FaZe clan that have come into this event, breaking hearts and taking names. And how did that make you feel exactly, Maniac and Yanko?
Makes me feel happy. Tingles in my body. That's how I feel, Trace.
Tingles. What do you think about them tingles, Yanko?
Yeah, I think it was a very exciting series to watch. Obviously, the main storyline has been the experienced players on FaZe, especially through LAN experience, right? Going up against the likes of Gambit. Obviously, the best team this year, but most of it has been online. And I think Gambit has put up a fair fight in general throughout the event. They've been good, but yesterday you could see, the pressure just getting to them a little bit and the experience from FaZe shining through.
And a little bit of that pressure comes on the back of a lot of overtimes, Maniac. How many overtimes we have yesterday? Like 15?
Yeah, I do believe we had about 1 million overtimes,
Oh,
which is great, honestly, Trace. It's great because this is such a pinnacle moment in Counter-Strike, these moments where the strat books kind of fly off the window and it's about individuals handling set pressure, it's about IGLs finding solutions, crazy clutches. I feel like we've had everything yesterday, and it's going to be exactly like that today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a test of endurance, Yanko.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think for Astralis, it has been like that the whole tournament pretty much. And again, we've talked about it time and time again. You see why Zipex is the highest rated player for Astralis this tournament. Who would have thought that? But it just tells you he stepped it up now. This is his playground, so to speak. And I think Bubsky is another great storyline. Finally being able to showcase what he is capable of. Had some big rounds, was a star player in that VP series for Astralis.
Yeah, all eyes on Bubsky, of course. When you talk about Zipex, this is the newest addition to the op arsenal over at Astralis. Now, he says some words along the lines of feeling the LAN mojo, but in reality, when we talk about it, it's going to be VP putting up a good fight, Astralis still somewhat struggling to close.
I think for Astralis, it's a do-it-yourself kind of scenario, right? We know they're struggling in terms of strike, but it doesn't matter. He's talking about mojo. Think about how much these people, that core, has gone through the years.
A whole lot, yeah.
We're talking about the Xape, the Magisk, obviously Glaive and Dupree. These guys, they know each other so well, and it's that feeling that they are all just playing slightly better. They're pushing each other towards a common goal here. Could that be the last roar of the lion? We don't know. It's a possibility, but they're ready to give everything on the table.
Certainly not, Yanko. Certainly not.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think they've proven to themselves even that they're still capable of being a contender, still capable of beating some of these other tier 1 teams on LAN. In the long run, of course, they've said it themselves, they're looking for a stable primary opera, right? But at least in the near future, until they figure things out, for the long run, they know that they can still compete at the highest level.
Yeah, and the pressure doesn't just stop there. We don't just pass the buck and only throw it at Gambit. LAN pressure is so real that in this moment, Major Champion Hobbit even felt it.
Yeah, I mean, when you know that a man like Hobby, which by the way has won a major, still feels the pressure, then you start to understand and you start to feel this difference, this step we were talking about from going to online or from online to offline to the LAN event. It is quite special. Hobby talked about it. We heard it from the interview. He said, you know what, that loss versus G2, it's shaken us to our core. We felt bad about it. We felt fragile about it, and we saw that same, I want to say, aspect of it against FaZe.
So, Yanko, you talk about a little bit of confidence there. What would something like this do to Gambit in the long run?
To be honest, I don't think it's going to do too much. Of course, they're going to feel disappointed that the first event back on LAN, they didn't, at least make the grand final, because that's been the standard for Gambit. Like, that's what we need to remember, right? They put the ceiling so far for themselves. The expectations are so high that this is like considered a failure for Gambit. There's no shame in losing to a team like FaZe. I think only people who don't really understand Counter-Strike and how things work, will say, oh, Gambit never in a million years should have lost this game. No, like, FaZe is a different beast on LAN, and Gambit is a little bit of a different team online, but they're just getting that necessary experience, right? They're going to learn a lot from that loss. They're going to need a couple of more events, but they're not going to be as polished probably as they were online, and I think that's fine. And what's important for Gambit is that they understand that that's completely fine, right? You don't need to start winning tournaments straight out of the gate, and just gain that experience a little bit and be more composed when it comes to these big LAN games.
And it's the moment to play Gambit. If you're anyone else in the world, this was the moment to play Gambit.
Yeah.
Where they could just, just miss that extra edge, that extra confidence. Because LAN after LANs after LANs, because we're hoping that's where Counter-Strike is headed right now, these mistakes aren't going to happen. The nerves are going to, settle down. Hobbit and his teammates will know how to play in that field, and they're going to become even more dangerous even after event.
Yeah, which is one of the scariest concepts right here and right now. Actually, speaking of scary, I just have to reflect to my notes in this moment, because we have such an opportunity on our hands that I don't think that anyone's ever been given this opportunity. And that is that I need to introduce you, a man that played 124 total games, over 28 different champions in League of Legends, Orianna, Zed, Twisted Fate, all that crap. It doesn't really matter. SK Gaming, Gamers 2, nah, that doesn't matter as well. It's Carlos Rodriguez Santiago of G2. Welcome, Carlos. How are you?
Very good, very good. I don't know if introducing me to a CSGO audience with my League of Legends background is the best way for me to get the street cred over here, or mentioning Gamers too, for that matter. So I guess thank you. Yeah.
So
how's it going?
Yeah, it's going okay. Let's start here. I mean, I hear you're a massive FC Barcelona fan. Is that true?
Why would you do that now? I definitely am not. I got born in Madrid. It's against the law to be a Barcelona fan if you're born in Madrid. So I'm just following the law.
Oh, it makes sense. No one wants to break the law around here. When you watch a G2 match, I almost slipped up right there. That one was on me. When you watch a G2 matchup, what sort of emotional roller coaster do you find yourself? Do you always strap up just in case?
Honestly, dude, I'm just coming to terms that I'm just supposed to need a bypass after every BO3 or BO5.
Okay.
So I just live with the fact. I just know that even if we are up 8-0, it's probably going to end up 21-19 or some shit. So that's just something I've come into terms with.
Yeah, no, I think we've all come to terms with that. What do you got, Yanko?
So basically, like, that's what I was interested in. So you don't really make your teams at the beginning to become a meme that just happens naturally by itself?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but it's like every single one of our teams got something they're known for. And that something is typically not the greatest thing. So that sort of undermines every good accomplishment that happens, Like, it doesn't matter how many tournaments we win, even if we win IEM Cologne, everybody will know us as the team that just screwed up that bomb planning nuke against Australia. And you know what? That's fun. You know what? Listen, I'm the first one that comes into the office on a Monday morning, everybody feeling miserable, and make bomb jokes, the first thing in the morning.
Bomb jokes in the morning.
As a reminder of what happened last Saturday, Yeah, that's me. So it's good. Self-deprecation.
Yeah, and
join them, or otherwise you're gonna have a problem.
That's very healthy to an extent. Hey, Carlos, how has having been toxic in the past helped you with sort of picking up toxic players for your organization?
Oh no, I am still toxic. So we still pick up toxic players. It's good. It's good. Everything's on brand.
That does make sense. And, as one of the original screaming competitors on LAN, what do you think now when you look at LAN, now that we're back in Cologne?
Oh yeah, it feels good, man. Feels good. I really can't wait until I go to the first stadium full of people. Yeah, hopefully people can, slowly everything can get back on track. I feel like that's esports, even though everything can happen online. I don't know, the vibes at LAN is just unmatched.
Yeah, it's a totally different beast. Carlos, I think we have just two more questions for you. A, is G2 going to win this whole event?
All right, so mathematically,
Okay, yeah, go on.
Mathematically, we'll probably reach finals and get 0-3. But actually, also mathematics play on our favor, because if we lose 0-3, if we have lost 0-3 as many times as we have, then it is only normal that we no longer lose 0-3, right? Because that already happened. So probability is probably in our favor.
Okay.
There's some science to it.
Yeah, there's some
It
numbers
is.
there. I think that all checks out. Hey,
1-3 this time.
yeah.
Well, yeah, listen, all I care about is progress. 1-3, I mean, it has to be against Navi. No, I'm not going to fucking lose against FaZe Clan. But, I mean, against Navi 1-3, all right, I'll take it. But, yeah, first thing is Astralis. I hope, just for my own sake and pride and ego, not to lose against these guys. I don't hold them in high esteem, so I'm just hoping that we just sweep them 2-0, go home.
And wake up and talk about bum jokes in the office on a Monday. Got it. Thank you, Carlos, for coming by. We're going to be watching a little bit of G2 later on, so thank you so much for stopping by.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. And everybody have fun. First event in a while. Enjoy it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Now, that is Carlos of G2. He does kind of run the whole show over there. For us, I need to run this show into a break so we can come back and start talking about our first semifinal here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021.
Glaive, you're from a big family. You're one of 3 brothers.
4.
4 brothers?
Yes.
And you're the youngest?
Yes.
What was life like growing up with them?
So 2 of them are a lot older than me, so I actually didn't grow up with them in the same way as I did with my, I'm not even sure what it's called, but I have one brother from the same mom and dad. We have the same mom and dad, and then I have another brother on my dad's side and another brother on my mother's side.
So they're like your step brothers?
Yes,
But I'm guessing they feel like
half brothers.
Yeah.
I think that's what you call them in Denmark at least. So 2 half brothers and 1 whole brother. Growing up with all of those has been amazing. It's been really nice. Of course, it has also been kind of bad sometimes because they have been a pain in the ass. But overall, it's only been good vibes.
Being the youngest, does that mean your older brothers got you into gaming?
Actually, yes. My brother that I've been the closest with, that I grew up with, actually showed me a lot of computer games in the beginning. Also, we played a lot of PlayStation together and stuff like that. So yeah, he really showed me gaming, and also like my mom, she liked to game as well. Back then, I remember playing PlayStation with her. We played, I think it was a game called Fisherman or something, where you just had to like get the biggest fish And I just remember we were so happy every time we got like the biggest fish. So both my mom and my brother introduced me to gaming. My brother was mainly Diablo. He played back then, so we played that together as well.
What about Counter-Strike then? Was that first played with your brothers or with your friends?
Yes, that was also my brother who introduced that to me. He was playing it at his club, where he went with his friends after school. He was playing it there, so sometimes when I saw him or when he came home, I could see him playing it. And then someday I said to my mom, "Please, Mom, I want to play it as well." And I think it took some time, but at some point she said, "Okay, you can start playing it."
When did you realise you were better than him?
I remember him telling me a story. I don't remember the story, but he told me this. He went to a net cafe, and he were there with all his friends. And he was taking care of me that day because my mom and my dad was going out together. So he brought me to the net cafe and we started playing together. And I owned them all. And he was like, "This is the last time you're gonna play with us. You're not ever gonna do this again to me." And yeah, he sent me home.
I think he's always been regarded as, one of the special breed. This is a player that you can build a team around that could carry you to trophy lifts.
Nico exists in the conversation of the elite. He's a superstar player. He's no doubt about it, one of the best. I think the community thinks that Nico is somebody who's difficult to work with, somebody who needs to get his way in a team, and if he doesn't, then these roster changes that people have seen in the past with likes of Mouse Sports going back a long way, FaZe is another great example. It makes it look like it's his team and he's only doing what makes him look good, not for the benefit of the entire squad.
I think people like to paint him in this light that he's taking leadership and he's taking AWPing and he's kicking players, and I think the truth of the matter is that Nico he has such a desire to win that he is willing to take those additional sacrifices.
I don't think I hit my peak performance yet in G2. I think that I'm doing okay. Maybe numbers are showing different, but I'm not feeling as confident as I was like 2018. I think if we continue with LAN events, I think that's where I'm expecting my peak to show.
Well, I must say, that's great.
There's always been these kind of roadblocks stopping him from truly manifesting the greatness that he clearly has the capability for. You just have to watch him play for a couple of maps to realize and to see that.
Not only does he get to be a star player in the team, he doesn't just have to be the star player in the team. He's fulfilling a role where the squad knows what he can give, but he isn't expected to give that time and time again. They're using him for his strengths, but they're using the players around him for that as well.
We've got Nexa to talk about this epic matchup between G2 and Astralis. And Nexa, Astralis, they're not the well-oiled machine of the past. They're playing a little bit looser. And I'm just wondering, does that make your job a little bit harder?
I think it makes our job a little bit easier. Like, it was always hard to play against them, especially on LAN. But now I feel like they don't have a main upper, so they kind of have to adapt their play style and play a little bit differently just so they don't get punished early game, you know. And I think it's worked well so far because I think people don't really expect this from them. Like, you play against Astralis and you're expecting this like defaulty slow pace, but then they're like throwing like some specific rounds at you all the time, like hitting extremities. I think they've done a really good job with what they have, and they adapted really well to the situation they're in, and they've done really great to get this far, you know. But I think, honestly, I think we can take them down.
And what did you think of their match yesterday against VP?
It was a very tough match. First of all, like that Dust 2 was pretty crazy, honestly. But then, like later on in the Inferno, it was just the experience that showed up and took over and won them the game. Like, they are some of the most experienced players we have in the scene, and that's why they are so scary on LAN, you know. And it's always a tough matchup to play against them, especially on LAN. But I mean, we have to beat them if we want to win the trophy. If we want to lift the trophy, we have to beat everyone.
Not too long ago, Nico described your game plans as clinical. And I'm just wondering, how do you think they've developed since the days last year when you were playing fundamental, simple CS?
I think like the CS that we were playing last year was working because, like, it was working last year because it's kind of a play style that can work on LAN. Like, I always kind of said, like, in interviews that Kerrigan was like one of my favorite IGLs, and I was always like trying to see how he calls and like how he's doing things, you know. And I've kind of based my like calling style based of him. So like the same thing that happened to us is basically happening in phase, like online. This play style doesn't really work so well online, you know. But it's a LAN play style, and as you can see, like Kerrigan doing what he does. Again, he's like bringing another team to the top, and like we had to change during the whole online period. We could not keep the same play style, the same game plans. So we also had to adapt. We had to change like the approach, how we were preparing games and everything. And we finally found like the solution, like to be this like super precise, super clinical. We knew like over time with more experience what we had to do to actually win games online as well. But now that we're back on LAN, we're still kind of doing that. But we know that we have things to fall back on because it's LAN environment, and the things that don't work online work on LAN pretty easy.
Nexa, thank you so much for talking to us. Good luck today. Maybe we'll see you in those finals tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. Of course, the quarterfinal's done. They didn't really have to worry about that. Now, in Katowice, a totally different story. Look at it. They got all the way to the finals. Carlos was gifted a swift 0-3 in the finals, and that was before it all hit the fan, really. G2 garnered 19 rounds over 3 maps against Navi in those finals. Yanko, thoughts?
Yeah, that was a complete stomp, and now it was just on a different level, that whole tournament. I think Carlos was referencing a little bit G2 in some of the other games. I think that's a recurring theme for the squad. But yeah, different G2 this time around. They're definitely playing some better Counter-Strike, and what Nico said in that video as well, that they're feeling much better. You can see that the last 4 events, really, they've always, you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, just getting to the very top. And now again, they're at the same curl trace.
Yeah, and you know, that's what we're looking at. The real truths here are this: Nico and company are poised to get to the finish line, but can they cross that line? That's the biggest question.
That's what I was waiting for since he joined the team, and even before he joined the team. I just wanted to play with him. My goal was to play with him since I started to play CSGO. My goal wasn't to win any trophies, to win majors or whatever. My first goal was to play with him and to try to win this everything with him. So he's now here. It's a great feeling having him next to me and playing together. It's really something that I was working for a lot, and especially because I bring him into my team, not him to bringing me in his team. So yeah, it's great feeling, honestly.
Excellent feeling, and even cooler than that, we'll go a little bit further. Yanko, I think you might have some words here. He just wants to play with Nico, man. Isn't that the sweetest thing you ever heard?
Yeah, it's pretty much up there, Trace. I think for Hunter as well, he kicked it off a little bit late in CSGO. You know, Nico was already an established player. He was already making highlights in mouse sports and later on in FaZe. So he had to play catch up, right? And not only did he manage to do that, as he said at the very end, he managed to bring Nico into his team, not the other way around, which is what you would have always imagined. And it just tells you like the desire, and it's the same for Nico, right? For Hunter, it wasn't even like winning the big tournaments; it's just like doing it with Nico.
So, Maniac, is Hunter the stronger cousin?
Look, now with the Nico that we are seeing, a year ago I would have told you probably yes, but now I think Nico is reclaiming that spot. I just think what was supposed to happen when these two, gathered forces on G2 is actually happening, which is both players firing on all cylinders, topping the charts, being that 1-2 punch. Now, for G2, this event is about confirmation. It's about confirmation. It's about making it to the next step. We had that plate. We showed their placings, these semifinals. Everything is coming together now for G2 to make it to the next level. They had never beaten Gambit. They beat them 2-1 with a clinical play style. Jax is playing better. Nico and Hunter are performing. All these elements are coming together for G2's story.
Well, let's not negate the fact that when they did play Gambit, this is during the group stage, albeit, they had a pretty good CT side on Mirage. Then the bottom fell out, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, it was a close game, albeit, but it's the mental aspect, Trace, that matters the most here, right? They haven't been losing to Gambit. They're getting crushed by Gambit. The one map they won against them isn't even in the pool. The games haven't been close, right? So for them, they're just going to be focused on, hey, it's LAN. We finally did it. And I think also when we talk to them at the previous tournaments, they've been saying that, we realize how we need to prepare for these playoff games, like be more relaxed. We've been overdoing it, right? Because the desire is so great. So here, I think they finally figured out what the correct approach is for a game this big. They found their confidence on LAN as well. And it seems like everything is falling into place for them to finally break that top 4 barrier.
Which is an exciting time for G2 fans around the world, all rejoicing, of course, that hashtag G2 Army, all that good stuff. But most importantly are our players to watch. Turn your eyes here now.
At the end of 2020, untapped potential warmed the benches of both Astralis and G2. Initially shifted out by Nico's addition to the G2 roster and finding a reprieve in the wake of Kenny-S's departure in March, entry fragger Jax has made the most of his return to active play, making space for the stars of his team while showing new confidence on CT sides with some extremely cheeky off angles. See the A side of Vertigo. On Bubsky's rare outings towards the end of last year, he stood in for Zipnix on Nuke, there to add some aggression but not quite finding his comfort zone. Here in Cologne, however, his ability to make risky plays a success and his confidence in Angels has given Astralis the unpredictable edge they needed to upset the expectations of their opponents. These two players have proved their worth for their teams throughout IEM Cologne. It's now time to see if they can take their teams to the grand finals.
Yeah, quite literally on the cusp here. We look at Astralis, we look at the other side, and I know that this one's going to get your blood flowing, Maniac.
Oh, man, it does. It absolutely does, because the Astralis story, they came into this event with the will to survive. That's survival instinct. That is how I would characterize Astralis. And the fact that it's not pretty, obviously it's not clean, it's not easy, but when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, to these overtimes, they make the freaking difference. And you have two players in there, Majestic Zip, who are currently amongst the best clutchers of the event, and that is no magic. That is no magic, because they know how to push it over the line, and this is what I love about it, just fighting for it.
Yeah, absolutely fighting for it, because it's right there in front of you. You could almost just reach out and take it. Yank, I want to direct this one your way, because, the last time we saw Astralis play up against a Na'Vi, simple dunked on him. Na'Vi's not in this game, but who could recreate the same level of trouble on the G2 side for Astralis?
I think you're definitely looking at Nico when it comes to a game of this caliber, right, this deep in the playoffs, and Hunter as well. I think it's both of them are the two guys who are, in general, doing the most damage for G2. The rest are more so role players, albeit Amanek sometimes, right, steps up his game. He's taking the majority of those op roles, but you're really looking, especially now when there's no opper on Astralis, like, sure, you have Glaive and Dupree picking it up, always on the CT side, they'll have it, but that allows a strong, yeah.
You said it.
That allows us a strong rifler can be way more punishing than usual, right? Because it's hard, well, in return to punish him for some aggressive plays.
I don't think anyone can counter Nico and Hunter in that Astralis lineup. In terms of individual level, both of them are miles ahead. If they hit the stride, if they hit maximum level, maximum override, that is it. Nico and Hunter can take over. But for Astralis, what is great is that the way they used to win, by the book, clean, always playing the percentages, is not the way they win now. It changed completely. You'll see them make moves that they really shouldn't do. Glaive picking up with the AWP down middle. They changed the rules of Counter-Strike, and that to me is something I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm also looking forward to what map we're going to get right here. Do you think there's a bit of a crossover, Yankover?
Yeah, I think Veto's are standard, no Mirage, no Overpass. I think Astralis clear pick for Nuke, and I think for G2, I want to see what their strategy is, because Inferno is kind of their best map out of the remaining ones, but it's also something that Astralis has played a lot in this tournament, and they shy away for it. They move into Dust 2, which was the pick of Astralis yesterday against 3P, so another map they're confident on. We see G2 again removes Ace, so we get that Inferno decider, right? Another handshake. They don't want to risk anything in a game of this magnitude, but this was the problem for G2. There wasn't really a clear pick for them as Nuke is for Astralis.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the fact that the last time they played Dust 2 in that tournament, they lost 16-8 against Big is obviously not a good omen. But if you are G2, as Yanko is alluding to, you don't really have an absolute go-to. Mirage is taken away from you. Nuke is a comfort pick. I mean, Vertical could have been a question, but they go for Dust 2, and we hope they won't live to regret it.
Yeah, I just want to reflect a little bit to last night, right? So we got Astralis VP. We see Overpass. We got like a nice first little half there by Astralis, right? 10-5 on the CT side. What happened in the second half that led that one to be exponentially closer?
Look, it's what I'm telling you. The very modus operandi of Astralis used to be, we're going to play the percentages, we're going to do what we're supposed to do, and we're going to close the round because our protocols, our structure is close to perfection. This is not the case anymore. Astralis have to go out of their way to find rounds, to beat their team, to beat their oppositions, right? So by doing so, you expose yourself to punishment. You expose yourself to kills you shouldn't get. You lose rounds you shouldn't get. The overall, 5v4 conversion of 80% is not the case anymore for Astralis. They play dirty, sometimes they pay the price for it.
Woo. And that'll get you going, ladies and gentlemen. Astralis versus G2 in a semi-final bout. We've got Nuke, Dust 2, and Inferno on the cards right as we get started with Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, and we're not wasting any time getting into this one. G2 taking on Astralis for a shot at those grand finals already. I noted a lot of utility in this pistol to help out with this fast A execute out of Astralis. G2, they were set up to play retake in towards this A site. They've got these this utility, right? The smoke, the flash on Nico. He can set these guys up to explode out of heaven. Although Nico's all the way over in main, this flash isn't coming in. They're peeking heaven dry.
Oh, that's a big nade dunking down onto 4 players at G2. They need to suddenly pop out the top, and they will, but it's into the Glocks that find every kill for Astralis. No problem. An absolute murder on that A-bomb site. And Astralis, they start strong. G2's retake setup, not going to plan.
No, normally, right, I'm very, very confused already. Normally, when that's what you're trying to do, you have the flash player over towards hell. CT. You can pop that flash from CT out of heaven, and it would have given a lot of levity towards this retake. Instead, they peek it dry, through a smoke, through a nade, and everyone's churned up. That is not the start you wanted if you're G2.
I agree. They wanted the smoke to cut off Hut.
Whoa, look at this buy, Hugo. Hang on a second.
It's crazy. Okay, G2, they want to have fun, Harry, and I can't blame them. They're feeling confident. They're the favorites, perhaps, and, well, they're going to try and show it. Jax, no armor, shotgun, Hunter, Nova as well. What a mess.
Yeah, we saw Jane donning the Nova yesterday. Nico's Deagle opening up this round and getting away with a lot of damage. Now, one of these shotguns dropping through the vent. Hunter is already gone. The Nova never given a chance to play. Astralis in a good spot right now. They start to cross the remainder of these players over outside, and inside of the B site, it's only Amanek here. The majority of G2 still on upper. Amanek might have his work cut out for him as Astralis are heading his way.
Yeah, but they are playing very safe. They're waiting for those last 2 players to join them before they start swinging the doors open. G2 don't know. They aren't confirmed that it's the B play, and so Amanek is even starting to change position. Could this catch him out in the open? Or, in fact, even leaving B at the worst possible second? He can at least play safe here, right? He can get Deegs and stay alive, but he's going to need to hit some absolute bangers in order to recover this round. Tries his hand against Zip, but Astralis at this point have the site. They can get the bomb plant, and at this point, I don't know if a retake's going to be viable. G2 might just try and save what they got, throw it into what will be another eco round as Astralis starts strong.
Yeah, and if you're a G2 fan, as alluded to by Carlos in that interview before the show, you probably have some memories of the G2 squad versus the Danes on this map that you'd sooner end up forgetting. There you go. We lasted 2 rounds before referencing it. Damn, man, Carlos was right. Let's see. It is an Astralis round locked in here. The double shotgun force buy doesn't work out for G2.
Yeah, maybe an exit here for Amanek, maybe something, but Glaive's not letting it go down easy, and Astralis will keep it light and breezy. Guns saved, although not a lot, right? It's MAC-10s, it's Galils, and so that's why these force buys are so scary for a team like G2, getting all those shotguns in. They won't make it work, though, and so one more eco. But Astralis on Nuke Man, back on LAN. This is everything we wanted, Harry. It's everything we dreamed. We may have had that handshake in the V2 as said of the skip of Vertigo and Ancient No One playing games here, leaving Inferno as our decider. But this is an El Clasico of, the Astralis era. G2 know that better than anyone. Pistols out, Astralis back to the lobby and keeping it nice and slow.
Yeah, there's still this this glass auto shotgun in play. And, that was by design originally when Jax bought it out. He consciously didn't have armor. So, I guess when you're wielding the shotgun, it might feel like the aim punch matters a little less, right? You are, usually in their face with it. So I'm curious if he's going to get away with anything on it.
He's in the vent,
surely got an idea. Yeah. There is this outside play coming in, so he might just get evaded in this round. You got the deep wall of smokes in. This wall of smokes is great. It lets you, have a lot more options. You can cross secret, you can wrap main, you can take garage. And with how Astralis throw these smokes, the garage smoke is the first one to dissipate. So it almost acts like a bit of a doorway on a timing. Now, what they haven't checked for Nico. Oh, it's ugly. No! 1 HP on Magisk. 1 HP the difference. Oh, that could have been something for the G2 squad, but now the odds of finding much in this round are kind of out the window. With the ramp control taken, Astralis, they don't know it yet, but they've got full run of this B bomb site. They've even got Hell as well, so if they did want to A-Wrap, they could do that. Oh, this is about to get rough for G2.
Yeah, this is a surprising one to go upper, right? They had all control outside and ramp, but they're walking into the stack right now. Nexus got a dig. Jax's shotgun is left alone down at B, and Astralis is dropping in with 10 seconds. They need the kills, and they need the plant. There's a man close, and Hunter could deny if he finds the timing. There's no cover. Oh, no, Hunter. He's got the kill, and the time is eluding Astralis. A full eco for G2. How does that taste?
Oh, that's talk about a taste of your own medicine, Hugo, right? Astralis run out of time. Hunter denies the bomb plant with seconds to spare, and no one was watching for him. No one was accounting for it. Oh, G2.
Oh, that's one round of win,
Is this the final evolution, man? Have we come full circle? Now it's them making Astralis look like fools on Nuke?
I could see Hunter hiding sight, and I was like, surely someone will stay after as they go wide.
Is this the redemption arc of G2 on this map? Is this what we're witnessing?
It's the start of something, that's for sure. Jax keeps the shotgun, and everyone is well armed now for G2. Astralis, that was their bonus round, and it did not go well. Fast smokes this time. Astralis trying to cross very quickly towards lower. Nico drops through the vent molly, taking 95 damage. He's still standing, but a shot from death, even a glimmer of a nade, could end his round. However, he's dropped the bomb in the secret, still standing, staying alive, and buying time here for G2 in what is a 5-on-4. If Astralis want this kill, they're going to have to hunt him down. And if they do, Nexus already starting to move in. There's the kill from Glaive. It keeps something here for Astralis intact. The B site, though, as said, not controlled yet. And Amanek's even got an AWP on rotation. He can help out if Nexa needs.
Oh, yeah, there's that AWP springing to life at the B bomb site. And that's going to deter Astralis. They give up lower and instead look to go back to main. Everywhere they go, there's something, pushing them away from their original intention, whether it's down to B, they don't want to run into the AWPs. Now they try to go main. As they get to main smoke goes in. Well, now you got to reroute again. Now you got to look for another plan of action. This bomb is going down lower while Zip is moving in through Hell. And he's going to try and take ramp, I'm imagining, to split this B site. But you've got to get past Amanek's AWP and Nex's AUG, and that is easier said than done. You've seen this double hold now, and Amanek head on a swing swivel, even deals with the flanking Zipniks in through ramp. Great stuff from this AWP on the G2 side. It's just Dupree in a 1-on-4, and Hunter cuts him down with ease. There was just no time for Dupree. He had to run bomb out if he wanted to win that one in the clutch.
Yeah, it's crazy the storylines and the time that G2 and this team and these players have gone through over the past 12 months, right? Like from Jax leaving the team, getting his English back on track, rejoining and looking like an absolute beast, looking so much better than he was even originally in G2. And then the story of Nico v Amanek, right? Nico getting brought in for the AWP. We see him more on the Krieg at times. It feels position based. It feels feeling based. And when Amanek has that up, man, he is such a star with this weapon. Up against a team like Astralis, who, again, we've seen all 5 players AWP on, even in that quarterfinal yesterday, and all have their moments. They've still got their work cut out for them, even against a team with similar woes on the sniper. Right now, it's just pistols, though, for Astralis. 2 Deagles, 3 Glocks. Going to try and group on the ramp. We got some crossing outside, but Nico's here in time to deny, and there's no utility to keep him back. Maybe the Deagle will do.
Yeah, the question becomes, who's going to break first in this outside fight? Who's going to take that first peek? Nico's now nading it. They really are sold on this secret position as a result. He's given himself a little one-way smoke there to try peek under. Glaive, in the meantime, has snuck out door and is now getting down the vent. G2 don't know about this. Nico starting to get paranoid, and it's probably been calmed. Like, yeah, there was a smoke by door. Something could have happened, but we're not 100% sure. Nico, he's keeping his wits about him. But still Glaive's going to hit the timing. Nico wasn't sold on the idea, and so now Astralis start to accelerate the pace, trying to get across outside. Hunter, can he hold the fort? Yes, that's the bomb dropped as well. There is a follow-up from the Glock of Bobski, and now he's upgraded onto an M4. This is spiraling out of control for G2. We need someone to apply the brakes to Astralis. 10 seconds left. This bomb is barreling in towards the B site. Nexa, he drops it, and on the back of that drop, he's won the round for G2 again. Another one going their way because of these last-second bomb plant denials.
Na'Vi who? What's happening to Astralis? That's 2 rounds now. It looked like they were going to win their own block round. Obviously, different
that one's a little more understandable, right?
Only fun in games, only a joke. But that's 2 rounds now that Astralis have run out of the clock, and G2 have capitalized very well. Don't get me wrong, right? These rounds are fine for Astralis if there's no 1B, but they're going into positions they don't have so late in the round that if you don't provide that cover, look, bombs out in the hands of Dupree, he doesn't have cover, and there you go. It's a free round for G2. Almost a Glock eco win for Astralis. Keep that in mind. That was just pistols, and Glaive really made magic happen with that vent dive. So Astralis, they can be happy with that round. They can break the money here and now with full rifles, with the exception of Magisk.
Yeah, it's left you in a bit of a weird spot, right, on the players that saved. That's why you've got, like, Magisk, Don, and the Deagle here. You're also a little bit limited in terms of the utility, and I like what Hunter's doing. He's really taking liberties. He tries to peek through the door smoke on an aggro push. He spots players back in lobby, and now G2 have painted a much better picture of what's going on in this round. They've seen the outside smokes as well. There's 2 players here to try and deal with it. This time, these outside smokes are on the timing so that main fades first, and these players start to get in through the main position. Astralis, with the openers, have secured control of the A bomb site in a 4-on-3. You've still got the AWP outside and this double retake from Heaven. The utility is good. Nico taking players out of the ranks of Astralis, and suddenly the whole situation is flipped on its head again.
Yeah, back down the vent for Magisk. Dupree's still here, but they're going to safe rotate. They want to go ramp side. Can Dupree find any kills on this drop? No. Amanek denies his rotate, and now Magisk is in hot water, in trouble. 1-on-3, and he can't hit a shot with the Deagle. It's going to be a round for G2 yet again. Very, very smooth moves for G2 just to take that safe rotation. They knew Dupree was still up, but they knew someone was on that A site. And so they completely avoid it, get down to the B bomb site, and pick up another retake. Defuse is happening. Don't you worry. It's 4-2 for G2.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a rough start for Astralis in that all of these rounds they've had a chance to do something, right? They've had a chance to find a round on the back of it. And you really have been splitting some fine hairs as to how this this scoreline is 4-2 in favor of the G2 squad. Once more, Astralis don't really have the money to lean into a buy. They're still kind of suffering the consequences of running out of time in these last few rounds. So they're taking a partial investment. This is really allowing G2 to pad out these rounds on the CT side early. And that's kind of the last thing you wanted if you're an Astralis fan. This is an uncharacteristic start where they've fallen prey to time a hell of a lot. Setting up for what looks like just the A explosion. And hell, man, this was how they won the pistol, right? Something to note was in the pistol round, the main smoke was left out, and I think that was why Nico ended up getting nullified in that retake round, right? Oftentimes flashing from behind the smoke in main, he wasn't given that. I'm curious if we're going to see similar things left out in this one. Utility goes over, but the real play is coming in at ramp, and Amanek is tearing through it on this AWP. Amanek, come on, 3 in the round, and Nex is going to steal the ace away, but it's still 5 on the board for G2, and it's flawless to get them there.
Yeah, you don't care. You're not looking for aces at this point. You're looking for those grand finals, Harry. That's what's in the back of the mind. And maybe even in the forefront for all of these players right now. Big round from Amanek, little A fake, but yeah, it's not going to draw your ramp player out of position until there's bomb. And so Astralis go right into that orb. Bit of a timeout here now for the Danes need to discuss before they get back into what will be really their best rifle round, right? As you said, the money has been skew. That is from 2 rounds saving, keeping players alive when they really wouldn't wanted to. And so Astralis have, they've had economical woes, but forget the excuses. This is where they need to put rounds on the board pronto. G2 are starting to build some more money, rounds, you name it, they got it. Lovely shooting from Amanek. Can't afford to be having an off day in a matchup like this, and so strap the wheels back on and run it back for another rifle round. Back outside for Astralis. This is what they were doing a lot in group stage, Harry. We saw games from them where they would just, fully commit outside for, 15 rounds in a row, it felt like, in that game versus FaZe. So proved to be a bit of a problem there. We'll see if that continues to be the case. But down B they get for free. G2 won't do anything on the cross. Nico's still looking for someone crossing into Garage. That has been the case before. And in that FaZe game that I talked about, it was the T sides where Astralis were having problems on Nuke as well. Not just this map, but even Dust, the second map of this series. Something to keep in mind as we go into it. Astralis setting up with nades on the A site, flashes through the roof, but it's really another ramp play. The orb is foaming at the mouth right now. Amanek waiting for the kills.
Yeah, and you don't want Amanek to feel like he's got total control over this position. You really need to kind of start to make him respect you more, because once again, he's opened up this round. Oh, they are pressuring him with the flashbangs, but still he's able to make a quick escape down through ramp. Oh, nice. While this is going on, Nico has caught Glaive outside, and so for Magisk now coming back up to try and trade, he's low on HP, and Nico is quite the formidable opponent to go up against. This round has slipped apart for Astralis. They're going to try and come in with an A play, splitting through heaven. They at least have a chance here to pinch a Hunter. Down in the site, there's another man who they don't know about yet. Yeah, Hunter's spammed out, but Jax was there, ready and waiting to deny any opportunity at a bomb plant. G2 are up onto 6. This is a very convincing CT side thus far.
Yeah.
Something that's so impressive is just how aware they've been. Astralis attempting a lot of this outside control again, and yet every time they've done it, they might start by taking some secret control. A lot of the time they've been coming back outside, they've been going for these hell wraps, these garage wraps, and Nico's constantly been aware of that possibility.
Yeah, the comms are really good right now for G2. Like, they know exactly what's going on. The fact that Nico has gone from getting caught by these lurks to now, catching the lurks himself. Now he's in secret. I think he will have been spotted there. Glaive looks like he's hunting him down, but knife out, and Nico, surprise, surprise, above the one-way smoke, finds that first. But on top of that, right, we've seen a lot of these A fakes for Astralis, lobbing in utility into the top site and going back to ramp. I mean, that might work against a team that's scared, but G2, as said, the comms are good. No one's over-rotating. They see a utility, nothing comes out, and Amanek keeps getting kills off on the ramp with the orb. So it might be time for Astralis to go back to this A site and try and hit it with some of the util. G2 might not expect the pace. This round, there's no grenades, just walking through this door smoke. And Hunter's looked away. Maybe there's a chance for something here. Jax has a flashbang to line his teammate up, and they seem aware that players could be out the door, allowing them to drop vent, but no further. If Astralis try and take this A site, it's going to get bloody. There's a D for Dupree, but Jax at the back of the site, and he's got a couple as well. Dupree in the open, and it's the orb rotating to clean it up. Nice, simple round for G2, keeping more and more players alive as they build into this half.
And what's always been so impressive is like these anchor players, these guys that are in positions where it's like one kill could win you the round for G2. It feels like they're always coming in big, right? Jax there is the example of that anchor player just holding on to the site, not letting them get in the, you know, kind of a steamroll or snowball, I guess, into a situation where that gets out of hand.
Nexa on B as well, dropping the bomb. Hunter did the same as on the A site. Yeah, for sure. These anchors are saving the day for G2 at the moment. Okay, where do we go here for Astralis? Is it back to these outside control rounds that don't seem to be netting much? They faked the smokes, I like that, but we know Nico has been very aggressive in the secret in times gone by. Instead, this time it's Nexa, and Astralis don't care. They want that top site, and they want it soon.
Yeah, Hunter waiting for the door peek, and he spots Dupree on the jiggle. Amanek's coming in to help him out. They constantly have like little 1-2 punches. You think you're just going to have to deal with one, and suddenly a second player emerges from the crawl space. There's Amanek surprising Dupree. There's more players back in the lobby, and look at Hunter. Look at the real estate he's trying to take.
They know. They seem to know. Glaive looking into the corner, throwing a close flash, and they're trying to clear it properly. Bubsky will. Dinked in the process. Meanwhile, Astralis were gaining space outside. Zip is crossing behind main. Astralis are keeping on this pressure onto A, so Zip can come in on this split. 30 seconds, Nico is impatient, and this might be a profitable push. He's coming in on the flank right now. Glaive with nades in hand. That timing outside is not happening. It's going away. They're going to end lower instead, and this is not looking pretty right now. Crossing Secret with the bomb is all Astralis have in this round.
But once again, Hugo, we talk about the anchors. We talk about these positions where if a player gets 1 or 2 well-placed kills, they win the round. Well, this is Nexa in this one, and it's his destiny to go on to close this out for G2. And then Bubsky even dying, trying to save the AK. G2 are brutalizing Astralis right now. Man, we were so hyped up after that Astralis game just yesterday, right? You know, the question was like, are they back on LAN? Is this it? Well, I tell you what, versus an opponent that's giving you no respect, they're not treating you like the Astralis of old, you're not getting given the usual room that you're used to. You're not getting given that air of comfortability. Nico, that round as well, I think was a good example of that, right? Pressuring lobby, helping flush these players out. These are the kind of pushes you're not really used to having happen against you if you're Astralis.
And he wasn't the only one. It's like layered pushes, isn't it? Hunter going as well, and Dort, yes, he gets spotted and dies, but it's just showing what G2 are feeling right now, right? Nico pushing ramp that round. In the past, he's been secret coming up, and that's a change that I like for G2. It's not like they're just putting Amanek on the orb and leaving him on ramp or half, and Astralis go, well, Amanek's opening ramp, that position's out of bounds, let's just not go there. Sure, there's merit to be said for that statement, but at the same time, with Amanek and Nico constantly swapping positions, with Nexa ending B, with Astralis never knowing what to expect where. Is it a safe secret round where Nexa's giving it up? Is it Nico pushing up the secret stairs with flashbangs? Are we getting ramp crunch? Astralis don't know. It's been different every single time. So G2 keeping it fresh and keeping up in the lead gives us another round with just Deegs.
And, you know, it was this map that you know, spawned the famous Carlos copy-paste of, you know, oh, that's real CS right there.
Yeah.
Real men, they poo, they wee on Nuke or whatever he said, you know. But it's one of these things where, like, it's not just the individuals right now that are making this convincing case for G2, right? They're not just running amok and besting you in individual fights. Their individuals are stellar, don't get me wrong, but they're also outcooling Astralis right now. Every time Astralis have tried to make one of these last-minute changes, G2 have been one step ahead, and that's what's won them the majority of these rounds. So this is really impressive what we're getting out of the G2 squad right now. And honestly, I don't know how Astralis stemmed the bleeding. I'm not looking at this going, yeah, man, you know, it's Astralis. I've got faith that Glaive can figure something out. It feels like they've tried a lot and nothing has worked thus far.
For sure. I keep referencing that phase game, but it did really make me question this Astralis T-side on Nuke, is because, you know, we're not seeing the mistakes they made there, which was just these constant outside takes. But right now, Nico has dropped the bomb, and this round is already to be forgotten. Nexa push back on ramp, and again, just fresh positions for all these players. He will die. That's a gun to be given, but how much can Astralis really do with 20 seconds? Amanek holding hell, and he's dropped Zip as well. It's just Dupree, who might even want to save, but he's got lost bonus coming. So, you know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day for Dupree. So save he shall. And yeah, even so, Harry, like 8-2, now 9. Individuals there, calls there, reads there. What is the answer? Maybe Astralis need to go back to one of these top site splits, but they just tried that, and Nico hits the perfect timing up secret to kill both main players. So didn't really go too well for them, did it?
Mate, this is a G2 that are hungry for finals, right? Like, Astralis might have said, look, quarters aren't enough. Well, if this keeps up, G2 are looking to put it to bed in the semis for the Astralis squad, man. This is unreal. And, you know, the fact that so much of this stopping power is coming from this AWP on Amanek is a treat as well, right? Considering that for the longest time, the AWP kind of role hung in the balance for G2, it still kind of is, you know, feeling base from time to time. He's really laying down the pain. And as you say, this kind of ability for him and the rest of the team to seemingly swap out at the drop of a hat is great. Astralis never know where they're going to encounter this AWP.
Yeah, and Nico is still annoying them as well. He just crossed main and he threw a secret smoke at the top. It looked like that one way that he's been playing over the top of. So if Astralis go outside, they think he's already secret. He's only just getting there. Zip, maybe some kills. There's a barrel up close. There's an orb, but it does find the frag. And Amanek keeps things even. Massive kill from him. Zip almost had a double on his plate. Astralis might be scared of this outside control, as said Nico throwing that smoke in secret, and so they cross garage. He has gone down vent, so he is ready to react if things get hairy down B, but that's not going to be the play. The bomb is very late. This is the problem for Astralis, as they don't have any more smoke other than on Dupree. Not enough to really make a difference, though, with so many angles in the yard. Dupree going to begin to cross all the way to hell. This is very sneaky for Astralis. G2 have definitely got to be cognizant of this possibility, though. 2 towards the back of the site. Hunter trying to get that lobby info. And Magisk, if he can push Nico back, that is at least something here as Astralis try and creep onto him in B.
Oh, yeah, this is a little bit wild, a little bit crazy, especially if you're Nico, right? He doesn't know it, but they are all around him. Now the penny's dropped. He goes back to try and fight in the site and is blindsided by Glaive. A bomb plant with 8 seconds left going to come through, but they are lacking players for the hold. Hunter out of ramp absolutely annihilates the remaining 2, and the defuse is in. As fast as that bomb goes down, the round is over for Astralis, and G2 just swiped that post plant aside like it was nothing.
You can see the cogs in G2's brain whirring, right? These meat machines of men just realizing exactly what's going on. It's Astralis. I love that round. I love the call, right? Magisk is distracting Nico in secret. Meanwhile, the rest of them are walking down ramp. But the big problem here, Harry, is the time. Again, it eludes Astralis. It forces them to run. And the second they start running on ramp, that double back A-site setup, here's everything. They make the call. Nico knows he's getting rushed. He's able to at least put up 1 kill there. And then the rest of G2 come down vent, they come down ramp, and they pick up another retake. It's all too familiar territory. What a streak of rounds put together by this G2 squad.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to go cold at any time soon.
And with how this game started, the pistol round really looked like a solid anti-strat out of Astralis, right? They were so cognizant of that A retake setup. They left that situation with the goal of rendering Nico useless, a key piece of that retake. Since then, man, since the rifles have come out, we've had Amanek AWPing at ramp. It has completely blindsided Astralis. They do not know what to expect, it feels like. Oh, a fast A play.
Yeah,
Okay, desperate times call for desperate measures.
All right.
Go
Hunter.
out and try to get these frags. Hunter with the double has turned it back into a 3-on-3. And look at Nexa go. He's in the site. He's still fighting for control. There's a player up close, but he's burning out Dupree. Has to worry about the wrap. They are all around him. Amanek is here helping out as best he can. And Nexa will deal with Bubsky. Dupree is suddenly thrown into a mad world indeed. He's going to Gary Jules himself all the way down towards this B-bomb site, running in, but already in the door is Nico. And once again, wherever you go, there is someone for G2 waiting in the wings to ruin your day.
Yeah, maybe if Bubsky had an AK there could have been a hope in that 2-on-3. He gets a dink to the backside player of Nexa. But yeah, really nice A anchor work again for G2. Hunter stalls those kills out beautifully. Nexa's so quick at dropping in. And it feels like, again, you're just forcing plan B from Astralis every single round. They're never ending up where they want to go. You're going for an A rush with full util, and then you're diving down vent in a 2-on-4 because you know you can no longer win this round. It just gives credit to how well G2 are holding their spots right now. 11-2, Astralis, they want another A play. We got the Alexi B flash on Magist. This is a lovely little flash through the rafters and good for a hot rush. But Astralis, are they actually going to commit to it? So many times they've feigned this A take and they've gone back to ramp and it's not gone well for them.
Oh, well, they spot Amanek's AWP outside and they think, oh, well, ramp must be a little bit easier, a little more free, and they will get past the double hold of Amanek and Nexa. It wasn't any more free than normal, right? The AWP wasn't there. It was a double hold instead, but you still managed to take this ramp control away. This is like one of the best spots you've been in a long while on Astralis. And so if there ever was a time to try and salvage a couple of rounds at the end of the half, it's in a round like this.
Everywhere they go, there is someone. If they back up lobby, Hunter is there. If they go forward to hell, Jax is watching the ladder. And if they drop B, well, Nico's already in position. There is no way out of this for free for Astralis. They are boxed in right now.
And you can tell they're feeling scared. They really don't know where's safe. Where's free of G2 players? Nico, you cheeky devil. They are holding this. They are holding the smoke. And yet still, Nico takes down 1.5. Dupree will trade it out and keep the 2-on-2 open, but he's looking worse for wear. Bubsky might be feeling a lot of the pressure in this one. He's the man to try and plant the bomb. You don't want it to get denied, so he's got to get off of it for now. Hunting down the man in Decon, but Hunter won't give up the kill. Door swings again, the bomb plant will come through. Jax from ramp has dealt with Bubsky, and so it is just Dupree. 1v2 to try and put a third round on the board for Astralis. He's at least got room to play with, right? He's got a bit of an angle and a chance to separate these fights. Dupree with the swing. There's number one. They're not on the bomb yet. Hunter taps it, baits the peek out, and nails the clutch. It's 12 on the board for G2, and seemingly nothing can go wrong for this squad right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can give a third round to Astralis here and you won't be feeling any kind of problem. This is incredible for G2. This is a sexy CT side on Nuke. And yeah, Astralis' woes have only just begun. Nico in the smoke. Very, very mad play, but at a scoreline like this, you can't fault it. Amanek's 18-4, just a quick reminder. Beasting on the AWP. Nico not far behind at 14-7. And for Astralis, we don't even have double digits.
Yeah, you know, Zonic might have said 11-4 is the most dangerous scoreline now, mate. 13-2 is, and it's when it's against you. Oh, Nico, all right, bit of a blind kill from both players. They do a lot of damage, but it's Glaive to lock it in. And finally, Astralis have an untraded 5-on-4. They're going to try and capitalize. Magis catching Amanek over in CT, and suddenly the Astralis T side might be able to find a third.
I'm glad they don't commit there. It would have been so easy to just hit the go button and split ace, pronto. Instead, Magisk is now making the most of his position. He's wrapping heaven. Next is coming back to watch for it. So maybe there's a kill here for Magisk. He's very, very passive, playing this smart and hoping for G2 to make the mistake. Nex is now tucked in the corner. Magiska's already cleared this angle, but the kill might come to him. Oh dear. No noise to be made, not yet at least. And Nexa won't expect this of all positions, surely not. And there it is for Magisk. Now a 5-on-2. This is a free round for Astralis. They've just got to slip it through.
Oh, yeah, and you know, G2 in this situation, it's them not knowing where to look, right? Every single corner could harbor a fight versus someone from Astralis. Jax is getting wrapped on in lobby as well, and the bomb's going down in B, so this is a pretty safe round for the Danes. If there ever was a round where you could say, yeah, they've got this one in the bag, it's looking like this one. Jax, all that's left to do is give it a bit of a try, see if you can get away with anything here. They are going to give him a couple of fights, and the timing's not going in his favor. Regardless, you know, you've lost one round right at the end. It's still 12-3 in favor of G2 for Astralis. They are going to have to bring one hell of a CT side if they want to pull it back on their map pick.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you another method to take outside and find picks on the T side of Nuke. This execute will obstruct a lot of vision from the CTs and possibly force a warehouse player out into the open for a fairly easy pick. For this execute you will need 4 Future Pros along with 3 smokes, 2 mollies and 2 HEs. Future Pro 1, you'll be throwing the bottom hell window smoke. To throw this smoke, hop into this corner. Aim at the top of this pipe vent and slightly to the right of the line. Run forward and jumping through the smoke as you get close to the wall in front. Save your molly as you can use this to block off secret as you spend more time outside. Future Pro number 2, you only have a warehouse smoke to throw, so don't mess it up. To throw the warehouse smoke, look into the center of this wall. Aim at the bracket on the silo. Then jump throw the smoke. After this, head into lobby and hold off any pushes. Future Pro number 3, you'll be throwing the A main smoke, mollying secret, and saving a HE for CT red. To throw your smoke, position yourself so half of this vent is cut off by the wall. Aim to the top of the cables, run forward and throw the smoke just before hitting the box. Then clear some close angles and hop onto this box. From here you can throw a molly to cover secret and hold the push. If you feel like it, throw your HE to CT red with Future Pro 4. Future Pro number 4, you'll be throwing the CT red molly along with a HE. To throw your molly, wait for the warehouse smoke to bloom, then make your way into this gap. Aim at the lower corner of the garage door and jump throw the molly. This will land behind CT red and possibly cause a counter-terrorist to rotate back towards the ladder area. After this, running throw your HE behind CT red as you could get some chip damage on the rotating player. Then have Future Pro 1 boost you behind T red, and if you're quick enough you should be able to catch any CT trying to get up from warehouse to ladder. And that's about it. This execute is a nice way to find a pick outside. If you have confidence in your aim, I have no doubt you should be able to catch CT player out.
Well, Astralis have faced their fair share of challenges throughout the last few years. However, this one is looking bigger than ever. G2 up 12-3 on the Astralis map pick of Nuke. This used to be the home map. This used to be the proving ground for Astralis. And here at G2, with a grim reminder of how times have changed and how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, Astralis are getting taught a lesson right now in map 1 of the BO3. Winner to the grand finals and loser going out. So pressure's more than ever for Astralis. We need a round out of them here and now. They managed to find that first T-pistol. It's Bubsky, always good on these pistol rounds. Gotta say, starting strong. Nice rush out the hut, but it is denied by the Julies and Glaive finding 2 kills. Nexa will trade. Suddenly we're up in the air. Suddenly we're in a position where G2 can consider a win. Bomb getting planted, and the rotates are far out. Magisk is waiting for Dupree to walk up secret, but he's taking his sweet time. He has to sneak. He doesn't know where one of these players is. And so a lot of angles to clear gives a lot more time for that bomb to tick down.
Yeah, Magisk is taking a peek out of heaven. Hasn't seen anyone yet in the site. Nexa blindsided. Hunter will bring it down to the 1v1. And with still Magisk left to beat, I did not expect him to just fight it, to just leap out into the open and lock it in. But that's the kind of guy Hunter is. That's the kind of game G2 are having.
Yeah.
13-3. Pistol round now going their way. And an impossible task for Astralis just got even harder.
Yeah, they were ready for the A-rush, man. Like, they had all the pieces in the right place. They had a triple ace up there, the Julies watching the hut. I don't know how Zip doesn't get any kills. Like, Glaive does yoink them, but even so, you try and outplay if you're Magisk. You try and be smart, but there's nothing you can do when you just get wide swung with a Glock. And there we go. That sets G2 up for the win in map 1, right? Like, you know, there's going to be a gun round to be played, but my oh my. If Astralis ever wanted hope of a comeback, it might have been eviscerated with that pistol round going the other way. And so it's up to the Force, the Eagles galore. G2 in no hurry. All the time in the world to get this round under wrap. Smokes outside will be the game plan. No one B, no one secret, no info for Astralis as to whether these are fake smokes or not. And in fact, they are. G2 are getting ready to pound A site.
Yeah, Glaive gonna have his work cut out for him. He does have some support up here in heaven at least. That's something, but still, like, you're struggling to look at these silver linings, especially with Amanek charging out with his MAC-10. A bit of a signature weapon for this guy and making a lot of money and opening up the site in the process. It's a win-win for G2. Money's made and a round is secured. 14-3 is as good as locked in.
Nico?
And look at this. Nico is hunting down the saving Astralis players. Okay, he only gets one. But it's just adding insult to injury. It's just building up even more of a case for G2 to steamroll this map.
It's a confirmation of where they are as well. Oh, they're saving. They already are not going for this round. You guys can take a deep breath. You can start spreading out if you want. Yeah, okay, one makes it. Zip does get to spawn, but at this point in the game, you are not thinking about your economy if you're Astralis. You are not trying to calculate the financial freedom. No, you can't even get rounds on the board. G2, 13, now 14. And Astralis, what do you even do? Play for OT, force till next map? Or those are your only options?
And all this is going on while Amanek is just silently going 20-6 in the background, right?
Lovely.
It was him with that AWP at ramp that felt like it was just causing so many problems. And the best thing about it is like, as the game went on and he became even more mobile, it just felt like it was throwing out new issues for Astralis. They would try to plug the ramp hole. They'd go, look, okay, we can't get past the orb. Let's lean towards outside. Oh, well, now Amanek's here. Of course he is, right? You just felt like you couldn't catch a break. And really, it shouldn't take me to tell you this. It is going to be a rough world to envision any kind of a return to form in this map out of Astralis,
Don't
right?
get me wrong, Astralis aren't the type of team sitting here and already talking about Dust 2. You know, they're not going to give up before the chips have been slid across the table. But in the same vein, you know, what's not said out loud is thought in the back of your mind.
Yeah.
Dust 2 is just around the corner. And Astralis, I mean, they're playing for OT. I respect that here. Not a lot of teams would make this call, right? Especially after forcing second round and losing it. It would have been very easy to buy up here in the knowledge that you have to then pull a 12-round comeback with your guns. Well, if it was ever going to happen, Harry, it would be off the back of guns. So this is a good decision for Astralis. But again, it is in quite the predicament. G2 back to the A site, back to business. And hell, maybe not even just A. Nico's lining up utility for the rafters. We've got a guy on ramp at least. Jax might just be holding the push. We'll see. Amanex certainly looking to get involved in the action, and he waits for the flashbang to take down 2. The MAC-10 coming to life as it does, and Hunter providing cover should be a lock-in here for G2. It was never going to be anything but, and all we're waiting for is that one glimmer of hope in the rifle round for Astralis.
These like buddy systems almost that G2 have been running on the T side are great. Like you try to pressure one player just trying to take a free kill. That's what Astralis were doing there with Amanek and Hut. And as they charge him down, they hear him getting the reload off. That's when Hunter emerges as his buddy, right? Like, oh, there's 2 of us here. We play off of one another. And so that round is a lock-in for G2, who are up onto 15. Zip can't save the scout. Wouldn't have made much of a difference if he did, to be honest. 15-3, and this could be one of the most dominant maps here at IEM Cologne, taking place in the semi-finals. Like, that's unreal. Think about the level of competition we've seen in these playoffs so far, right? Yesterday had so many overtimes. It was like a 9.5-hour-long day with 2 best-of-3s being played, and yet here we are. If this doesn't make a case for G2 to reach those grand finals, I don't know what will.
Yeah, shoes on the other foot, right? It was Astralis against VP who had these leads, who bottled the leads that went into OT. Yes, they closed the match, but at the end of the day, it was them who couldn't close the map, at least in regulation. Well, now, I said, shoes on the other foot. What's it like being in the backseat, Astralis, getting battered and bruised, a 15-3 scoreline, and 1 rifle round to stand between it all? This is not a position that Astralis is used to, and so how will they fare under these new circumstances? Molotov delaying this G2 cross to Secret, but they still make it. Astralis, as the smokes fade, give up outside. Glaive lets them down lower into the Yorp. Dupree's in position. Nexus on a late red, hoping to kill any flanking players down Secret. But first, they've got to get past his Orb. As said, easier said than done.
Yeah, Dupree will pluck one out of the ranks on the cross. Now they know about this AWP though, and they know they've got him trapped over in Decon. They're wasting no time just spilling in, and Zip will also hound them down, running in through ramp. The collapse from Astralis is good, right? Suddenly it goes from feeling like you've only got one man to worry about to they're all around you. They've pinned you in at this B site, and it's left on to Nexa, who can't find a damn thing. 4 on the board for Astralis. The rifles come out. This is why they wanted to bring them into play. They wanted to feel like they actually had a chance to play rounds on this CT side.
Just such a shame that it's come at this scoreline, right? That was just the best round we've seen all map from Astralis, I think. You know, 5 alive, lovely little B hold. All the rotations were smooth. Nothing went wrong, but it's 15-4, Harry.
That's the horrible thing about this scoreline, right? All it takes is one mistake on Astralis, or more notably, I think, in this situation, one big round out of an individual on G2. And you're really not shy on individuals who can step up in moments like this and close a game out. You know, if there was like a few more rounds, I would still find a way to believe in Astralis. The fact that it is just one round could end the run here on Nuke, that's the scary part. You are constantly against the wall, backs against it if you're Astralis. And G2, they know you're feeling this pressure. They're taking a very slow round, waiting to see if you give them anything, going for these info plays that happen, you know, towards the kind of mid-round after you haven't seen anything. No aggressions come through, and so G2, now cognizant of they've got to be the ones to make this first move, start to throw the outside smokes.
Yeah, the molly on Secret won't do a thing. Glaive's got that one way, and so G2 from the silo will see it and probably opt to stray away, go back to this top site instead. Zip is on ramp. He's run out of util, though. Can't stall a play if things end up there. And Astralis do have a AAA setup, so they are in the right place right now. This is actually a pretty botched round for G2. We're going to need some incredible entries on this execute because Astralis are set up very well to deal with it. Dupree has left heaven. That is a timing that could favor G2. There are now 2-2 splits on ramp and A. Bubsky and his teammate at the CT vet need to hold strong, and so they will. Glaive has dropped one outside, and Nexus running through the molly. G2 desperately need an opening kill. They can't find it. Finally coming through, traded at least, and Astralis keep it as clean as they can. It's only Hunter in a 1-on-4, and there's no time for it.
Yeah, 10 seconds, and with players rotating in to watch this bomb, Hunter, he's pretty screwed, and he knows it as well. Nothing presents itself until the moment they intend to strike. A double swing out of Dupree, and Glaive seals the deal on that round there. And so Astralis are now on to 5, starting to build a bit more of a CT side up. you know, breaking down the money at G2, making a partial investment come out here for the T side.
It might even be tempting to buy, right? Like Hunter's at 44, he can get AK, full armor, nades, and his team could get, you know, whatever they want, really. But yeah, I like the half buy the Galil armor and, you know, get a full rifle round in the next. It's definitely the safe call. G2 not getting ahead of themselves yet. 15-5 is not a worrying position to be in, but that can change very quickly as we know how frequent comebacks are in the current meta. Hunter, though, if we wanted anyone to perform this round, it would be him. Looking outside with this Galil. dupreeh has the cross with his AWP. Seeing him AWP fully over Glaive in this map. In the maps we've seen so far from Astralis, you know, if you counted up the rounds, it's probably Glaive AWPing the most right now.
Yeah, the G2 Deagles always make me scared as well. Hunter's dead, that Galil is out of the round, but there's still Deags in play. There's still weapons that could be retrieved. They're trying to wrap into main. Magis does not want to give it over. There's a lot of bodies there, and Nexus Deagle will claim another life. dupreeh answering back with the AWP will start to stem the bleeding and takes matters towards outside, just lays down the pain. dupreeh has saved the day. Only NiKo left to beat, and he doesn't have the bomb either. So even if he gets this A kill, it would be the start of the round for NiKo, really. He's got to go on to find 2 more. And that's assuming he's able to survive this crossing. Now, it's gotten a bit weird. That's a body. Bubsky doesn't realize. They don't realize. Oh, this is weird.
They think it was a spam through the heart.
NiKo gets the first, but now up in heaven, he should get traded. He should get traded. NiKo should just die here, but he's gotten to main. They're giving him main. They're giving him a chance. Oh, my word.
No time for this.
He's not going for it. He's not going for it. He's saving. He's wrapping away. The bomb's lost outside. NiKo maybe just looking to do some damage.
Oh, damn.
I got so worried for a moment, though.
It looked like Bubsky was looking at him. Bubsky must have just
That was such a weird round.
NiKo shoots a dead body. Bubsky thinks he's shooting through the hut. He's just holding hut while NiKo's looking at him.
Okay.
Oh, God, what a terrifying
It's fine,
round.
though. It's still 6 on the board for Astralis. Right? They still find the round. We don't have to forget about dupreeh's heroics. NiKo didn't win anything, so there we are. AK saved, reinvestment coming back in for G2, and another chance to put a stop to this comeback from Astralis.
Yeah, lovely opening from dupreeh. Again, it all just feels so bittersweet, so late in the game for Astralis. Will it make any difference at this point? Here's another rifle round, G2 with everything to play with. We've got dupreeh, once again, AWPing ramp. Much as Amanek did in that first half. G2 looking for a quick pop. That flash, oh, it goes very short, but they're going to run outdoor nonetheless. And a double entry to maybe close out the first map of this series. Astralis, someone needs to be heroic. Someone needs to stand tall. Amanek chasing through the smoke. Magis looking everywhere and he's getting spammed. Bubsky in the hut giving away his position with a nade. They know where he is. He's being wrapped onto. It's all falling into place for G2. One more kill away, and it's only dupreeh standing in the face of this T side. What a game this has been for G2, and there's nothing dupreeh can do except, accept the inevitable and go forward to dust.
Yeah, he's smoked off at every turn. There's 4 still alive. He can't find a thing. Onto the AK for dupreeh, but look at all the crosshairs ready to fight him when he comes out of this main smoke. Oh, dupreeh, I'm so sorry for him here. Oh, here's the quad swing, and Amanek's gonna seal the deal. G2, crazy dominant start to this semi-final series. Now a map up after taking Astralis' map pick away dominantly. We move to Dust 2. G2, can they live up to the 2-0 dream?
Yeah, it's been great so far. I think we really stepped up a lot coming to this LAN. I was actually pretty surprised that we played so well. Like there was a really big difference between us playing online and on LAN. Like I could really feel that the boys are way more hyped and they really want to like fight way more when we are all together on LAN. And that was really great to see because this is my first LAN with G2. So if we manage to keep it up, this performance, I think we can go to the final and make a really good fight in the final.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Well, there must have been some technical errors because I don't think we've seen Astralis quite connect to the server just yet. Now, that's the first map out of the way for us. We continue down the journey that is finding out who's going on to those grand finals. But first, it's time for a DHL drop. That's right. Go ahead and get your exclamation points ready and type DHL drop space, whatever answer you're going to choose. First and foremost, let's go ahead and get it out there right in front. Excluding IEM Cologne, which Cologne event had the most aces? Is it 2016, 17, 18, or 19? Choose A, B, C, or D. You have 60 seconds. Starting now, there are no lifelines. That is pretty much just the way it is. So make sure you get your answers in chat, and that is how you participate. That is the DHL drop. We're going to go over the answer at that at the end of the segment. Also, going to take a second to welcome Shroud and all his viewers who are all also watching us. Hello, Mikey. Long time no see. Yanko, on the other hand, let's talk about some of the things you saw here because Astralis not so much the show.
Yeah, I think this was just a rather impressive CT side, obviously, from G2. It seems like everything started wrong for Astralis after that pistol round, right? Running out of time in round number 3. And from that point on, G2 went on a 12-round streak. And I think we can jump straight into these rounds, Trace, if it's possible, right? Because I think that's what kicked off this whole half, basically, right? So look here, right? Round number 7. This is a half buy for Astralis. They want to do a fake A execute, right, with a lot of utility. So usually in rounds like this, a team would over-rotate because it's a really good thing to run with just pistols, right, try to hit the A bomb side. But look where Amanek is. He's on ramp, and this is important. Like, first he gets very early info, and yes, of course, it helps that he gets a bunch of kills. But just seeing that first guy, it tells G2 everything they need to know, right? So they win the round easily here just against pistols, no big deal. But what happens in the round following that, as you can see, you know, Astralis goes for a more in-depth, like first they throw these L smokes that you see here, actually the wall of smokes, the standard one. And then after that, they're going to re-smoke main and windows, right? They get Magisk here into secret. And at this point, you know, you're trying to show to G2 that you want to fight outside, you want to hit yard, you want to maybe wrap that A bomb site. But what Astralis wants to do, again, probably because Amanek last round was on ramp, they're thinking he's not going to be there 2 rounds in a row, right? So instead, they just want to sneak glaive outside, and the majority of the team wants to hit ramp, but look where Amanek is. Again, on ramp, again, the early info, the kill, right? And the jig is up one more time. Now Nico knows, he understands because of what Amanek is calling to him, what's going to happen. He gets the kill on the lurker, and G2 wins an easy round. And I think this is completely derailed Astralis and their plan. This is something that's uncommon. These are some next level strats, right? Really in depth. You can see a lot of fakes, and you're using all of your utility. So they were a bit flabbergasted after this, and they didn't really manage to adapt from this point on.
This was like a high kick to the face for Glaive. This is what it is. These 2 rounds that Yanko just pointed out, this is G2 once more proving that in terms of preparation, they are on top of everything. I had the same feeling against Gambit, the way they prepared that game. I had the same one against Nuke. You look at Amanek, he's had a fabulous game, but his position, time and time again, here to prevent Astralis from playing mind games. And as soon as Glaive is pushed out of his comfort zone, that is it. You can see G2 with the red carpet in front of them, just delivering the goods.
Yeah, it's pretty much laid out right in front of them. It doesn't seem like they can make a wrong call or a wrong move. And for G2, that's kind of the way you wanted to start this semifinal. You take the map pick of Astralis, you look forward into Dust 2, you've already got your foot in the door, and now you're just 1 map away from a grand final, Maniac.
You are, and honestly, you're poised to go to that grand final as easy as it is. G2, it would be something crazy. It would be something incredible if Astralis managed to pull it together right now and push back on Dust 2.
Yeah.
Because they've been hurt so deeply on that Nuke peak, feeling like they've had no say in any round, just Yanko pointed out right there, being countered, being completely adapted, adjusted to time and time again. For Astralis to find it themselves, to fight back on Dust 2 and push us to our 3rd map will be something incredible.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. We actually have Nico, who stood by in between maps, to give us a couple words.
Nico, were you surprised by the issues that Astralis were having with their timings on their T side? It seems that they gifted you an eco in that third round.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. I think they're the team who usually doesn't commit those kind of mistakes, so I was pretty surprised that they actually did it. I think like even 2 rounds in a row, they did the same mistake, and we just ran down the clock and somehow managed to win the round, and that definitely helped us just with momentum after. Amanek had a great city side as well, so yeah, it's not a usual mistake that Astralis is doing, so I have no idea how that happened, but I'm glad it did.
Talk to me about the positioning of Amanek. He was like the king on a chessboard. You seemed to move him often from round to round, and he was always in the right position.
Yeah, we discussed just how you want to approach the city side. We also knew how the Astralis wants to play. I was surprised that they played explosive throughout the whole half. I expected them to calm down a little bit, but they just played very aggressive, and Amanek was not just positioning very well, but also not missing any of the frags, which definitely helps on the city side of Nuke. And yeah, he did great, and I think he's becoming a really strong operator on Nuke. The last couple of nukes, he was doing a really well job on the city side, and I think he's still learning a lot.
And you've got Dust 2 next. Are you expecting more from Amanek there as well?
Well, we will see. I think definitely he feels more comfortable on Nuke, but I still think he can deliver a big time on Dust as well.
Well, I know Boss Carlos is watching, so hopefully you're going to impress him today. Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
And I'm willing to say that they already have with such a stomp in the first map. Nuke done and dusted. Dust 2 on the horizon, and the answer to that DHL drop is here. It is now. If you chose 2018 or C, because C's get degrees, Maniac. Everybody knows that. It's been school once or twice. That was the correct answer. Don't worry, there'll be more DHL drops coming up soon. But first, we're going to have to go to a break so that we can come back. We can jump into Dust 2. We can find out if G2 can push Astralis away and make themselves a spot in the grand finals. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, everybody. We'll be right back. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, he's going to make three. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Make some noise, Lanxess! It's Cloud9 versus Na'Vi. Map 2 coming up now, the first semi-finals. This is going to be one hell of a game.
Cloud9, they've picked up the first map.
Let's get this show on the road.
Throughout the years, Cloud9 surely had many ups and downs. However, in 2017 at ESL1 Cologne, many did a double take when they witnessed them in action.
No utility at all for NIP. They want to go hard at this, but already Automatic with 1 second as well. Automatic, unbelievable.
After taking care of NIP in the quarterfinals, it was now Na'Vi's turn to face the speeding American train. And face it, they did, forcing Cloud9 to fight hard in order to secure the first map. Then, history later repeated itself on Overpass, but initially Natus Vincere were on the run thanks to one player, and that player was Shroud.
Like Skadoodle had actually come out on top there. What a flick coming in. Shroud getting one another headshot. He's tapping away. Shroud. Can he do it again? He's up to 11 kills and looking for number 12. Are you kidding me? Shroud. Can anyone take this man down? He's got 12-0. He's a one-man army.
Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my
The Astralis huddle. Right now, that is the only thing standing between us and a G2-0 dream as they move into their map pick next on the G2 side, tucking a dominant nuke performance under their belts. We need to see if Astralis can pick up the pieces because they just got blown out the water on their map pick of nuke.
Yeah, absolutely shattered. And now we head to the realms of Dust, to a G2 pick, but one that Astralis are not unfamiliar with. More than experienced yesterday in their OT bonanza, and so let's see if they are cut out for the job. They certainly weren't on nuke. G2 with a T-side start, bit of utility. Astralis have their nades on Glaive, and it's very spread out for G2. They've got long, they've got lower, they've got T-spawn, but Bubsky wants to take it all away.
Bubsky's mid-peek is interesting. Oh, it was being held from outside the long doors, and now they hound down this kill from lower. Bubsky dead in the water, and Hunter, taking more out of the ranks of Astralis. What? This pistol round is cancelled. It's over. Hunter's put it all to rest already. It's just Magisk left. He's lost the A-bomb site, and he's left in a 1v4. I think the rather grim reality that this round was decided at about the, minute 20-second mark has just set in.
Yeah, that's not a normal fight that you take. When you peek mid-door with a Glock and you see 2 CTs with USPs, you don't fight that. You're not meant to fight that, and you're certainly not meant to get away with a 3K. Hunter, that's obscene.
You're not meant to do this, Hunter. You know you're not meant to do that. Look at it. Magisk gonna try and just brute force his way through the short smoke, but yeah, I think that was optimistic at best. They hound down Magisk, and the pistol round goes the way of G2, keeping up that winning streak from the previous map.
Yeah, and now just the chance to build upon it as well. The worry for me is, Harry, if you think about that first map, Astralis, they went 2-0 up, man. They were looking good. They won the pistol, they converted, and then they got swept, right? 12 rounds in a row going against them until they closed the half with 3. Well, now G2 have taken the pistol. So what does that mean for Astralis? If this Force goes nowhere, they're going to be left in the dirt. AK's out. This is not a simple buy for G2. They're putting everything in. They know this Force is coming. They want to beat them at the range game. Zip does get a tag on long, but he's out of there. Nice shot from Glaive down middle. What we needed here for Astralis for them to find this upset win.
I tell you what, right? Oh. We spoke about Amanek and his AWP a lot back on Nuke. It was so suffocating. We never got to see Glaive donning one because that CT side was so short and so cash restricted that really it was never in play.
Yeah, Dupree had it a couple of rounds really, but didn't make a huge amount of difference. And again, it was up against 14, 15 rounds, so we never saw Astralis do anything more than warm up.
Right, exactly. It was like we got a little glimpse, and it's like, oh, that's it.
Yeah,
there was just no room left to play with.
On this map yesterday, well, we saw a Glaive Dupree run it. We saw Zip have that crazy round on A-Long as well. The AWPing definitely looked better, right? And Glaive seemed to find a lot of ways to make it work. So maybe that can happen today. Here he is on long, double scout for Astralis, and they know what's coming. They got this flank.
Yeah, because of Dupree wrapping in through T-spawn, everyone is stacked in this A-bomb site for the Danes. So getting past it might be easier said than done. Magisk Steagle brings it back in to now a 1v3. Nexa, this was meant to be a G2 round. The long wrap is still coming in, and it should blindside him. He's dodged it for the time being, but will he be aware as he backs up? It's into the crosshair of Dupree, and a team ace for Astralis. They waste no time in stealing a round back.
Yeah, those scouts are immense as well. They do so much damage. You see all those D kills come in on cross, but they're all body shots, man. It's because Glaive lit them up early with a scout, not only on long, but also in T-spawn where he hit Nico jumping. So Glaive the assist king and Astralis with the Deegs. Get it done, and now they can start believing again. Flipping this script early into the second map has put G2 on pistols, and so now Astralis are more than ready to start running away with the game. Glaive is a glass AWP up against pistols. That's ballsy, I've got to say it. Pulling the AWP in this early anyway is always a risk when you know there's still Deegs in play, there are pistols running at you. These rounds can get out of control very quickly, but to run it with no armor, whew, Glaive's got to be feeling it.
Yeah, and now with the scout tag factoring in as well, he's really soft to a lot of these pistols. So Glaive's got to be flawless in his approach to this round. He's secured the opener for Astralis. They know about that AWP now. But it hasn't deterred them from getting up the catwalk. He will start to drop back down into mid. I don't imagine they commit into the AWP, right? I imagine that is like a big, you know, stop sign almost.
Big info.
They are going to start to rotate into lower, but the bomb's still up here on Cat. So where is this looking to end up for G2?
Yeah, they got spotted by Dupree jumping over smoke, so he has a bit of an inkling as to this ending B. And I think that's actually changed G2's decision in this round. It looked like they just wanted to full group, as you said, and now they're just hanging around middle. Enough util to really do what they want right now. They could fake A, they could go back, they could mid to B. And that seems to be the play, next with the mid to B smoke and a flash to follow, perhaps. Astralis will meet them in the middle. Not only is it Magisk peeking out from the window, pushed off as a G2 start to close the gap. Bubsky smoked off. The Deeks need to connect, and Magisk is not allowing that to happen. 2 kills off the rifle. Time is ticking, and it's not doing G2 any favors. Amanek is a couple of shots from death, and he wants that death to be soon and swift. Astralis is stalling. After time, they try, and they will succeed. Dupree, last second flick back. No money, no round, no kills. Amanek's broke.
Beautiful. I love that that's what Astralis do there, right? We've actually had moments like this happen with Astralis in the server, in the group stages, and they just took the kills when they were available. That time there, they go, nah, man, we're going to wait. We're going to let that clock run out. We're going to really punish this G2 money. And this has set up Astralis quite nicely to get off to a good start here on Dust 2. This first buy round for G2 is going to come with some serious limitations on Amanek because of what you've just done to the poor bloke's bank account.
Yeah, so no more free rounds than this. A full Glock eco on T-side Dust 2. Dupree knows that, and he wants to get in the forefront with this SMG. Nice stuff from Glaive again, just hitting his shots that he needs to up top mid. Zips drop the bomb, and one by one G2 start to falter. Dupree even hunting kills, and that's a perfect round for Astralis. Nothing going wrong there. But this is where the problems can begin. G2 coming in with a rifle round. It's been very back and forth ever since we saw that second round force from Astralis. And G2 want to get their swift vengeance.
Hey, to give you an idea of how much it hurts you dying after time like that, though, look at Amanek's buy here. That's a glass scout. You're seeing that, right? Doesn't have armor behind it even. So he's having to just try to chip damage in this round, soften players up for his rifling counterparts. We saw Glaive do that to win Astralis the little force spike.
Yeah. Surprised he didn't go for a Mach 10 or something, but, you know, range is a key. It's got a bit of util at least to get something done here. Flash over mid on Glaive. He's not going to be able to get into the action. I think he saw someone cross up above that smoke, but by and large, the hidden smoke provides safe passage into Catwalk for G2. Amanek, he wants to fight this back. Oh, this is a weird timing. If Astralis take the halls and push up, G2 is setting up for a mid to be. It's only the boost up. Dupree going up silently. If you jump off the car, you can make noise, and he doesn't want anyone close in the tunnels to hear that. Here's that mid to be fake. It's Hunter with the doors on the left-hand side of middle. Those 2 smokes providing him a bit of room to find his opening kill. If he can take down the AWP and sell the fake, that's massive, but instead he's just going to double back as now the A attack comes in.
Oh yeah, Jack's dropping into CT, and is that first point of contact onto Bubsky. Magisk has now got to worry about 2 positions at once, so he's calling for support from Zip at long, but he's cancelled out right away. There's still these 2 players lost to the kind of looking for the lurk kills, and they will spot the players in B who are just saving here. G2 not able to strip the guns out the ranks of Astralis, but regardless, it's still this second round locked in.
Yeah, I love that call for G2. It's certainly not original. We've seen that before, but it's a really nice way to just fake out Astralis super hard. It makes them commit to the double B. Hunter gets out mid. He doesn't even get a kill. He doesn't even get damage, but his presence alone gets spotted by Glaive, and then that just causes commotion. Astralis double back into B. They play really safe, and then that gives G2 that 4-on-3 in the A bomb site. Meanwhile, Hunter gets out alive and is able to go late into the B tunnels. He doesn't kill Dupree, so an AK is gifted over, but it's still a nice idea, and G2 get around on the board. First rifle under wraps. And it was all thanks to Jax getting those entries, him and Nico. So here we go. Astralis at least save their guns. They can continue to invest. They are not too worried yet. Does Hunter have a weapon?
Yeah, there's an AK in spawn. I don't know how he doesn't have it, but he's gone back for it. It's all fine. And now he's going to set himself up towards B, along with cousin Nico. And leaning towards this side of the map early. Once again, you know, G2 leaning into a pretty default-heavy T side, right? Just kind of spreading out, holding this map control, making sure they're not getting egressed on in the tunnels at long doors. They're denying a lot of information to Astralis early on as a result. And then we're just going to see them settle back into this catwalk play. Do bear in mind that Hunter is still in the tunnels, right? Trying to sell this B-lurk, trying to create space. And he's very, very good at this, is Hunter.
Oh, my.
As he's crept out, Bobski hits the timing. So Hunter will get caught checking the wrong angle. Now these players in A get made aware of the site take. It's very dry, all things considered. You are just swinging out into Zip's Famous. Now the smokes come in. Yeah, it feels like you kind of missed the mark on that one there. The smokes not serving their purpose, and just Amanek left alive in the 1-on-3. Surrounded by Astralis, he's going to go back through catwalk. There is a path into this B site open. He doesn't know about that, but will he look to make the play based on feeling?
Yeah, he stepped there, so a player right below him definitely would have heard. That's going to be calmed over. They know he's trying to consider going back, and dropping would make noise. Does Amanek want to commit, or does he want to save? Always an option here on the T side. Does have a little bit of money to fall back on, but out he goes. 15 seconds. He's got to get this kill immediately. There's more than one player facing. Good flash. And Amanek, I mean, it's time to get out of here, buddy. Bobski's close right. He's going to read it. Amanek's got two, but he can't plant the bomb. And so Dupree living is all Astralis needed. Very nice try for Amanek. Gives it a go. But it's still an Astralis round at the end of the day.
Pretty huge little detail there, though, is he grabs that bomb plant in at the last few seconds, and so now could drop an AK into play. You could even look to force up here and have 4 rifles on the G2 side.
All right.
I'm curious what the decision's going to be, and this wouldn't have even been an option if Amanek didn't get those couple of kills on the exit with the bomb plant money on top.
That's a nice little bonus, isn't it? G2 calling attack pause. I don't think you're alone, Harry. I think they are also trying to figure out that one. And what they want to do with it, most importantly, as you said, those smokes came down very late on the A site. It's the equivalent to when we see teams, you know, go long and they go quiet, and then they late cross without smokes. They just take those fights into CT. That's because they think the CTs don't know they're there. And that was the plan for G2. Hunter walked through B. He's causing distraction. He's trying to get Astralis to rotate, and then they contact the A play. So it's you're hoping to catch Astralis rotating, and they almost did. There were players moving into CT, but Astralis reacted very quickly and were able to stop them. So yeah, the fake doesn't work, but we're seeing what G2 are trying to do right now. A lot of fakes from Hunter, a lot of lurks from Hunter, while the rest of the team group up and hit a bomb site together.
We're 7 rounds in, and Amanek so far has primarily used the scout.
Yeah.
He's still donning it forward into this round now. And I kind of like it in these like full rifle rounds, right? He's always just able to get a bit of chip damage, even on these players crossing. You know, everything is worth it in the long run in this game. You know, a matter of taking a 50 HP on a player crossing can make the difference in terms of winning a round or not. Bobski, however, shows us another way to win rounds, which is just to line them up and knock them down on the short side. The bomb is dropped in front of all this utility as well, so it's going to be a bit of a mess to try and retrieve. Amanek is the guy tasked with this horrible job on the short side of getting that bomb back, and the rest of his team are getting turned to mincemeat over at long. This round, bit of a disaster for G2. The short play denied. The long wrap might find these openers to create some space, but once again, that bomb is cut loose on the catwalk for Hunter.
Okay.
He needs the ace. 1v3. Oh my word. Can he do it? Back into T-spawn. The bomb is still on short, and he's just too far away to get it back.
I mean, there's a world, Harry. He's coming from lower. He could maybe jump up and go back. No, he's walking. It's over.
With the walk, I don't think he can.
I was going to say, they're not playing the bomb. He would definitely imagine that they're playing the bomb right now, so that's why he's walking. If they weren't, he definitely had a chance to make that happen. But, you know, Astralis just reading it, playing together, and They've won the round off of time alone. That's another one for Astralis. They're really building into this. It did feel like near the end of that CT Nuke side, you know, right before the game ended, we saw a couple of gun rounds for Astralis. We started to see clean gun rounds, and they looked like normal. They looked like how they didn't look in their T half. So, you know, maybe a little more warmed back in, maybe some motivating words said by Zonic coming into the second map, because this certainly doesn't feel like Nuke anymore. Far more level game. G2 are getting handed out heads or haircuts, headshots, whatever you want to call them. It's 5-2. G2 are broke. They are using their second timeout. And so many of these rounds is coming down to players saving when they really don't want to. All that does is skew if the money. And you'd much rather it be level so everyone can buy together.
Huge double kill to open up that round from Bubsky, man. Like a nuts little transfer to find it, just spraying, and they almost line up for him. Like they were asking to get collateraled on the spray. And that was also the kill that dropped the bomb. And really, that was the thing that stopped Hunter even attempting that go in the clutch. Once more, pretty aggressive purchasing decision here from G2. A hero AK in play. You know, you're at least banking up loss bonus at this point in the game, so you are still looking to invest next. You've got Hunter, who, as we've seen, can do damage with just this one rifle in the round. And they might ease back into a long play. Zip has been good at holding down this side of the map. He's been someone to keep an eye on for Astralis at this event.
Yeah, if Hunter wants to find value, he needs to be dropping guns for his teammate. He needs to be getting these openers and not in no man's land either. Glaive on the corner, but he gets out. The flash is good, and Glaive wants nothing to do with it. Back to the site. Jack's now scoped up. Astralis can flash these corners, though. That can make things very uncomfortable for G2. They won't commit with the long control. They take it, and they rotate out. This is a good round to do this. As said, no smokes, no real weapons either beside that AK. But Astralis are going to see this coming.
Yeah, you've at least made them paranoid and lean heavily towards the A site. If you're able to get past Dupree, you might be onto something, but it's easier said than done. Dupree annihilates G2 in the double doors, and now just Nico left. 1v5 with the Deagle, and Zip is there to see it through to the very end. Astralis get a flawless round. They don't fall for the fake long control. And a much better game out of guys like Dupree, who it felt like started to find his footing, as you say, right at the end of Nuke. Just far too late in the game. We started to get a few rounds out of him, namely on the AWP. Well, here, it's the rifles doing the damage for Dup.
Whatever it takes, man. You know, if you're getting it done, that's all that matters at the end of the day. And Astralis are certainly looking better. G2 calling a tech as well. Already ready back up, though, so we will be running it right into another rifle round here for G2. I feel like money really has come down to be the problem in so many of these rounds, but this is, again, going to be their best buy yet in round number 9. Weird times, but here's the AWP for Amanek. Hunter's still on a Galil, of course, but everyone else is armed, and I presume dangerous. We'll have to see. Bubsky's AWPing, Harry. Dupree wants to keep that rifle for now in the mid doors. And again, a tag for Amanek. He has hit this almost every single round. He's had a sniper, and now at least it's on the AWP. Even more damage to Magisk. Bubsky's actually handed the AWP back to Dupree, so it was only temporary. Or to Glaive, rather, up on the catwalk. Bubsky instead taking middle, up a flash, Hunter holding, and Dupree gets away with a kill. The flash did not blind Hunter in the slightest, but he couldn't get away with the spray. Galil letting him down. And Astralis, what a way to start strong.
Yeah, big kill to have found as well. Hunter has really been the only guy that we've spoken about in positive tones for G2 thus far. So now we look at the rest of the gang. You know, everyone was pulling their weight back on that previous map. Now we ask ourselves, can any of these familiar faces emerge as the heroes we know they can be? Bit of cat control taken by Jax, but it is looking like this is destined to be the B play. Double hold here for Astralis, right? Dupree and Magis towards this side of the map. Amanek throwing a exec utility along with Jax, really trying to sell this illusion that it's coming down to the cat exec again. But Astralis haven't fallen for it. They don't need to. The fact that they're in a 5-on-4, they haven't seen or heard anything at A, they're really suspicious that this is a B play, and they would be right in that assumption. 15 seconds, you've got to go, G2. You've got to get a move on. They've got to get into this site, and the kills have got to be flawless. There's one, but that is the extent of it. The round is gone for G2. There was never a way that was winnable, with the push coming in at the 10-second mark and the bomb on the back of Amanek all the way at the back of tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, it's Astralis, you know, making that so problematic, right? The saving the util to the final 30 seconds of the round. Really nice stuff. They're able to smoke off B at 20 seconds. G2, they wait it out, but really, I think their only hope was going through that smoke. The fear is that someone's, you know, right in front of it holding it, of course. And in fact, there were 2 players ready and waiting. There was no easy way into that B bomb site for G2, but pushing with under 10 seconds on the clock certainly wasn't the answer. But you don't want to be saving, man. You've done that enough on this T side. Feels like G2 just can't catch a break. These early defaults that were netting them rounds, and only a couple. Maybe it's time to switch up the pace, take some long spawns, and start, you know, playing with the minds of Astralis. Are you rotating out? Are you staying there? Haven't really seen G2 try to do all too much on long early in the round. And they don't really have great spawns for it in this gun round either. Jax is there, that's it. And he's not taking it. So G2, what's the plan? Couple of guns and that's it.
Yeah, once again, a lot of attention to the tunnels early, holding this default outside of long to deny the aggression. More of the same from G2. This time a boost in a hope to catch an aggressing catwalk player, but Glaive is playing the AWP drop-down spot, as we can see there. Amanek, I tell you what, mate, there is Zip is looking like a little interested in what's going on in these long doors. You can't wait forever for Zip to give you that peek. The rest of G2 have gotten up cap. Amanek's wrapping all the way back through T-spawn into lower tunnels. I'm wondering, is he going to try and rejoin the rest of the gang up here on short? Because they're already going. They're already spilling out into A. Amanek's not really a part of this. Instead, we're looking at the Deagles to try and deliver these openers. Amanek is dead on B with the AWP. He tries to catch players as they rotate off the B site, but ends up giving a 4-on-4 over. Yeah. He has at least bought a bit more time, right? These players from B are now slightly slower at getting in position to retake the site. Are these few seconds going to make enough of a difference, though? That's the question. In comes Astralis. Peeking from the catwalk is Nico. They're already under him, and Magisk is going to remove the point man from G2's arsenal. Jax trying to hold on with the AK, only good for one. Nexa, there's so many flooding up through the ramp. And Astralis overwhelmed G2 with just enough time to grab that defuse as well. 8-2. And if I'm being honest, you know, there were a few blunders made in a round like that there. It felt like, you know, very, very keen to face at CT. I kind of, you know, you can kind of understand it. You don't want to get whittled down by util. You want to try and make Astralis panicky, make them worried. But when you combine that with the fact that you lose Amanek at the B site, it's a 4-on-4 anyway. That first kill throws the advantage away and gives up that CT control to Astralis. It all just started to spiral wildly out of control.
Yeah, it's also just not having anyone playing the bomb on Cat, right? Like, Jax is in the site with the AK. He's anchoring, essentially. He's trying to get a multi-kill. But I would have loved to see even one player, one Deeg.
Yeah, just to try and play around.
That bomb was close, man. That was less than 5 seconds left on it after the defuse came in. I think if you have one player playing the time, maybe that's a round for G2, but they seem to all want to get involved, all want to be trading Jax. You know, there's merit there as well, but it doesn't win them the round, does it? Glaive up on catwalk, he's committed, but he's at least got something for his spot. Jax is dead, the flash forward, and we're seeing a lot more confidence out of Astralis. Aggressive moves and great shots from Glaive on this AWP. Back in the right hands, it seems. 2 kills on Cat. Amanek going to try and trade, but Glaive has already disappeared. And this is, again, something that we saw yesterday in that quarterfinal when Astralis were having problems on the CT side, especially Overpass and even Dust 2. They would throw in aggressive rounds. They would be taking those B-hauls or flashing Cat plays or putting numbers on long. And these are solutions right now. G2 just don't have any answers. Trying to recommit back into this A site 2 players holding the cross. It's a good molly, but Glaive is peeking up in front, and he's just got open lines of sight. They're hiding in the smoke. He won't make that mistake. He waits for them to come to him.
Yeah. Oh, it's almost the collateral, but instead, you know, it's still a nice clean round out of Astralis. 4 staying alive, up onto 9. Honestly, G2 are kind of feeling like a different team as well to what we got to see back on Nuke. I've been, you know, the kind of strats that we've had out of them have felt pretty uninspired. And I think a lot of that is coming off the back that it feels like so often these rounds are starting a man down. You're very limited in terms of what you can do, taking map control, throwing in fakes, when you're always playing these rounds in a 4-on-5. Back on Nuke, Amanek was the guy winning out in almost every category, right? Best AWP kills, best opening duels. He was unstoppable. While here, we've been looking at the AWP on the other side. Guys like Glaive have been good at finding and creating these opportunities for Astralis. I haven't even really had to say Amanek's name yet. Once again, it's another cat play. We've seen so many of these. This time, it's a lot faster, and so Glaive is blindsided by the deagles. The flashes are good, and here are the pistols raining in with kills. Bobski and Magisk are suddenly thrown into a 2-on-4, a situation they never planned to be in. And so they're hounded down, they're cancelled out, and Magisk is forced into a save he doesn't want to commit to. G2, they steal one away with the, oh, hang on a moment. Well, now he's going for it. Now he's interested again.
Yeah, why not? The time's good. You got a kit, flash smoke over the top. Here he comes. They should be able to trade this kill, but let's see how the snipers do. Magisk, he's not considering it as he's going back, looking for a second for a frag, and there's some damage to Nico, but no kill getting given up, and the time is ticked past its natural course. Nico closing the round, and a big 3K from him on a round that G2 should not be winning. I was going to say a broke round. It feels like all of these rounds are broke rounds for G2, stuck in the middle of saves, of rifles along pistols, of snipers with no armor. They've finally broken through Astralis' defense, though. 1 round. And it's quite the flip side of Nuke, right? It was G2 just controlling that CT side. Now Astralis are getting, you know, a little bit of time to party as well. Can G2 close the gap at the end of the half? That would at least make this map winnable. Right now, it doesn't feel as such.
Yeah, even though there is this like 9-3 scoreline, which when you look at it, that's real ugly, there is a path to redemption here for G2, right? You're really only like 1 rifle round away from breaking the bank accounts of Astralis. And so that is how these scorelines where things are looking really, really comfortable, you feel assured that Astralis are going to have a strong finish to the half. Well, this is how come these often turn around, right? Is all it takes is your money to get broken. Suddenly you're having to throw in a couple of ecos before the end of the half, and G2 can close this gap. So, you know, there's still a window of opportunity here. It's all about capitalizing on that 1 round you were just able to get with the deagles.
Yeah, one of the first times Amanek hasn't gone for the cross shot. He just scopes for a peek, but we rarely see CTs take that fight anymore. You know, peek all the way down to T-spawn orbs. So Glaive, his orb's on long, and it's in the right place. Flash through the smoke. Jax is on the chopping block, and Glaive gets out with no problemo. Nico dead as the smoke blooms on short. And again, another G2 round. Now they're even getting boxed in, and Dupree's coming in on the flank. The molly, oh, it pushes Hunter forward into the flames, and it's just going to be another Astralis round. Nothing that G2 can say or do about it. I love how much more confident we're seeing Astralis as well. More flanks. Dupree's now pushing top mid. There's nowhere safe. Cat molly over the top. Dupree is here ready to slip the knife in the back.
I don't understand how you can go from having such a good structure, such good decisions back on Nuke, to now looking like a shell of your former selves. Dupree's playing the trigger discipline. He wants the round, and he's got it on the plate. Dupree, baby! Oh, Glaive stole it away. Doesn't matter. It's still 10 on the board for Astralis. It's still a triumphant return to form out of the Danes when it matters most. And as mentioned, that was the golden opportunity for G2 to break the money and get back into the game. Well, now, oh, wouldn't you know it, the shoes on the other foot, they are pretty much broke with the exception of Amanek. And so they're coming in with another like jumble sail by an AWP, a hero AWP surrounded by pistols. And once again, fast mid with the Deagles in hand.
Yeah, they just went to the charity shop with a tenner, see what they could get. It was only one item. It's Bubsky now just shutting down the pistols in middle, and he's got two, almost a third. Nexa lives to tell the tale, and he needed to get into this B split. Oh, what a mess for Dupree, but he still hits the shot, and this round is falling apart at the seams. Never stitched together. And now just Amanek alone at the B site with an AWP. An AWP he probably wants to save for round 15. But there's already 1 minute and 20 on the clock. Can't save forever. Here he comes into the Lion's Den. That's a nice start, but there's more where that came from at the car. And Amanek, by the time he gets to the point where he can clear this corner, they're already going to be close in middle. And he just needs no assistance to close out the round. 11-3, a double AWP secured for Astralis, and G2 just digging in the dirt.
And it's not hard to see why Astralis are feeling so confident, right? I still kind of get this feeling that, like, G2's money never stabilized past losing Amanek in those early few rounds, right? Where everything kind of went weird in terms of the money, where he dies after time. It's felt like weirdly out of sync at times. And now we actually have, like, a nice rifle round. You got everything you need, an AWP on Amanek, full utility. I want to see something a little more put together, a little slower out of G2, because thus far it's felt kind of uninspired. It's been a lot of these cat takes, pretty easy for Glaive to figure out that, oh, they're throwing the cat utility, they're coming catwalk.
Yeah. Also, mid to B anchors or mid to B players have really not worked well. The anchors have always held this B bomb site. We've not gone into post plants here yet. And that's often bread and butter for many teams, right? You can't win the A site. You're losing to the AWP. The long control isn't there. Your split timing's off. Well, let's just start hitting B. Let's just start going for late B splits. And by the time the bomb's down, Astralis is saving. G2 have not managed to do that either. And then you mentioned the money. Well, that gets alleviated if you're winning gun rounds. That's something G2 just can't do right now. 11-3, last of the half, another cat take, another B lurk for Hunter. Do they go back though? They've thrown the first volley of util and no one's committed behind it. But there's the second smoke and now Jax begins to go.
Yeah, and now he will run through the molly, not perishing in it. Instead, he's secured the opener. More are flooding through. More G2 players trying to make their mark on this A bomb site. Bubsky, they are getting close. They are in your face, and Nico's going to take it off. This AK roaring to life. Zip trying to do what he can, falls back to play retake. Hunter spotted on this wrap, but is still good for a kill. And finally, this late flank activation has netted some kind of worth. Zip dead after one, and Magisk left in the clutch. They don't know that he's so close, but Amanek just turns on a dime and lands the no-scope. It's not another 12-3 half. G2 do salvage a fourth, but is that going to be enough? Or is this series destined to go the distance after all?
Hey Future Pros, what's this? Dust 2? It's back? I don't believe it. Well anyway, here is a T-sided smoke for long corner. To do the smoke, go up next to this wall as shown. Find the left broken brick. Once done so, jump and throw the smoke. Now you can take long control without the fear of getting AWP down. Good luck!
Heading into Dust 2, the big question was, could the Danes return to form? Well, hell, man, this whole tournament has tried to be a tale of the return of the Kings. Astralis, following through on their promises, do 11-4 that first half of play. G2 left on quite the back foot here. Not quite the enormous odds that Astralis are up against on that last map, but hell, it's damn close. A pistol round here would certainly help to even the playing field for G2. And already openers have come in, going their way.
Okay, that's one way to turn the scales. It's a couple of kills up top mid, and more where that came from. Astralis, they meet their makers, they meet their match in the form of USPs, and Glaive, well, he has the A site. There's a long way to go to get that bomb. Back he goes to fight CT, but G2 are not in the giving mood. They missed that long timing, but Hunter seems aware, and he's already gone back to top middle. It's a nice idea for Glaive, but the longer he is invisible, the more positions they consider. In fact, everyone's here. The nade is even ready. Almost a signal like, we know you're coming. But you can't turn around at this point. And there it is, 5 up, G2. All right, well, one man did once say that 11-4 is a dangerous score. I can't for the life of me remember who exactly said that, Harry.
I'll tell you who. There he is. There he is. That man right there. At the back of Astralis, Zonic once said it. Now, there's this idea, right? That, like, the more either like a meme or a saying or like an idea starts to flow through your head, the more it kind of gets willed into existence, right?
I'm not worried yet, though.
No, I'm not worried yet, but, you know, I'm just bringing it up, just putting a pin in it for later. Whoop, there you go. We can bear that one in mind. Here we are, little force buy for Astralis. They've got Deagles, they've got Scouts, they've got everything they would need to steal a victory away. I mean, hell, we've seen them do it before. Amanek does get the info that players have made it up Cat. I like how he approaches that, right? Just very, very quickly, leapfrogging about the place, hard to hit, and he gets out of the round with information to play on the back of. G2 are now poised and ready for this onslaught up through the catwalk.
Yes, so much util at least. That's a sigh of relief for Astralis. There are options open here. Waiting on Cat. And Nico is going to meet them there, moving up as the smoke start to fade. And oh, this could get awkward. Is there a flash for him? Doesn't look like it. Nico's just waiting. Oh, the smoke shot from Glaive connects. That's out of nowhere. Nico just drops off. He knows they'll hear the tag. That's a real shame. He could have had the round in the palm of his hand. Instead, Astralis might be faking out a mid to B, but it definitely is this A play. Bombs up on Cat. No smokes going out onto middle, although it looked likely. And all you're doing is delaying the inevitable. G2 have their numbers in the right place, and this fake won't cause any rotate.
Yeah, I mean, they're all so focused in. They're all so homed in. Amanek with this scout. This is a bit of a shooting gallery for this guy now. Flashing for the ramp peak. The flash is dodged by Dupree, and that lets the Deagle just absolutely shred through Nico. Rotations being called for, a 4-on-4, nades going in, and they find a lot of damage onto these players still in this site. Important to note, Astralis have set up to play around this bomb, something that G2 didn't when they were in these situations. Is that going to be enough, though? The SMGs are churning through ththese players, and G2, it's a convincing retake, never giving Astralis the room to make anything of that bomb plant.
It gets scary when Nico gets deagged, but I like that G2 don't panic and just start throwing bodies at the site. They wait for those rotates up CT. They wait for 4 guys to be ready to move in, and then everyone just starts collapsing on Astralis. Deags can be good, but when you're getting hounded down by, you know, fast-moving, running and shooting SMGs, there's not a lot you can do there. Nice try for Astralis. A bomb plant, some damage, but it's not going to force a buy here. They will still be eco as G2 get these conversions on the board. Right now, not having a problem in doing so. In that game yesterday where we saw Astralis taking on VP on this map, they were, again, I've talked about their troubles on T-sides. It was there for a moment, and then Astralis right near the end of the game where they couldn't get these A crosses off, where Jane was, you know, winning the A site. We started to see those late B plays, those late executes, those mid to Bs I was talking about. I won, and they were super effective, by the way. They won almost every single B take in a lot of different ways. I wonder if, you know, we have a similar start and G2 start to pick up steam here, if Astralis is going to fall back into the same thing. something. That's something G2 could be cognizant of, as they definitely saw that game yesterday.
Yeah, you got like a partial investment here because of the bomb plant as well. So you've still got a chance to get away with something in this round. A 4-on-4 right out of the gate, and Amanek now trapped in at the car. Yeah, you don't have utility to burn him out, but he's only got a scout, mate. You just run at him with this MAC-10. Hunter flashed in, has reclaimed that man advantage, so we're back into a 3-on-3. And Astralis, this is where they're going to pump the brakes a bit, right? Yeah. This is already a very good spot to be in, considering what you bought into this round, the fact that you still have an investment coming in next. Even if you just get away with damage here, that is invaluable in and of itself. Look at Glaive go. Oh, it's a big lurk out of Glaive. He's seen a player in CT. He knows all about it. He's got the B bomb site. Astralis, what do they want to do with this? What do they want to do with the information and positioning that Glaive has gained? Are they going to go back?
Oh, no.
They could run into Nico. Oh, my word. This could end the round right now. That's the bomb. He needs the follow-up, and he will get it. Glaive might have all of B, but with no bomb, it's a picnic and no sandwiches for Astralis. Just one guy left. And so far away from winning the round. Now he's been spotted. G2, they recover that one so nicely.
What a push from Nico. I mean, it seemed like, to me, from when Glaive walked into B and he cleared it and he saw Jackson spawn, it seemed like Glaive was going to backstab. He was going to tell his team to wait on long. And then, you know, G2 might have panicked and rotated B when they lose it to Glaive. They think everyone's there. But no, Astralis, they don't want to recommit. I understand the hesitancy, but it's such a long rotation, so much map in the way of long and that B bomb site, that Nico is there to put up the barrier. 11-7. G2 starting to believe in the comeback, but here is the gun round. Here's what we've been waiting for. Astralis bringing the big weapons. They've got the orb with no armor. Amanek's got his in middle, and they're going to meet him right there. Is there a flash? No. Quick shot for Amanek, and out he goes. Now many more shots to be had. They've got to smoke him off. They don't want to give this AWP any more chances. There could be some boostery going on here for G2.
Oh, you know there is a bit of tomfoolery with Nico down here in CT. Can he find anything up on the boost? The bomb is over here in tunnel, running in towards the B side. Jax is solely responsible for B, and in with the double. Magisk trades it out, sure, but now that they spot the player down here in mid, they've cancelled it out to the 3-on-1. Just Magisk left up against the grain in the hot seat, and it is a hot seat indeed for this guy. He's got the bomb down, but no time to get set up. He's fighting till his last breath. The hopes of Astralis in this round on the shoulders of one man. Is he going to take the fight to G2? He's waiting in the window. He might try and go for the swing, and there's the first, but Nexa will dodge any danger of that clutch getting out of hand, puts a stop to Magisk, and so G2 are up onto 8. What was once, you know, a huge 7-round gap between these two teams is now down to just 3 rounds. And this is where Astralis fans and Astralis players might start to feel the pressure once again.
Yeah, you're gritting your teeth in that clutch, right? Very nice try for Magisk, but this feels a little bit on the edge, Harry. A seesaw, perhaps. And G2 currently sky high. 8 rounds. They've doubled up in the second half already, and there's more to be had. Fast out long for Astralis, try to kick the pace up a notch once again. They're good at getting these entries. Nex is here. He's trying to throw his life into the fray, jumping. Now, did they hear that? There were so many flashbangs going on. No one saw him. And so Astralis might not have this info. Dupree's going to go clear it, though. Proper clear. And he takes the kill. Glaive has fought out Nico out of middle in the meantime. And so a 5-on-3 is a perfect position to be in for Astralis. Just got to play your cards right here. For all they know, Bubsky could walk into the MTB site right now. G2 are gambling, and Astralis have made the perfect rotate.
Yeah, and if they go B, they win the round. Oh, but I say that, and look at G2. Hang on a moment. G2 are trying to get ahead of the curve as well. They're going towards B. Oh, my word. Oh my word, this is all hinging on a series of little gambles that both teams are equally guilty in participating in. Astralis leaning towards B, determined that this side of the map might be clear. Now they deal with Jax over in middle. Will that really make them double down on this B commitment? G2, they've got Amanek's AWP up in the window. Hunter nearby. Amanek deals with the first. 35 seconds and the bomb is going back through lower tunnels and into mid. Amanek is dead on the cross. Hunter blindsided from A, and the round does come together eventually for Astralis. It hangs in the balance for a moment with both squads just moving around the map in the dark, essentially. But Astralis do manage to see it through. Yeah. It's that early 5-on-3 that really helps get it over the line.
Yeah, a lot of the fear now alleviated, right? They definitely heard Nexa jump up there on that corner as Dupree was so convinced about the check. And, you know, with G2, yeah, they find 4 rounds in a row, but they don't keep them clean. And so look at the result that's had. USPs in this round as they hope to buy up next. Astralis, just a couple of steps closer to Inferno. Fast out long for Zip. And a couple of entries behind it as well. There's everyone here though. Nexa, oh, he stalls the shot. He's got a gun now, and Nico's dropped another. Now, this is not lost yet for Astralis. They can get the bomb, they can take B, but you've armed your opposition. You've got to watch out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a round that G2 are going to be willing to look into and at least consider, right? Oh, Nexa, yeah, if he gets that kill, you're really spurred on. With that not coming through, you're still interested in giving it a little look in. But if you don't like what you see, you can always pull the brakes and back on out. Nico, with this CZ, is he ready for the peek up on top of the boxes? Nico won't commit to tunnels and instead rejoins his teammates in middle. What's Glaive going to do with this info? He could come in on a mid-wrap. He could try and flank these players, or he could just play around the bomb if he wants to be safe. Glaive's a safe pair of hands. Magisk up in the window again. They try to rush through the doors, and Glaive lines him up, knocks him down. And Astralis, they claim another life. 13 on the board. They are stumbling back to their feet and once more widening these margins.
Yeah, that had to happen, right? Like, okay, it gets a bit dicey when you lose a couple of guns that long, but you can't afford to throw the round to USPs there and give G2 their second wind in this map. Still winnable for G2, but it's got to start here and now. There's no funny business left. Orb for Amanek. No room for error. We're getting a lot more out of Astralis. Begs the question what Inferno has in store if we make it that far. Hunter, careful. They're fast through the midst through the door, and he still gets a kill blinded. Could have had more if the flash wasn't so perfect. Astralis aren't going to commit with the mid to be, though. Magisk will stay. Everyone else goes back and groups up in the tunnels. It's up to Jax on his own. He's been good. He's been stellar holding down this B bomb site, but he's scared of the middle, and he has no need to be. The majority still back in the tunnels. Nico's dropped Bubsky from spawn, and G2's aggression is unparalleled right now. Astralis are completely caught in the open. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. And this bomb's now been lost in the tunnels. Magisk spotted. Another impossible clutch for him to convert.
Yeah, how on earth do you go about approaching this, right? The bomb in enemy territory now, and it's in like the most ratty enemy territory you can think of. Having to try and recover that from the tunnels. There's so many little angles. There's so many little pillars that players can hide behind. He's going to be hard-pressed to find anything, but he's still giving it a go. That's the Magisk way. Taking a peek. It's the second player that you got to worry about and is never even needed. Jax domes him. G2, they keep it alive for the time being, and they've at least got a lot more room to work with than Astralis did back on Nuke when they attempted this recovery.
Yeah, I've got to say, Jax has been doing really good work on this B-bomb, so that's double kills both times Astralis have come there in the last few rounds. Hunter makes the most of a messy situation, and the fact that Jax is getting doubles on all of these B holds might send Astralis back to these quick A takes, the quick longs, the cat split, you know, Zip late lurking long with their 4-man cat, the things that Astralis love to do on this map. We'll see, it's fast again, but they get stuck in the door. Everyone's blind, including Nico missing his Molotov, and Astralis go, you know what? We want nothing to do with this. They forced a bunch of grenades out of G2, and so they leave long laughing and recommit elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, talk about putting the fear in them, right? Like, you just saw the onslaught of utility wasted over at long, just in the fear of stemming another one of these fast long plays. Well, now Astralis have got Cat. There's this double hold in the A bomb site. It's almost like a bait and switch. Yeah, it's going to get disassembled. not something you see all too prevalently. That position frequently gets Molotov, so it could get out of hand. They will leave Nico there alone and send Amanek towards long. Still anxious about these long doors. That's not where you want to be worried about right now if you're G2.
If Astralis get this cat to A and they plant, they're going to win the round, man. There's no nades left for a retake. This is a necessity in what will be, you know, 4-on-4 retake likely here for G2. That's if it happens. But back into the mid to B. dupree's drop spawn. Jax, he does have support this time. Hunter's in the bomb site. He's going to get flashed for a fight, but the flash doesn't work. Hunter doesn't care, and he mows down a double. There's Jax swinging in and regaining the mid control. And again, B looks to be the bread and butter for G2. Astralis can't catch a break, but they have caught the bomb. A quick plant allowed by Bubsky, and maybe there's still a chance.
Yeah, this is where dupree's CT drop becomes super valuable. At the very, very least, he's wasting a lot of time on this third player in Nico, having to rotate. There is a temporary 2v1 for Nexa and Amanek inside of B, and dupree, the timing just doesn't go his way. Bubsky's got to do it now. Oh, almost a spray transfer, but Amanek's going to stand tall, rising above the spray, denying the clutch, and G2 salvage that round up onto 10. It's another one of these B holds. 3 kills out of the players responsible for that B site, and these are the results you need if you want to weather the storm against Astralis here.
Yeah, definitely not over before the fat lady sings right now. Astralis going to be getting a little bit scared. Nico, massive brain. The timing god's doing well, but he stalls that peak so long. dupree's like double checking A, and he's so sure that no one's coming this late from that position. Look at how annoyed dupree's getting. I would be the same. What a timing for Nico to peek him there and spawn and set that retake on. Because if dupree kills Nico, man, that's maybe their round. Bubsky almost converted the spray. And instead, Astralis are just hanging on by a thread. Still with enough lead to feel safe for now. But 1 or 2 gun rounds and suddenly G2 are right back in your face, kicking and screaming. If G2 can pull the 11-4 comeback in the second map, damn. That would be one way to reach the grand final. Astralis still look convinced that B is the answer. They're not, committed yet, but lots of players heading to that side of the map early. Jax and Hunter have been great, but Glaive, that's one hell of a way to start the round, taking down Nico on Catwalk, and now the B players, while they're still in position, Astralis, they've got a 5-on-4.
Yeah, it also means Astralis don't even have to commit to this B play anymore, right? You can kind of give Glaive a bit of room, and you can say to the guy, look, man, see what you can get away with. See what kind of information you're able to find, what kind of space you're able to create. And in the end, it is going to come back into this B bomb site. Hunter, locked out by the smokes, is solely responsible for teeing up his team for this retake, and it's nothing more than a bit of chip damage. Oh, G2 a 3-on-3 retake in at this B site. It feels fitting that this is where such an important round in this game will be decided. If G2 attempt this and lose out, they've got nothing. That could be Astralis running away with the map after all. They lose Nexa in the tunnels, and that has sealed their fate. That has sealed the deal of this save call. G2 are out of there, and Astralis are up onto 14 with a broken G2 economy to go up against.
You've got to give it to Astralis. The determination to continue to go back to this B bomb site despite the amount of rounds that G2 are winning, just anchoring it down with Hunter and Jax. Astralis are not deterred at all, and they get it done. Helps that Glaive finds that opener in middle for sure. But even then, he dies in mid, goes into a 4-on-4, and Astralis still crunch their way into B. 1 kill for Jax was not enough, but he was flashed out behind the boxes. And now you're believing again if you're Astralis. Okay, it's not been a clean game. It's not been a quick win after your 11-4 half, but you are 1 step closer and 2 steps from Inferno. And as said, Harry, those saves, a necessity for G2. It's really all they'll have in this round. Nico's on a Deagle, double MP9, and desperate times here for G2. This, if anything, feels like 15-10 because next round's bye is going to be even worse.
Yeah, you're really hinging on this working for you if you're G2, this little cobbled together investment around the save guns. And if it doesn't, well, then maybe that third map is left waiting in the wings after all. We didn't think we were going to get there with the start to the day we had out of G2. But Astralis, They are so resilient at times like this.
We've had some position changes. Amanek is AWPing B. He's pushed the tunnels. Hunter, instead, backing Goose on the A site, using that rifle in, the most safe way he can, trying to play for the round win. Astralis, they're up catwalk, they're outside long. This does look like a pretty standard A split right now. They still have time to take and Molotovs to use, clearing corners, making sure that G2 are not getting aggressive. Nexa does not really have the weapon for this engagement. Does he tuck in to the pit and hope they cross past him? It's unlikely. Smokes and flashes starting to rain in. 30 seconds, and here come Astralis.
Yeah, the fact they flashed it, now Nexa knows they're coming. He holds off and waits for a flash from Nico. That's a nice little way to play this together. And now they've dropped the bomb. This long split into the A-bomb site is suddenly down to one man. Magisk was boosted and never given a chance at a kill. And Dupree's had to come back in with the bomb. It's cut loose, and the round is stolen away by G2. Brilliant gameplay out of the squad there, right? Amanek dropping the bomb, doubling up, glorious stuff out of the hero AWP. But really, that long hole was the thing I think it's worth focusing on. That is the round-winning moment there. It's that flash that signals Nexa, yeah, they're about to hit. If he was having a peek that to get the information and they see him and they know about him, I think that round plays out very, very different. Instead, he gets the early warning signal, tucks in pit, calls for Nico's flash, and they peek it together.
Yeah, now it's a half by Astralis is saving a bit of money. That's going to give G2 a nice freebie here, and they're starting to unleash hell. Nico pushed up on catwalk, not deterred by the fact that Glaive took him down last time he did it. He won't be there forever, though. Mollies and nades eventually placed, and now Astralis going to run at Nico. The spray off the AK gets one, and Nexa is there to help out, seal the deal for G2. Clean round with 4 alive, and AKs on 3. All right, G2. That's another one on the tally, 12-14, maybe some OT cooking in the kitchen.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're getting our attention, right? You cannot lie. A part of you finds yourself looking at G2 now and going, maybe they can do this. Maybe they can pull it back from the 4-11 half after all. Yeah, Astralis know better than most. They're not out of the woods yet.
And they've just used their last timeout, that being Astralis. So if we do get into those bonus rounds, or even here in the last 3 or 4, there's not going to be any more time to chat. There's not going to be any more reset time here. You are in the game until the bitter end. Win or loss, final or elimination. Here at IEM Cologne. My goodness. No AWP this time for Astralis. They're just back to rifles. Had the money for it, not interested. Nico's looking very confident as well. He's throwing himself into the first fight in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, and he had a really quiet start to this game, right? It was really only Hunter that we were looking at. Nico's had one hell of a recovery, and as have the rest of G2. Jax has been instrumental at this B bomb site. And Amanek is getting more and more comfortable at taking liberties with this AWP now that he's on the CT side.
It's another B play, but Magisk is out long, and this is so much free real estate. He's going to try and fake this out. He's actually called for his team to come back. Look at the space I've got. Dupree's seen a barrel, and he's got the AWP locked up on catwalk. He can't get the kill, though, and Nico swerves back in to save him. Now, okay, yes, Magisk has long, but G2 have numbers on A. 4 guys here. It may look like 1 dot on the minimap. That's because they're all on top of each other. CT, catwalk, you name it, they got it. And Astralis, if they try and recommit on the long A and help out Magisk, they're walking into the trap.
Also, I am so convinced that the way they play short there is by design. The AWP scoped up top mid so that the barrel could be spotted from lower and get the attention of that player. Then they discount Nico, who's a little further up towards the short side.
You think that was all a bait, Harry? You think that was all
felt
purpose?
like I don't think it was like with this intention of it's definitely going to happen that way. But it's like, look, if you're scoped top mid and they see the barrel, they're looking at you. They're not looking at me.
Yeah, Nico was very ready to clear that either way, whether it was planned or not. He knew what he was doing, and now 30 seconds in a 5-on-4, Astralis are called to this A site.
Yeah, I mean, it's all they're left with. It's all they've got, right? They abandoned the hopes of a B play early on, so it's back into this A site. Amanek's AWP, here it is, looking towards short. First man gets out, and Bubsky will find the kill. Something needs to happen for G2, because in the blink of an eye, all 4 kills have come in for Astralis. It went from a huge stack in at this A bomb site to just death in an instant.
What happened? Amanek had to hit that shot, man. He had to take one because, you know, with every shot you miss with the orb, Astralis are getting 10 feet further, 10 feet closer. And even G2 hiding in the ramp smoke, hiding in the bomb site, in sync kills. Astralis just activate. And that's one hell of a round to activate in. Man down from the get-go, walking into the stacked site. And Jax is left longing for action in this round. I don't know how Astralis have done it, but they found 15, Harry. They've locked in the guarantee of overtime at the very least, if not that third map of Inferno.
I mean, you can see over in the fan cams, everyone's pretty hyped about this little display, right? This is more the semi-final series we wanted, right? This was the one we built it to be. Astralis on the road to recovery, now just 5 kills away from cementing that Inferno appearance and having a shot still at reaching these grand finals. G2, has that Dust 2 curse come back to haunt them? Cross players over to mid unscathed, and they do get that B hold established on Jax. This time, we're seeing a bit more of an active stance from Amanek in AWPing at these mid doors.
I like how he doesn't shoot on the flash as well. He really wants to conserve the fact that he's got the sniper here. He doesn't want to give Astralis the info, begging they commit, but up cat they go, and these A splits again seems to be the game plan. Bubsky's faking B, keeping Jax pretty committed to the tunnels right now. Amanek going wide, but any further will favor Glaive on this angle, and so Amanek will dodge death for now. Zip late lurking long has been spotted. Nexon knows he's coming eventually. And this makes it very clear that this is the cat play. G2 know what's going on, but Astralis can hit their shots. We've already seen that in the last round. The molly does nothing to Nico. Glaive scopes up and hopes to get cover on this cross, but the CTs are getting flashed off. Nico's been cleared. Nexa at long now needs to get involved. Nades are coming up from CT, but Astralis are not losing numbers. They are taking their time. They are not pressured. Another man at Goose to clear, and that has to be the trick up the sleeve for G2. Amanek, he does get one, stalling this refrag. The smoke fading it short, and he's shot right through it. There's a gap for Zip. Dupree follows up, and it might be the beginning of the end for G2.
Yeah, Amanek and Jax, the 2 players left up in this retake. I say retake, the bomb isn't down yet for Astralis. Oh, missed shot, and they wait to collect that free kill in CT. Now getting the bomb down with time still aplenty. A 4-on-1, and just Jax left to beat. As good as he's been in this series, you're not anchoring B anymore. Instead, he's left up, having a retake, a lost sight, getting wrapped through middle, and there's Bubsky sealing the deal of an Inferno 3rd map decider. We're going the distance after all.
I don't think I hit my peak performance yet in G2. I think that I'm doing okay. Maybe numbers are showing different, but I'm not feeling as confident as I was like 2018 or 2017. So I definitely did not hit my peak in G2 yet. And I think if we continue with LAN events, I think that's where I'm expecting my peak to show, I would say. So I think we have pretty good roles in the team, and everyone knows what his job is, and I think that's why we are making it work so far. And I think it's all about improving in those roles and just doing what's the best for the team, and I'm confident that I'll show in better level in the near future.
The results are in, ladies and gentlemen, and it's not G2 closing this one out in 2. I can assure you that. Astralis with a contrasting look as opposed to the first map of play here. Dust2 going their way, Glaive and Dupree leading the way, and moreover, we're set up for a pretty cool third map in due time. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. We are in the semifinals, and I've got Yanko and Maniac to talk about it.
They refuse to go down.
Yes,
Astralis refused to go down. And if you catch these last moments at the end, Glaive screaming in front of his PC, just releasing all that frustration from map 1, just saying, that moment.
Yeah,
I
do that again.
felt
That's
in my
cool.
bone for the next map.
All right. Yanko, do you feel the same sort of or what?
Yeah, I think is like the best way to describe it from Glaive. And some of G2's old woes coming back to haunt them. I mean, winning pistol, then losing the second round, right, and not being able to string rounds together in the first half. That's too, when you talk about maps that you need a lot of utility to play on, right? Like you think of Inferno first and foremost, but Dust 2 is the same, right? When you look at the CT side, you need those mollies to take long control, right? To stop a fast B play, to slow down the Ts when they want to do an execute from Cat or a B split or anything like that. You need the op, obviously, right? So it really did help Astralis a lot that they were able to turn the tide of the economy very early on.
Yeah, and sort of take the game by the horns, which is exactly what this next gentleman has done time and time again. His name's Dupree, and we caught up with him in between maps.
Yeah, tell me what happened on Nuke.
Well, nothing happened. That's what happened.
Why was that?
I mean, we got off to a really good start, winning the pistol the second round, and we lost a really awkward round and lost another awkward round after that. And then I just don't think we found the right things to do, and we just struggled finding rounds as T, and then obviously not winning the pistol round as CT. We got a few buy rounds, and we just told each other we just felt like we're probably not going to win this map, but let's just try and get into the game. Like get ourselves going individual, get some good rounds, get the communication going, and bring it into the second map. And I think that's what we did.
You definitely did on the CT side. How did you manage to kind of refresh the outlook and the focus?
I think it's just about realizing that we can win any map. This is such a high-level Counter-Strike. So even though it's the opponent's pick, as you saw, they won our pick and now we won theirs. And we've tried it so many times, winning and losing each other's picks. So, I mean, it's just what it is. And we just try to reset and just feel like it's one best of one all the time. So that's what we've done.
Zonic has said 11-4 is a dangerous scoreline. And it did look maybe like on the second half, emotions were slightly getting the better of you. Did you think that was potentially the case? Did you have to bring things back into check?
Well, obviously I'm an emotional player, so I also get frustrated when things go wrong for me. And sometimes it's just out of my hands. Sometimes you get shot through the smoke. Sometimes you get killed when someone is completely blind or someone's just doing a really awkward play. And I feel like I got really unlucky on the T side, but I sacrificed myself for the team, and in the majority of the rounds, it just ended up us winning. So, I mean, I'm sacrificing myself for the team, but as an individual, obviously, it's rough going into fights and positions where you're just getting unlucky. But it's part of the game, and I'll take it from there.
So how are you feeling about Inferno now?
Well, I feel like we have a really good Inferno. I think if we get everything going, communication, individual play, I think we can play really well. I think we have a good idea how to approach them, and I hope it's going to take us to the final.
I'm feeling triple overtime. Thank you, Dupree.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no thank you, Frankie. What the heck is that all about? We could just settle this on one map. The truth be told, in the past map, on Dust 2, we're looking at 11-4 one-sided start. So G2 had to grind back into this one.
Yeah, they absolutely had to, and it became a sort of a chess game between Nexa and Glaive. You could see at the end, in that second half, there were a lot of fakes, there were a lot of very quick rotations. G2 were trying to be dynamic in how they were rotating around the map, closing really the trap onto Glaive. But this man that we have here, I want to take a second just to commend him, right? Not only leading the charge in kills, 20, obviously 1.20 rating, but he won 7 out of 10 entry duels. Glaive was the one creating the space and taking charge. You think about the fact that he's got to yield the AWP now, a weapon that I haven't seen Glaive before, and still holding his ground and making the difference, backs against the wall to be eliminated in Cologne, man, that takes some balls.
Yeah, it definitely does. And speaking of peyotas, Yanko?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you had some rounds for us. I just didn't know. I was like, maybe.
I do have. I didn't understand
cool.
what you said. But here's an important round, right? Round number 27. You can see G2 is mounted the comeback. I thought they had the upper hand at this point in time, right? It's a 5v4. And then they get chased off of Cat. They lost short control, they lost long control as well. And now they're stuck all awkwardly in the side. Amanek unfortunately misses the shot. I think this was Nexa who died here, or Nico, like he was behind the smoke. Not really one of those situations where the smoke gives you an advantage. Just in a matter of like 3 seconds, 4 G2 players fall down. Like this was a brilliant round for them to win and deny the plant even for Astralis. It seemed like that's what was going to happen, playing an anti-eco round and getting it up to 14-14. But it was a Molotov from Glaive that chased off the cat players, and then they were all stuck inside, and that's like the worst situation. We've all played us too. We all know what happens when you lose control of both short and long on A side. You're just going to be doomed.
No bueno. For us, the bueno continues. All that good stuff is going to continue when we come back from a break. We're going to decide who goes into the grand finals. Who's our first grand finals? Is it going to be G2 or is it going to be Astralis? Now's your opportunity to spam the Twitch chat. For us, we go to a quick break. We come back with Inferno, and we continue the semifinal. Be right back.
If I had to put my main team, I would start with Nico as an intro character, because he's just. I remember at E-League Season 1, and I saw Nico playing Deathmatch, and he was just destroying that server. And then obviously we felt the same thing an hour later when our match started against them. So yeah, I would definitely put him out first. I'd have to go with my boy Sipix. He's a guy who is extremely good at reading his opponents, obviously, especially in clutches and when you are that anchor position. Yeah, he's by far seen over the history of CSGO, the most valuable player on that position, in my opinion. It's either between Kenny or Fallen, but I would go with Fallen this time, because I think that being an in-game leader, winning 2 majors, and being so consistent with the AWP and being the AWPer, being the in-game leader, having to call with 10 seconds left, I think that's quite impressive. I'm gonna have to choose one of my players as well, and it's Glaive, definitely. I think that Glaive is a phenomenal leader. I think that's a must-have trait, actually, if you want to succeed as an in-game leader, because a lot of the times it's about your players believing in your calls, and Glaive has this magical way of just making his players believe in his calls. There's no question that it's simple. It could be Saiwu in the future, but I still think that if you want to be the star player, like the history of CSGO, you need to prove in yourself. So it will have to be simple. He is that X factor who just can always carry his team and always shows up. Has been proving himself on different teams and in different scenarios. So it's simple deserves it. I would definitely go with someone I think that I know, and that is Zeus. He has won 2 majors and has been coaching a bunch of teams and has made them successful, in my opinion. So I think that he has been proving himself time and time again, and he's also a leader and a guy that I think a lot of coaches looks up to. So yeah, definitely put him on the team.
Well, the G2-0 dream is dead. Right now we're saying, long live the Kings as Astralis take down G2 on their map pick of Dust, bringing us to a third and final map of Inferno. There's an old saying that this is where all good series go to end. So let's see if that holds true as we get ready to see who will be the first team securing a spot in the IEM Cologne Grand Final.
Yeah, typically it's G2 to get reverse swept in BO5s, but maybe it's a BO3 as well. We'll have to see what Astralis bring to the table here on the realm of Inferno. And yeah, this is exactly where we wanted the series to end, with the last two bans being Vertigo, Ancient, No Risks were taken by either roster here, and they agree on the old familiar fighting ground. This is how Astralis closed their series yesterday after a very hard-fought, 3 overtimes over 2 maps. They end it on Inferno, and they do it dominantly against VP as well, with some really nice CT sides. So I can't wait to see where this is going. We're going to have a knife round as well, see where who's ending up where, rather. But first, the huddle. It's all too familiar. Astralis getting their game plan going and getting loud before they show us what they got.
Yeah, I'm seeing, Glaive, Sonic, Magis doing a lot of talking here. I know that, Magis had that stint being the IGL of this squad, so maybe he's got some words of advice, words of encouragement to chime in with. Smiles all around, and Astralis are ready. Listen to that. That's a team that want to reach the grand final if ever I've heard it. G2, it's a lot more stoic. It's a lot more, in the zone on their side. A lot less about the huddling and more about the action in the server. This is the knife round getting played out before our very eyes. And we see there G2 picking it up.
Yeah, CT side starts certain about it at this point in the tournament. And wow, I mean, winner of this, obviously going to the grand final, loser, taking some chump change home with them at least. That's something. And later as well, we have Na'Vi FaZe. If you're here for that, that's going to be a banger, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, this series is delivered across all fronts, right? When it started, I was a little bit worried. G2 came into the day firing on all cylinders. They were looking incredible, man. They blindsided Astralis back on Nuke, and it was never even close. Then we had a bit more of the same, but this time out of Astralis on Dust 2. I felt like we've seen both these teams bring in their A-game on their opponent's map pick. And so as we head to the great decider, the even playing field that is Inferno, you can guarantee that they're both giving it their all. It's a T-side start for Astralis and a mid-rush by the looks of things from G2. Magiska's got this information, and now they've traded places. Astralis are in the apartments, while G2 is still playing about in middle. They're going to try to get back in time. Nexa, they're flooding onto him. The kills go either way with a TK in the mix. Oh, it's gotten a little bit messy, and it's grinded to a very awkward halt on the short side.
Oh, this is sour. G2, they're right behind. Jack's in the apartments, could backstab, but Bubsky's not giving away the kill in the pit. He's got to drop in. Flash blinded from his teammate. This is not where Astralis want to be. They need to fight their way out. Glaive does some damage. Bubsky capitalizes, and Jax has to concede while he waits for help from Nico coming in after the long smoke. So a stall, a break in the action, maybe even a bomb plant as Astralis are given the room, but they're not convinced. They tap and they wait for more fights. More time is available, but Glaive doesn't want to use it. He sticks it on the second time around, and now the pressure is on G2.
Yeah, they spotted Jax as well. They know about him in the apartments, and he's getting whittled down. Nico has made it a lot more interesting with that kill onto Bubsky down in the pit. Glaive is trapped, fighting from this corner, back against the wall, and Jax is going to put him out of his misery. Pistol round secured from the G2 squad. As far as pistol rounds go, that was a wild one, man. Yeah. A great response from Astralis to recognize that mid-play, fast response in through the apartments, and then it gets a bit awkward because of those fast rotations out of G2.
Yeah, because G2 were in mid and ult, the last player of Astralis that went through the apartments was actually spotted entering the app. So that call was made, and we saw that immediate reposition. When teams do that, a lot of the time, the CTs won't get back into the site with anywhere near enough time, and the Ts can flood out halls and just take all the space, go long. But G2 caught that info very quickly. So, you know, as nice as it was a reaction from Astralis, G2, the same can be said. Now Astralis forcing. I like it. Bomb plant tempted in by the prospect of a couple of rifles.
Oh, there's an interesting little stat. All of the playoff matches have ended on Inferno so far.
I mean,
man.
You know, we've been waiting for LAN.
Keeping it tried and tested.
You know, I think we've been waiting for LAN. Everyone's happy to be back here. This is a classic map. We've also, you know, we talk about the teams that we have here. Well, no more, you know, young and comers. A lot of the teams left, most of them are these LAN experienced teams, these super, you know, comfortable players at this part of the tournament. You know, you got FaZe, you got Na'Vi, these guys as well. So it's not that too surprising to see the new maps vetoed away right near the end, and we return to the old familiar, the old faithful.
Yeah, this has been a very, very slow round out of Astralis, right? They pressured over towards mid a tiny bit, nothing to take away control, and are now just easing in to a B play. Glaive might try and sell this lurk over towards the A bomb site. He's going to start to make some noise in top middle, hoping that this keeps these players here for G2, and it has for the time being. Here come the nades into B now. Astralis telegraphing this push, flashes to supplement the rifles moving in. With Nexa and NiKo here, they've still got to break through this defense. That is easier said than done. Or at least it was meant to be. They annihilate the two players in the site. And now a chance at a bomb plant, a chance at a 4-on-3. Hunter has removed one of these players at Banana, and the bomb is now ticking down. Amanek crept through the smoke and has gotten past Zip. They don't know it, but this... Zip. They're running into each other. They were touching each other. Zip was touching Amanek, and he didn't. No. Oh, the little jiggle. He hasn't seen him yet. Dupree's gonna get it. And for Hunter, this 1v2 might be too far gone. Gets the first, but with time running out, no kit in play, and Zip playing around this bomb. Hunter just doesn't have the time to save this round. Astralis, they steal one away with this force buy, and Inferno is competitive from the word go.
Yeah, I love that. Nothing wrong with a quick force buy win. That will get G2 interested. That will certainly make them invest here early. And lovely entries as well from Bubsky and Zip. I don't know how they get away with that. NiKo's got the boost on the quad at the back of B. He's dodging flashes. One finally hits him and he falls off. I think he's safe. I think he's ready to line up two with the M4, and he gets deleted by Bubsky's Galil. So really nice entries, and yeah, no save allowed for Hunter. The bomb denies that. And so G2, they put a bit of money in, but it's never going to be pretty as the CT side buying up third round, trying to force. So even Amanek saving for the AWP with a Zeus, NiKo on a rifle, that's something. That's really it.
Yeah, triple B as well, and of course it's in this moment that Astralis decide to hit the A bomb site. They've already wrapped long. They haven't even really thrown utility until that one smoke lands, and so no one in this site is aware. The contact play works wonders. Jax completely caught off guard by the fact that there's already, what, 3 guys out at long? And this round should be a lock-in now. If you're NiKo, you're definitely saving that M4 and armor. I'm surprised he's even got it out in this round now. And Amanek's just looking for a taser kill. Just trying to steal something out the hands of Astralis so that this feels worthwhile. But the conversions are found by the Danes. After stealing it away with that force buy, they're now the ones leapfrogging themselves into the lead.
And they're even hunting Harry. They're looking to take what they can away. Only leaving Glaive on the bomb, but no kit, no worry. Amanek is not in a room to move right now. Magist jumping with a flashbang, and everyone's going to die here. You'll expect NiKo's gone as well. What a lineup off the Mac, and even upgrade available for Magist. Amanek, he's probably going to die to the bomb here.
Pretty uneventful for Amanek, right? He never really got given a chance.
I don't know if it's purpose. Magist didn't take the M4 off NiKo. No one took it. Did they not realize, or did they not want it? Because as much as you're up against Eco here, that's a free rifle. That speeds up improves your bonus round rather.
I mean, as mentioned, it was kind of surprising it was even in place, so maybe they just didn't know about it.
Yeah, I mean, NiKo was at the back here. He lined up, so you'll see like maybe Magist. Yeah, he's not really looking at the guns. You can see he's just spraying. And at that point, he's probably hunting for the ace as well. He killed 4 in the round, and now it's USPs for G2. Astralis on the T side of Inferno. Oh, and they've got a little trick being used against them. I wonder who came up with this. It was, in fact, Astralis.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to, recognize that one. Magist goes, oh, you won't believe what they're bloody doing over at that V site. You won't believe what they've called in. Yeah, it's one of ours. And so Astralis take it in their stride, right?
Yeah.
One upside to inventing the strat is you probably know how it works. And this A site is nice and empty as a result. I do like it. G2 show that boost, and the moment it's spotted, they immediately rotate to A, knowing what the response would be. It still hasn't done them any good, but it gave them a chance at least.
Yeah, as you said, if Astralis came up with it, they know how to counter it. Just speed A. Not much to it. Avoid the 4-player stack. Seems like a safe call. So exits now for Bubsky. Money to be made perhaps, but he's not like he's giving a lot over if he dies, just losing his armor. And he's backed up to let his team come in to pick up the pieces. Players with full health. Glaive leading the charge. Wants to get out of the minuses, get some kills on the board. 3 will help out. Zip follows up, and Glaive's getting yoinked. He won't get given a thing, or maybe there's still a chance. Bubsky's recommitted, and Amanek's got a gun. Oh, Glaive, you got to get it. And now he's at 0. That's more like it. On the board with no kills, and finding Astralis a 3rd. Yeah, he TK'd in that pistol.
Yeah, yeah. It's, you know, it's a spot we should all be familiar with, right? If you're watching from home, you've definitely gone 0-2 before in a game, so that's all well and good with a TK sprinkled in there. Glaive going to keep the MAC-10. He's going to look to be a fast nuisance in this round, right? This is pretty typical. You know, you keep one of these MAC-10s up. It's even more effective if your opponents haven't got head armor, which over on the G2 side, no one does right now. So this MAC-10 is a little more deadly than perhaps it would normally be. Back to another one of these defaults for Astralis. The AWP on Amanek is situated over towards long. And so with how this round's shaping up right now, might not ever have much of a chance to put it to use. Astralis are very interested in this B bomb site.
Astralis is so good at just, getting the banana control and committing immediately and just taking, the first volley of util and winning the round so quick. Can they do it this time around? There's the smokes in. Already players leading, and Bubsky's got the entry. Nexus locked out in the smoke in spawn. He's blocked it, but Bubsky has shot him in the face right through the smoke. 5-on-3, and it's an Inferno El Clasico. It's a save for G2. You can see them poking their heads in. They want kills, but they know they can't win the round. And that is the most important factor. Got to keep those guns. Lovely little stuff for Astralis. One way to begin the T side, right? Condition them to be scared of B, keep that pressure up. Yeah. And I'm sure this is all part of the master plan for Glaive, right? Swapping it up, going back to fast longs eventually when you're expecting G2 to be triple B out of the gate.
Yeah, right. It's the precedent that you're setting from winning these rounds, right? It's not just winning them. It's the fact that you're bullying these players on B. And thus far, like in a lot of these crunch situations, it has just been the B commitment. So you are naturally going to expect G2 to lean more players towards this side of the map. An important thing to note here, they hunt down these saving players. Yeah. And the reason why they hunt so frivolously, right? You look at that and you say, yeah, they just threw a lot of bodies at that problem. But by taking one gun away, even with the loss bonus, now a buy eludes G2. If they'd kept 3 rifles, then the rifle players could have dropped over. You would have had 5 guns. You would have been able to put something together here. And that's not the case anymore. That's the impact that removing one player at the right time can have. Set Astralis up nicely to really build upon this lead.
Yeah, absolutely worth the 3 casualties, right? Especially when you're winning rounds like this and winning rounds off bomb plants. That's even more money than just getting it off of the limbs alone. And so 4 in a row for Astralis. G2, they would have loved to rebuy. They would have loved to redo that last round with maybe more defenses at B, but really you're just going to be relying on those 2 guns to not only either win the round for you or get out again and try and save. So do you put them together or split them up and hope that someone can be your hero? Hunter's going library. Amanek's taking his AWP to B. But wherever you go, whatever you do, Astralis are going to be ready for it. Back up Banana with a furious pace again. Demanding respect. But Nico wants to go back in. The flash is going over the top. Amanek's now on the corner. But luckily, Astralis didn't overcommit. They were able to dodge death round the corner. Now at least G2 have a setup, but Astralis still have util.
There's the AWP surprising the first man. Glaive on the receiving end, and Nico was never uncovered in Banana. He could have swung this and dropped the bomb. They are lucky to get it out of Banana on the side of Astralis. Another thing to note, right, when you've got this hero AWP like you do right now, he's going to be even more mobile than normal, right? He's going to take a shot and then disappear from that side of the map. That is exactly what Amanek has done here. That AWP is no longer at B. Instead, it's posted up in middle, and it might be in the right place at a perfect time for G2.
Yeah. And add on to this, Nico, if he flanks, he's going to get that gun. Oh, no, Nexa catching Magist. We're lining up nades. There's no cover. Everyone's in apartments. What a perfect timing. And now they're walking into both rifles. Hunter does some damage. He will fall. Nexus P250 does it all. And 3 kills with a $300 weapon is all G2 needed in that round. Forget the fall by. We'll do it with nothing.
Yeah, great stuff out of G2 there, right? From the get-go, really, the way that they're setting up Amanek with that AWP, all with the goal of working a pick early at B, trying to force Astralis into that exact A play, into the stack, into the rifles. And it all comes together before our very eyes. Nexa clearly had a good idea as to what was going on. He hits that mid-timing on Magisk. I was starting to get nervous that it could have happened. And Nexa, you know, just holds mid for like 20 seconds there. And so I was thinking, like, yeah, he's not moving. He's not going. And of course, right as Magisk is about to throw that util, that's when the peak comes in.
Yeah.
And at that point, like Astralis, they essentially get given a warning that this site is stacked. They know we're here. They know what's happening. And they've got no choice but to commit.
Yeah, really good call for G2. Think about how they forced Astralis into A. Astralis wanted B at the beginning, right? They take Banana, they take Car, they double Molly, and then G2 flash them back in. They retake that control. And then with the AWP kill coming from Amanek, we're seeing the AWP scares Astralis right away. And, well, sends them right back into the AWP on the A site instead, doesn't it? Nice little round there for G2. Yoinked. And now Astralis, they've got to pick up a rifle here. All right, what's that Molotov? Oh my goodness, Amanek running with a molly outside, maybe, you know, like faking the audio.
No, yeah, that's exactly what that is. It's like on Nuke, like the Nuke hut molly, right? Where you can fake that Molotov and then push on the back of it. And now they might not be ready for someone to be so deep with believing the top of stairs was Molotov. Now they've seen it. Now they know about you, Amanek, and they're going to flush him out.
Did not expect that repeat.
All the openers coming up as Astralis, and in a 5-on-3 like this, mate, you can put your feet up. Pressure's like really off your shoulders, and you know G2 are the ones having to take risks now.
Yeah, and because it's Inferno, because of how this map plays, you really just have to gamble here if you're G2. You all have to pick a bomb site. If you win it, if Astralis come your way, hopefully you win it. If they go the other way, you save, and you hope you don't get hunted too much. Bubsky's already on hunting duty, still keeping some B control for info, and the rest of Astralis are about to take A for free. Once they do, once they confirm that, it's Bubsky's time to take guns away. We've already seen Astralis throw a lot of bodies in just doing damage. And so no reason why they wouldn't do it again. Will Bubsky commit first, try and get that info, sell the B fake before Astralis take A. He surely will die after one, no, none. Nico gets the kill, and Astralis, ooh, they still need to go. 20 seconds, they seem convinced. They're expecting a lot more than none, though.
Yeah, right. You know, this is going to feel remarkably free, and they move in and they realize, well, boys, we picked right. You know, we were correct in our assumption to head towards A. This is a free round for Astralis after getting those openers. It's a bit of a shame because, like, you know, the guys like Nico there, that one little kill, ultimately, it isn't impactful at all. You know, you just gamble wrong, right? You put all your chips over towards B, and with them not coming your way, you are just forced to commit to holding on to these guns. Now, that at least gives you a lot in this next round, right? You can have AWPs aplenty, you can have full utility, and I kind of want to see them go back to putting Amanek in these opening roles, right? This round here, we had him attempt it again with that apartments peak. It was just unfortunate that Hunter dies in bedroom and he loses any kind of element of support from his team.
Yeah, timing didn't do him any favors either, right? He almost caught that bottom of stairs player. He turns, then he gets peeked from the bedroom player, then he unscopes. It just all goes from bad to worse. And Astralis, yeah, they're looking very punishing right now. That's a good sign from this T side. It's cool that we still have people trying to reinvent the wheel, right? Come out with new ways to surprise your opponents. Like a play like that won't work in MM. It only works against the very best because they hear it and they know what to expect.
Well, there's also a way you can throw a Molotov just like that, but it banks off the right-hand side and like goes towards bedroom, right? And that one's maybe more similar to the nuke hot molly fake. I haven't seen someone drop it out the window like that. That was the interesting part.
Right, Amanek, he's about to meet his maker. Flash through middle, they're going all up. 3 players running, now 4 with the bomb, and 1 on B. It's a split here into spawn for Astralis. If they can get there, smokes it down, cordoned out by Hunter, and he can go back to check the CT side. Nico's here for support as well. Oh dear, timing is everything. Hunter's turned, and Nico doesn't actually have the cover, so Hunter stays on his angle, but he knows he's susceptible to dying library side as well. And Nico, reaggression is being held. Zip gets the kill, and now Hunter's got to be very careful. Can't afford to make the same mistake. He's even been smoked off. This B split is starting to look perfect.
Yeah, there is a weird gap in this, and it's going to favor Zip. Hunter is trying to work out, like, how can I use this to my advantage?
You can't, mate.
Yeah, the Hunter literally becomes the hunted there. And so now Astralis wrapping into this B play. An important thing to note is that Magisk is still adding insult to injury. Mate, you can come back to A. Magisk has just secured it, and they will. Astralis go, yeah, all right.
We've got him trapped.
All right, we know what Nexa's game plan is. He just wants to hold on to this AK, and hell, dude, we're in the spirit of ruining people's days today. So why don't we add Nexa to that list?
That's a beautiful round for Astralis. Are they going to find every kill? Zip, so patient. It paid off earlier, but Nexa's not giving him an inch yet. However, second by second, Astralis, they cut off his positions. Banana's gone, CT's locked out, Nexa's trying to hide at the back of the site, and they will meet him there. Bubsky with the exit, and it's Astralis 6-2. They are winning every round right now. They are killing every saving player. Luckily, we have still money for G2 to fall back on, but right now this is not a good sign from them.
Yeah, you can really tell if a team is going to assert dominance on a map of Inferno based on their dedication to hunting and removing guns, I feel like, right? Astralis, they're very, very confident. They've got lots of money. They're sure of themselves in these rounds. They've been winning the majority. And so when it comes time for you trying to do the Inferno Classic, which is hold on to your guns, they are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at you to take them away. And it's all with the long-term goal of just keeping you on the back foot as much as they can in this first half. Because honestly, if you start with a strong T side like this, it can feel impossible to recover.
Yeah, it's also how they're starting so many of these rounds as well, right? Like you think about the amount of rounds that Astralis are in 5-on-3s from the get-go. I'm talking that double apps push that got denied. I'm talking the instant B execute in the first gun round where G2 lose both players. Like these are rounds where if Astralis are getting 2 kills quickly in the same place, you're done. You're done for on the CT side. You really have to give it up unless someone makes a mistake for Astralis, which is a rare case, and G2 capitalize. There's almost nothing you can do on this map.
Yeah, it feels like it leaves them in situations where you're left looking at one player and going, well, if this guy doesn't get 3, they don't even attempt the round. And that's not somewhere that you can, want to be every single round. Like you do have those moments where individuals go above and beyond, but that's not reliable. That's not something you can hinge upon.
And, you say, oh, there's one player getting 3 kills. That's, maybe on some maps it's doable. On a map like this, it's actually very difficult, especially when you're, an anchor player trying to multi-kill on either site here. Think about how regimented the utility is of all teams, of Astralis's as well, right? Think about their B executes, the triple molly takes with double smokes. Like you're not getting given room in executes to do anything. So yeah, we're getting some really nice T-side rounds right now.
I like
more
this,
where that
Hugo.
came from.
I like this. I want to talk about it. Amanek's going back to B. It was in the round where he took that aggro peak with the AWP that G2 were able to find something. With him back here again, trying to exert this control, your end game is that you can set up a top banana and have a bit more presence today. But look at the response from Astralis. They have countered this brilliantly, reading into the heavy stack at B. They pick up the pace into this A bomb site. They've just missed this window of catching the G2 players out of position. But G2 aren't very comfortable right now.
Oh,
the
no.
alarm bells are blaring. They're worried about an accelerated A play, and so they've pulled NiKo away from the B bomb site.
It's like Astralis can see what we see. I don't know how they read the game so well. They run into A, they force that scared rotation, like you say, and now they're creeping into the B bomb site. NiKo is running to fill that gap, to fill that void, but he will not be here in time. That smoke can come down. And Astralis could just execute into what is a one-man hold right now. It's going to be all down to Nexa in the middle of the bomb site. Flash through. NiKo does blind players. Nexa capitalized with a double. Can he live any longer? Boost up for NiKo. The third man sets him up for success. And the bomb's been dropped for Astralis. This looked so good until it wasn't. And now the alarm bells are going off. That's for sure.
Okay, Zip through the smoke. Oh, another kill for Zip. And suddenly, maybe there's a chance after all, because Zipex is tearing through the G2 ranks. One at a time they face him, and one at a time they fall. Zip and Glaive, a 2v2 from a 2-on-5, and now just Hunter left to beat. He's already at Banana. He's got the bomb in his sight line. They need the kill. They need the plant. They need something. And Hunter's missed the chance. He's running in. Can he deny it? He's looking the wrong way. In with the turn. And Hunter's done it. The 1v2 is in. He lives up to the name. And G2 put up a third on the board.
Oh, the effort G2 need to go through just to get the scraps.
Yeah, they don't make it easy, do they? Oh.
What a read, though. He pre-fires Glaive and CT, running and shooting. Man doesn't stop. And you got to give the credit as well to Zip for even making that round a reality. Should never have been attainable for Astralis. Nice try, but Hunter steps up big for G2. It's a round they needed, Harry, again, coming just down to another fast execute where Astralis get all the entries, at least in that 2v5. Oh my goodness. That's a reason to get excited. G2 know it. They thought they'd absolutely balls that round up. And yeah, they probably do need a pause after that one. Third coming through.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those rounds that you win, but at the end of it, it's like,
losers in a way.
Oh, that is unreal from Zipex as well, man. Like the level that he's showing back on LAN is unreal, especially because like he was in a bit of a slump ever since his return to competitive play. Right, in the online era, wasn't the same Zip. We get him back on LAN, and look at the games this guy's been giving us.
Yeah, I mean, so many of the you know, old guard of the top pros, especially Danish pros, have been saying that. Carrigan in that interview, you know, talked about how, like, when you play so long online, you realize that most of the reason you're even doing this is to play in front of the crowd, to play on those stadiums, to go around the world, things like this. And so, yeah, it has been a hard online era for Astralis, but man, are they showing up when it matters. Still around for G2. Can they keep it going? Can they keep composed? Aminex certainly has, starting strong. NiKo's going to get boosted up onto the CT side, and Glaive hasn't cleared it. Oh, he's dead to the AWP through the smoke instead. That'll do. Dupree gone, and another 2v5 that you can't let slip by.
Yeah, this time Magisk and Zip, the two left up in it, and Zip will get cut down. Magisk might face much the same fate. Ooh, that's quick. Can he get any more? Magisk, one bullet, and that's optimistic on that swing.
I like the attempt.
Yeah, right. He's going for style points. He doesn't have time to get a reload off. He doesn't have the room. G2, this little adjustment, right? It was something that happened in the heat of the moment in the round before last. They ended up with that triple B hold, right? First player making contact in the site was Nexa. Then they had Amanek and NiKo towards CT. Well, that only came as a result of that late rotate back to B, if you remember. Everything was jumbled. They had to employ a late boost in the round. They went back to it here voluntarily from the get-go. So clearly feeling like that is a good little bandage for this B bomb site for now.
It's getting tense though. Astralis haven't really had much pressure in this game, right? In all the rounds they win and all the hunting they do, they are sitting at the top of the financial pyramid. Well, now no longer the case. A couple of rounds for G2, and Astralis know their money is on the chopping block. Gotta win this one. Amanek's been warming in though. We're seeing more opening kills from his AWP. Really has come into its own. Glaive's now donning one on the T side to battle back. very slow and steady default though. Banana control taken, apps granted, and middle, well, under contention right now. G2 have numbers here. Hunter attempted a deep peek, but instead just using util.
Yeah, I imagine in that pause, right, Astralis kind of coming to terms with the fact that these B players in the last 2 rounds, they walked into a triple stack. So now we're seeing a bit more attention, a bit more care taken as to taking this mid control away from G2. They haven't cemented control of top mid yet. And this is important for faking out the site, right? You want G2 to have access to as little information as possible. And so even having a player floating around at long or still over at short, well, they're able to get this info ahead of time that mid is clear. And that's what Nico's doing now. Nico, oh man, thank you. It's like a case study right before our very eyes. We're seeing the adjustment and why this mid control was lackluster out of Astralis. The bomb's now been dropped for Nico. He's throwing this round into disarray for Astralis. Yeah, they're getting entries on B, but this bomb is still under G2 control.
Oh, the Orb's going for it. Glaive, he's got 2 targets to take, and they'll double peek. Lovely stuff. G2 find both frags, and they keep the bomb under their control. The time diminished too low for Zipex, and so he must save. It's a sad case for Astralis, right? They get the B entries, as you say, but no bomb. Big problem.
Yeah, I really think Nico deserves so much praise for that round there. It's clear that he's aware, right? In attack pause like that, Astralis are going to be chatting about what's going on in these rounds. And why did they lose? Well, they lost because of these B stacks, because they run in to this padded out bomb site that they're not able to break apart. The solution to that is to force more players over towards A. And that's why G2 are playing this heavy A stack early. They're worried Astralis might just commit, might just go for an A rush. When that doesn't happen, Nico over at long goes, look, I know what I would do in this situation. I would feign this A control and I would late commit B, and he reads them like a book. He deserves all the credit for making that round happen for G2.
Oh, and now he's starting to feel himself as well, pushing right down Banana. We've not had this control this half yet for G2. They've got it fully. Won't commit forever. Just wanted to take that space and give it up. Make Astralis fear that there are players close. They're going to have to use time and utility if they had it to clear close corners on Banana. And so now it's just left to Nex to jump. Swapped out. Nex has actually got the flash at least. That's why Nico's now jumping. He can call for utility when Astralis eventually do commit, and here they come, starting to move up with the pistols. Zip at the forefront with that rifle has to do the heavy lift.
Yeah, Nico's managed to miss a bulk of these timings as to how close these players are. The flash goes out, and it's a little bit early. So Nico now decides, I don't want to fight this. I don't have the flashbang anymore. And they'll call for a rotation back over to B.
He's not the only one that wants out, though. Bomb's already back up mid.
Yeah, G2 seemingly have the read, though. Nico is still holding on to Banana, right? Once again, he's being very proactive in the information he's getting for G2. And so this means Amanek is floating at Speedway instead of committed to that B rotation. Only good for one, though. And now the B wrap is opened up to Astralis. 20 seconds as they start to make a move. And this bomb is over in CT. Now cut loose by Nico. And there's no time for Magisk. Surely not. 10 seconds, and that bomb dropped on the Speedway is just out of reach of a plant. G2 tie this game up, and they break apart this partial investment from the Danes.
Yeah, this is a really nice recovery for G2. So many games that start like this with Astralis, 6-2 up T-side, looking really strong, chasing guns. They don't recover a lot of the time. We saw that case for VP as well just yesterday. So G2, hats off to them to managing to hold on in so many of these rounds. Somewhat inspired, I imagine, by that 1v2 from Hunter. That's when G2 started to warm back in and pick up rounds. And, it's rare to see Astralis lose so many of these rounds to time. It was the case on Nuke, the first map of this series, and now it is here as well on Inferno. Bit more common here, though. Push down Banana, and again, an opener for G2. It's not the Orb, it's the SMG to find the first. Magisk was alone, and the deep smoke keeps Bubsky back, as well as the nades. It's desperate now for Astralis. They're flashing themselves through smokes, and it's not going well for them.
Yeah, they've thrown caution to the wind in this round, and wow, they're kind of learning their lesson. A mop-up over in top middle. The fast A play denied, and suddenly it's G2 in control of this first half. What a turnaround from where this was, right? All it took was that little 2v5 denial, the 1v2 clutch out of Hunter, and it's reinvigorated the G2 squad. It must feel nice as well, because now they're making the right reads, they're making the right decisions. They didn't have a read on the game in the beginning. Nexa constantly felt like he was getting outbrained by Glaive, whereas now he's right where he wants to be. He's rent-free in the head of Astralis. And Astralis are really powering through these pauses. I think that's a sign of the times, a sign of how this game is slipping out of their grasp.
5 in a row for G2, and no more money here, so looking likely to be 6. G2 have almost guaranteed the half at a bare minimum. And we see a lot more of these rounds for Astralis, which is just a hero AK and a bunch of pistols and SMG on Zip. Very desperate. Very difficult to do anything in the long run, right? Getting entries, maybe finding 3-on-3s is doable, but winning a round without execute utility is going to be so hard. And so they go early. Glaive lining up long smokes and flashes, and they're popping through. Jax is already on the boost, though. He's going to be above any smoke that Astralis throw. Good flash, though. They will clear it. Jax gets one blinded, but double entry from Astralis, and it's up to Hunter to drop the bomb. Again, it's the undoing of Astralis. They get all the kills, they get the site, but they don't bring the bomb with them. And now G2, they're in full control. They're calling for rotates. They're trying to lock this down before it's picked back up.
Yeah, and look at the rotations, man. So decisive in just getting everyone here to play around the bomb now. Oh, that
nice
smoke
hops.
is big. It's gotten the bomb out of there.
No.
Yeah, Zip dies through the smoke. That is far from ideal. But Bubsky has at least given them a bomb plant and a fighting chance in a 2-on-3 post plant. He's got a nasty crossfire with Dupree as well. For the time being, Dupree's watching short. Bubsky's going to make first contact at long. And what contact it is. Now Dupree, even more room on the swing. Hunter denied this clutch attempt. And there's the return to form. Astralis, you know, we were saying this 8-7 half might be good as guaranteed for G2. Well, now it's hanging in the balance again.
That is not a round that Astralis should be winning there, but credit to them to even get out through middle. They've been testing the waters there, right? The last few rounds, we've been seeing a lot of these mid pops through smokes, Dupree going in and trying to see what G2 are doing. And we don't have that typical like deep mid CT smoke that G2 have been throwing that makes it very hard to pop through that choke. And so it's all the more tempting, all the more enticing for Astralis to do so. Back to Banana though. Next, he's calling for help. He needs it. Oh dear, he's trapped up on the sandbags. Glaive better with the SMG, takes the kill. Now Astralis just get ready, they group and they set up this execute. If they want to go back, you still have a player in alt mid holding on to aggression, that's Dupree. And so if Jax tried to flank this play, he could be denied. Astralis are considering it as Dupree takes apartments, they look back to middle, but this should be ending B just eventually. They're hoping that G2 will draw rotates out of the bomb site because they're still triple stacked.
Oh, the aggro back in. That could be their undoing. Magis getting away with the kill. Is that going to spur Astralis on into this site? Well, now they've seen Amanek's AWP chiming in from the coffins. Jax has gotten past Dupree as well. And this, oh, that could be big. The bomb dropped. Dupree out of the apartments and sprinting full speed through A, but Jax has heard it. He heard the footsteps, and so Amanek is posted up. Dupree thought that was a path to a free kill, and that is not the case. Jax providing the info, providing the cover, has really taken this round by storm for G2. Run boost, up and over, gets the bomb into the site. But Astralis, they're going to be hard-pressed. It's all on Bubsky. A trial by fire. And up in the air, Hunter will find him. G2, it's an 8-7 half locked in. As good as neck and neck at the end of the first half of play. Both teams want to make it to the grand finals, but there's only room for one.
Hey Future Pros! Today I wanted to show you an old strat that Fnatic still like to bring out from time to time. This execute is an alternative method to take the B side on Inferno, utilizing a wall of smokes. As with any great dish, executes, when you have the base locked down, you can start adding in other ingredients, grenades. To make this recipe, you will need 3 Future Pros, 3 smoke grenades, and some flashes. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the close smoke for the wall of smokes. To throw the smoke, line up with the edge of this wall. Place your crosshair above the middle of the tree and right in the center of these 2 sets of wires. Then simply toss the smoke. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other smoke to complete the wall. To throw your smoke, get into this corner. Find this slight dip in the trees and aim ever so slightly above it. Then toss the smoke. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing the deep CT smoke along with a flash. To throw your smoke, get into the corner next to these barrels. Find the 3rd wooden strut and place your crosshair in the dip above the tiles. Then toss your smoke. To throw your flash, it isn't really a lineup, just lob it over the roof and pop it above the smokes. This should blind anyone on the site and also a player in CT. Now you have all the ingredients in place, it's time to think about your approach. The idea behind this strat is to cut off any site players and isolate the counter-terrorist player in CT spawn. Killing the CT player shouldn't be tough, unless you're playing against Scream. You can then wrap through ruins and split the site from 2 points. If you have the bomb, you might be able to get it down while the smokes are still up. JW is struggling a bit here, but I'm sure you guys can do it. Like with any great dish, feel free to add your own spices. Want to double nade CT as you push? Go for it. Want to throw a metric heck ton of flashes over the site? You can do that too. After all, you are the cool cat of your very own strat. And as always, enjoy.
At the end of that first half. G2, they have managed to win it out at a bare minimum, but we're neck and neck really heading into this second half of play. It was a masterclass to begin the T side out of Astralis. Then we had the rebuilding, the redemption arc of G2, and it's left us with a game where the victor is still uncertain. But there's only room for one. Pistol round underway, and G2 very measured from the get-go. Pressure is on. No one wants to be that first domino to fall.
And so Astralis, they'll stack together side by side with a crossfire in middle, 4 players to risk. Zip has those nades at B at least. He's making good use of them. Nice damage early. He's even got a smoke to stall out, but in a pistol round, will G2 really respect the smoke? It's hard to say. Depends on the timing. Certainly look like they want to commit 5 players up Banana, and the more time that goes on with no kit for Astralis, the more that they get nervous that this exact move is happening. Does Zip have the smoke in time? He's holding his gun right now. Nico going to go and probe mid. At least show some face before they commit, and that will only keep this stack here. And if he can get the info, that's even better.
Oh my, Nico, little jiggle, little tap, spots a double hold on the short side, and now this might be reason enough to commit to the B play if you're G2. In they go. An immediate decision to set up for a retake out of Astralis, right? Not going to overface, not going to overshow their hand here. They're in a 5-on-4. The numbers lean their way, and Amanek is trying to change that up close with the Glock and a bit of support out of Jax. Suddenly, this is flipped on its head. This is a 3-on-3 that G2 could look to see through to the very end. Just making contact in ruins. The rest of Astralis out into the site, and they're getting whittled down. It's down to this 1v2. Back of the site, Hunter all alone. Taps out the first and delivers the second as well. Another clutch for Hunter. Add it to the tally as he puts G2 up onto 9, and now they've got a golden chance to build upon this lead.
Oh boy. That'll keep the blood pumping. Astralis not happy with that one at all. They were so prepared, so committed into that A setup. Never felt like it was going to happen, even with a 5-on-4 on the retake. Lack of kit, no time, and Hunter just makes magic happen. G2 on the board and starting to build. The half wasn't enough. They want the finals as well. It's a force up for Astralis. Nothing too shabby on the CT side of Inferno. We've got these smokes, Harry, and so Astralis can stall out the play as long as they're allowed to. Not using the smokes early, though. Even stalling the first one so that G2 don't know what your game plan is can be enough to whittle down the clock. Bubsky has all of the info down Banana.
Yeah, an ideal world here for Astralis is if G2 play like passive in the early stages, if they don't give any of these fights early to bring out that utility, and you're left with all 5 of these smokes by like, you know, under the minute mark, you're laughing, man. That's exactly what you wanted on the Astralis side. We finally have a bit of this utility going out now. You've got smoke still inside of this B site to try and slow it down. And so G2, the longer they wait, the more dangerous the smoke delay play on the Astralis side becomes.
Oh. Long is always tempting, but those Deegs, damn, they can get you at any range. Amanek doesn't want to lose his life, and so it's down to the B commit through the smoke. The flashes don't do anything to Bubsky. In fact, Jax is the most blind of the pack, and he's still climbing over the top. Bubsky's doubled up with a scout. Amanek's here to cut off those A players, and another kill here could win the round, but Dupree has kept it up in the air. It's down to Jax in a clutch. Bubsky doing the impossible with the scout has found 3 kills, and Jax might clear out CT. He's walking the smoke. They're both moving up Banana. Oh, dearie me. Jax spotted. Now Bubsky can react as well. Jax has gone through, hunting the kill. He's got the first. Bomb for him as well. He's going to wrap back to the coffins. No kit, and the time is ticking for Astralis. Jax waiting for them to come to him. The tap on the bomb. Magisk is on it. He's sticking. It's a full 10 second. Dupree just trying to provide cover. Jax gets him off the bomb, but Magisk wins the fight, and I don't know if there's time. It's going to be a G2 round anyway. Jax with the 1v3 played it to perfection. 10 rounds for G2. And only shambles for Astralis.
And I tell you what, man, while like in the early stages of that first half, it came down to like needing individuals to step up that just couldn't. Throughout the rest of the game, ever since that Hunter clutch put a bit of inspiration, a bit of fire in G2, it feels like everyone's had these moments where they've been able to step up, right? We've had Hunter clutching rounds left and right to find this scoreline. Jax with a 1v3 there. The individual brilliance outshining Astralis to build this 10-7 scoreline. Another bite. Ooh. Peek in with the Galil, the hero Galil, to try and get away with some damage. And a lot of damage done, right? A kill and Nico brought down low.
Can't get that out.
Yeah, they're now fighting for control of the weapon in bedroom.
Disallowed the only gun in this round. And so you understand why Dupree's going back for it. Would have been nice if Magisk could survive, but double-faced in ult mid. Bubsky. Jax is making no noise, so there's no reason for Bubsky to react. Still does have a smoke for B. That enables the AAA setup, and that's exactly where G2 are walking. But I'm talking about this like it's doable for Astralis. Nothing suggests that just yet, but Dupree grabbing this gun later in the round. Are they ready for it? They know it's here, and they know it's one of the only, if not the only weapon. And so G2 don't decide to clear it. Instead, they just commit.
Oh, this is still weird, though. They've skirted past the guy in bedroom. Dupree is in, like, prime position to get away with a lot now. Down into the pit. They deal with that guy. But this is where the wrap... Oh, there's Nexa to trade it. Nexa was surprised by that. The bomb's now been spotted, and there's still a player with the USP in the A bomb site. Now, it is just Zip and the vanilla pistol. He's cancelled out, but Bubsky's been given a bit of time with this Deagle to get posted up on the short side.
They saw him.
Creeping on out, they know he's here. Molly forces him into the open, and it's a good response from G2. They get that info, they throw everything they've got at the problem until it's not a problem anymore. G2 are up onto 11. Now we've got the investment looming for Astralis.
Yeah, and honestly, they're happy with that round, right? It may have been winnable. It always sucks to lose a 2v2 like that, but Astralis came into that round with nothing but the Galil and a bit of armor on Bubsky, and they make it happen. They make it close.
Well, think about how that first half started for Astralis, right? They were able to chain together a lot of T-side rounds. That's what happens if you break the CT's money in their first rifle round. Now, G2, they were in their first half when that happened to them. They weren't feeling a tremendous amount of pressure, and they were able to recover. Astralis don't have that same level of room. They don't have that same level of comfortability, right? This first rifle round has to be a situation where they hit the ground running, or else they might not ever even leave the starting line in this second half.
Yeah, so tech pause coming to an end, and this rifle round coming to a beginning. No orb for Glaive. And he's definitely had a slower one this map, at least 5 and 14. Often been at the forefront, often been the guy we're talking about pulling up insane clutches and AWP openers. Hunter again has forgotten to buy. It's a rifle round, Hunter. And there's no one with money to drop him. That's a bit awkward.
Okay.
Did that back on Dust too, but at least there was a gun in spawn.
Yeah,
Let's
he's
hope there
going
is.
back.
I didn't see one. Let's hope.
Okay.
If not, wait for your teammate to die and grab it.
Yes, very cool. And oh, there's a Mac 10.
All right, Amanek, where are you? Come take this. I got a weapon.
There you are,
He's
Amanek.
actually coming as
You
well.
left your gun in spawn, bud. You left your gun in spawn.
No, okay, no. I was going to say, if he gave it to him, that would be hilarious. But instead, it's G2 working banana. Hunter's going to cause some commotion in apartments.
Yeah, he's a little late to the apartments is the problem, so he can't actually like just go and take the real estate like normal.
I mean, they can commit right now. Look at the B site, it's barren. There's one man here. There's only a single defending player in the form of Zip. He's got no more grenades. If G2 commit, they win. But Glaive gets that info down mid and sees Hunter trying to escape. That's called the rotation. That sent Astralis right towards the B-bomb site, and they're there in time. Zip getting one, giving it up, and now everyone's here.
Yes, some truly terrible timings in this round, man. G2, it went from like the golden ticket to them getting denied entries at the doors. And now just Amanek left. He's living on borrowed time, though. Look at this mini-map. They're all around him. And so this becomes a survival game now for Amanek. For Astralis, more of a point-and-click adventure as they look around the map trying to strip this gun away. Amanek swings this, he is surely a dead man. And there's the swing, there's the kill. Magic's gonna lock it in. Astralis, they do find that first rifle, and most importantly, if you're gonna take anything away from that, it's that it's flawless, right? You're not gonna get broken now on the back of losing one round. That is a big sigh of relief for Astralis at this scoreline.
Yeah, it keeps them in it, right? Instead of them just getting 8-7 and then rolled in the second half. Now we're believing in, you can call it a comeback if you want, but it's still very close. However, it will certainly start here. You talk about Astralis using all their pauses, while G2 are now in the same boat. None left for these boys, and no money either. So probably even talking about that next rifle round. Figuring out communication, you know, that sometimes, yeah, the gun drop doesn't really help, right? We saw it on Dust, it didn't make a difference. It certainly did there. Changed all the timings out of spawn. It delayed the B play that could have been a 4-on-1, really, if G2 were ready to go. And so don't get stressed, don't get ahead of yourself, because this game is not done, and you know Astralis are never going to let go. So a near full eco here in this round for G2. A chance for Astralis to get a little bit more warm.
Oh, Bubsky dropping that nade out to the balcony.
Oh, not bad.
Oh, another one. That was the... Was that the one that gets thrown over the top from short side? Yeah. That's a cool way of chaining those nades together, right? One after the other, so it's like immediate impact in the same little area. Lovely double nade setup.
Especially against an eco as well. No armor, even more damage.
I mean, it's huge for like a lot of reasons. You know, you've done so much damage to these pistols that you're not really worried anymore. You also get the info that at least at some point in this round, G2 were leading into the apartments. And that's why we saw Astralis actually pull a fourth player over to A, just in case they were still planning to follow through with the apps hit. G2, rightfully a little bit shaken after the double nade, decide against going into the apartments. And so they're going to go meandering up banana into Glaive's crosshair.
Yeah, Deegs are needed here, but Nex is gone, and it's a mow down for Glaive. That will get you back in the game. He's had a slow start, but 4 kills in Banana and an easy round for Astralis. 5 alive, definitely beneficial to the money as well as they try and pull this comeback in the second half. It's very close, the gap between the two. The G2 are coming in with their 4 buy. That was only Glocks and a bit of this and that.
Yeah, even this investment has its limitations. You don't have an open play, not that it matters as much T-side, right? Amanek, very lethal on the MAC-10 still, but Galil as well on Nexa, kind of lacking in terms of utility. This might force you into an A play as you get out through middle, and Dupree has already, turned Amanek to dust. Oh, he's aggressive, he's pushing them. And this is all to make room for Glaive. They might discount this position now, and the nades are just brutal. That's 2 nade kills in this round, 1 flat-out nade kill in the round prior. And the utility is ruining G2. This is vintage Astralis that we're getting. And Bubsky's there to close the round out, 10-11. What was once a nice bit of breathing room between these two teams is now starting to feel a little claustrophobic indeed. Just won the difference between these squads.
It's getting harrowing because you're not getting bomb plants, so you're just trading by eco right now if you're G2, and that's giving Astralis all the room they need, right? The score 1 away, and this is that one. It's another eco. P250s and Deegs. Back to business, and Dupree, I'm liking the aggression, I'm liking the confidence, push down middle yet again, looking for that info. We'll give it up pretty early. We had a heavy B setup to enable some utility, but they've already decided to leave and pad that A site out. Very quiet in Banana. Zip seems fine to hold it down solo. Oh, okay, and that's one way to start a round. Bomb dropped in the choke. Amanek just shot through a full smoke. Back to B they go.
I love how when Astralis don't see anything at B, they're very willing to 4-man stack A and play this timing role on Glaive, right?
Yeah,
because he's now coming back around to reinforce this B hold.
I think that's actually part of the reason G2 leave mid. They were so set on A, they see Glaive in the kill feed, and they go, well, that's a B player, let's go right back into that bomb site. But as you said, he is already here.
Yeah, he's keeping it very, very fluid, very, very mobile, and it's keeping G2 guessing as to what the layout of this Astralis CT side is. Now a 3rd man has reinforced the B hold. Glaive has seemingly got the number of G2 again. The perfect call at the perfect time, and with no CT smoke to go down, you're peeking this angle dry into a double hold.
Yeah, flash over the top, and here they come, but no smoke for CT. It's going to be a bloodbath. Everyone dying, and mostly G2. 1 kill is all they can muster in that round, but that was never meant to be with that investment. 11-all, and G2, I mean, this is where you'd love a pause. This is where you'd love a break to discuss things. That being said, they've had ecos. They've definitely stopped and run the existence style chatting in the T apartments in some of these Glock rounds. And so G2 need their best gun round yet in this one. Otherwise, Astralis is just going to keep building. Why wouldn't they? The money's maxing out. We've got 10K nearly on players. So G2, it's now or never.
Yeah, and you rarely see CT sides in this position. The confidence is brimming for Astralis, and maybe they'll get punished for that. Hunter with a double kill. Yeah, they've been giving us a lot of fights, so I'm just going to try and put some respect on our name. A double kill has really served to make matters awkward in this round for Astralis. Relying on a big individual moment or the right read to get made. Glaive could be the man responsible for both of those things now, as he's holding on to Banana and refusing to let go. He's brought it back into even odds. This was a 5-on-3, remember? And now you're looking at this and you're almost thinking Astralis are destined to close it out.
Oh no, Amanek, he catches Bobsky, dropping nades out the pit side. Now they can react, now they can quickly take this site before the rotator here. Nexa's got the bomb outside B, and so this is a bit awkward. He doesn't want to cross over Banana. He knows that Glaive was fighting deep earlier. He's scared of a push. G2 go quiet. They don't know where these CTs are, and they're grouping up on long. The info's about to be gained. Amanek drops the molly. Glaive, he knows he's got a gap and he peeks right through it. He can maybe catch these players walking down middle. Oh no, the backstab. Even though Amanek turns, Glaive gets it. And he seems to know about Hunter as well. I don't know how the hell. Nexa running up middle, forgetting that B-bomb site, and Zip is in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, coming back into library.
Oh, no.
Hunter's going to hear the footsteps already set up in the site. Zip is a dead man walking, and there it is. 12 on the board for G2. They do manage to get that over the line, but there were a lot of hardships along the way. It's not comfortable. It's not clean, but it is around, and that's what you've got to hold on to if you're G2 here.
Yeah, really nice shots from Hunter. He's the one who began it as well. Like, that was a 5-on-3 out of the gate. G2 should just be winning it clean off of that alone. Even though they can't react and like rush A, they're so far away from it. They just take so many 1v1s in Banana. They almost give that round back to Glaive. 3 kills from the in-game leader, but not enough to save Astralis. dupree's now got the AWP, and he's taken a deep shot. We've not seen these T-side AWPs here for G2. Not a problem. Not like the CT AWPs have been wrecking them too much anyway. Oh dear, that molly's going to force Jack somewhere. He tries to go back into his teammate, so instead it's forward into the flash, and they find Glaive blinded on the car. Zip trying to escape in time, is getting hounded down, and he can't live to tell the tale. Double entry from Jax, and B belongs to G2.
Yeah, this might just have to be a save on the numbers alone. You've got Bubsky and dupreeh here. You may as well see if they can find something. And Bubsky running the smoke is good for one. Leg out of dupreeh, but it's not the killing blow. And so that's not going to entice Astralis in. Given more chances, but more shots missing. And so this might just be a decision to back out. Now you're aware of the lurk from Hunter as well. Saving the AWP is not even a guarantee.
Yeah, and Hunter's not even moving much as well. He's waiting for the kill to come to him. He knows B's on lock. dupree's trying to stay silent. Can't scope up now. Can't run. And Hunter's walking right his way. dupreeh needs to be very quick on this. And he scopes up, but he doesn't hit it. And now, the flick, another leg for dupreeh. He's had them 2 this round, and he can't convert either kill. 13-11, G2 with a dominant round. The double entry from Jackson to B, and it's starting to slip through the fingers of Astralis. Their final pause left in this series now. And at least they have the money. That is the only thing in the back pocket of Astralis.
Huge round out of Jax, man. I love that he just goes, no, I'm capitalizing on this momentum, right? He blindsides the first man, and then he just runs down Zip in the B site. It takes some balls, it takes some confidence. And it's that decision that gets G2 into this lead. Astralis are feeling stressed. You can see the sweat piling up on the foreheads of Glaive and Zip. Pressure's on now. Back in we go. And it's G2. 1 rifle round away from breaking the money of Astralis at 14-11.
You know, we never called GG before it happens, but that is the, you know, the financial equivalent of GG. The impossible would need to happen if Astralis were to hold on, and they know that better than anyone. 3 at B, the molly peak from Glaive, and it won't work wonders. Luckily, the trade will. No one else spotted by Zip. As far as he's concerned, Banana is pretty absent, and soon it will be. G2 are running the bomb back down middle. Hunter's got a lot of space. Not only just dupreeh below him, rather, but a player on the balcony as well.
Yeah, these lurks have been so impactful, right? Not only at finding these saving players, at throwing misdirection into the mix, but also at providing a get-out clause for G2. If they don't like what they see at B, well, Hunter and his real estate at A can be capitalized on. They're setting up to try and group into this A-bomb site. There is the read for Astralis. They've got 3 players here, all in the right place at the right time. Now they've got to hit their shots and win these fights. Bubsky, he goes 1 for 1. He does all he can. G2 grinding to a halt for a moment, trying to let the seed of doubt slip into the mind of Astralis. They've signed up to play mind games, all right. And this silence is only making you more and more worried on the Astralis side. Have you read this wrong? Should you be committed? Dupree on the short side gets the info and gets away with even more than that. Hunter dead as well, and the double up for Astralis works wonders. They stay true to the idea that that was the A play, and they reap the reward.
That's so sad. G2's entire round there in that 3-on-3 is just waiting for the kills to come to them, and when they eventually do, they don't even get away with the frags. The info was all there. Hunter had heard not only Magis fall off the balcony, but he heard Dupree running into the site earlier when he got to apartments. He had the info, and G2 are ready for the re-aggression, but they couldn't put a stop to it. Now Astralis stand tall. They keep going. They keep building, and they're still messing around with the buys in spawn. Finally swapping things over, and luckily G2 are not going for a steadfast round. Instead, they're taking apartments, boosting up. No nades to stop them. Astralis triple P, but not for long. Bubsky's already moving back. Some Molotovs by a few seconds here, which could make all the difference. G2 looking like they want to go quick.
Yeah, an explosion into this A bomb site, a change of pace may be in order. Actually, they dump all this utility in, but it's not an A commitment. They try to split mid to B, and losing Jax early might have given away this this game plan, right? You're already seeing Astralis back up, moving towards the B site. They've got Amanek trapped on a limb out at long, and they're denying him this control.
Glaive.
That kill from Glaive is massive. Now he's freed up to go back to B to help Zip out in this position. Zip doesn't need your help though, Glaive. He's taking care of this B rush, and there it is, 13 all. Astralis 4 alive at the end of that round there. And once more, they've broken the G2 bank accounts. Talk about a back and forth game.
You can see Bubsky doesn't want to get ahead of himself, get too excited, but a little glimmer of a smile on his face there. He knows the impact of that round alone. Astralis now no longer on the back foot, but in control of the semi-final right now. And it's so attainable. It's never been more attainable. 3 rounds away, and the first one gifted to them on a silver platter. Time to lift up the lid and see what's under that rock. Just beetles and deagles. Not a lot here for G2. One smoke. They're spread out, they're looking for picks, but Astralis have not made the mistake of giving away any openers in the CT side. Think about that. They've forced commitments out of G2 in these rounds. They're giving away the mid control, and this is no exception. You want mid, you can have it. We're not going to over-rotate. Our B anchors are excellent. Zip and Glaive have been so good at keeping that site on lock, as much as Jax was in the first half.
And I really think this consistent rolling presence of a player on Speedway rotating between the sites has helped Astralis out massively. It's made possible.
Okay. That's random.
Oh, Glaive was running and shooting and taking heads off. It's just Amanek, man. Everything is suddenly turning against G2. They know he's here as well. Magis saw his feet just slipping by. And Dupree, here it is, waits patiently, and it's rewarded. 14 now with Astralis. They're the ones in the lead. The best they've managed so far was tying this game up at 11-11. Now it's them in pole position.
Yeah, what a roller coaster this has been, right? From a strong start to Astralis to G2 recovering super well in their first half, and then they even win it out, right? You're thinking it's going so well, a pistol, a conversion, it's all falling apart for Astralis. They're silent, and then their second win comes in, and the LAN experience shows through. 14-13, and this is where it all comes down to, the final buy round, the final full buy for both sides.
And mate, talk about experience. Guys like Glaive are exemplifying that. His cooling has only gotten better as this series has gotten closer. He also had a slow start, as you pointed out. He's now second on the board for Astralis.
It's crazy.
He has risen up through the ranks, and he's trying to get them to this grand final, even if he's got to do it himself. A lot of damage done by Glaive on that peak over the half wall. And it's a little bit of information going the way of Astralis. It's banana control hanging in the balance.
Yeah, just to put numbers on it, Glaive had 5 kills to start this half as well. He's now at 21. That's kind of obscene. 5-on-4, kill taken from Amanek. He does drop Dupree in middle, getting into the action, but taking a lot of damage, RG2. Again, we have this lurk in apartments. Hunter just keeping up the pressure, but smoked off right now, can't do anything. G2, they just want to commit. Wherever they go, whatever they do it together, do it in numbers. Make sure you can trade. Because Astralis are spread thinly right now. 3 on the B bomb site, and alone is Zip on A, or Magiska on A. And so wherever G2 go, they're expecting a 2-2 here. The read for Astralis is looking wrong right now. 30 seconds, Magisk needs a multi-kill or Astralis are done for.
Yeah, Magisk, you've got to do the impossible here, mate. Oh! Here's the footsteps, and Magisk, impossibilities are his middle name. A double in the round, and now Astralis has spurred on to give this retake a go.
Look at the health.
It's Nico and it's Hunter. It's the two cousins left alive for G2. Hunter said his goal was to be on a team with Nico, to play alongside his family. Well, now, he's got to keep the hopes and dreams of G2 alive with the man in question. Waiting in the pit, waiting for the smokes to fade are Astralis. And then when the strike comes, it will be decisive and it will be fast. Here's the peek out of apartments. Hunter spotted, dancing around. Nico not knowing about yet. And the kills come in for Nico and Hunter. That's why they've got these guys in G2. That's why they want to be together, because they give us rounds like that. 14-14, and the hope is still very much alive for the G2 squad.
Retakes maybe hard, but they're not supposed to be that difficult. That is dirty from Nico. Headshot angles, and of course he's hitting every single little bullet. Magisk, he does everything he can there with that double kill, denying the Apps players a solo player on that site, but G2 still hang on by a thread. 14-all, that is not a round that you want to lose if you're Astralis. The man up on the retake with 30 health combined.
That round could decide the outcome of the game. Like, if we're left looking at this, and these are the margins we're splitting, it's little clutches like that that can make all the damn difference.
Yeah, no decisiveness now. OT, 16-14, who knows? It's up in the air, and G2, they're about to fly high right through the apartments with a flash play. Lovely entries, and there's nothing dupreeh can do but one. G2 on the site with the plant, the middle finger in the face of Astralis as they destroy their economy in round 30.
And man, if this hasn't been a story of big hero plays for G2 right when it matters to spur the squad on, I don't know what would be. You know, that first half was dire for G2 up until Hunter wins that 1v2 clutch. From then on in, he goes on to give us another clutch, more rounds stack up for G2, and then him and Nico win that 2-on-3 to find what is now a 15-round scoreline for G2 in the long run.
Yeah, after Astralis did so well to hold on as well, they've now got to hold on to their guns. 2v4 in the chase. Look at this executing to B. It's only Zip, he's blinded, and Nico gets both. 15-14, no guns kept on, no money here for Astralis. They cannot buy a rifle with armor. Not an M4 at least. This is a catastrophe in the best of ways for G2.
Yeah, heartbreaking for Astralis. They are left with Deagles, with SMGs, with shotguns up against a full buy from G2.
Yeah, and to think all of this recovery from Glaive, it might all be for nothing. It might all be forgotten here. Felt like Astralis were already out of it near the start of the half, but here we go. It's come the full circle, the full 30, maybe more if Astralis can do something dirty. But I can't say the odds are in their favor.
Yeah, this is G2's chance, right? This is the golden moment. The next minute and 30 is the hardest that you are going to focus in the entirety of this series. Nico has been instrumental in these last few rounds. And what a time for him to step up, right? For this guy, it felt like he was always destined for greatness, but always left as the bridesmaid, never the bride. Well, this round, he's opened it up once more, besting Glaive, and now a path carved over towards this B site. Even if you don't take the opportunity to hit B now, you know you're disrupting the Astralis game plan. You know you're shifting rotations. And at this scoreline, in round 30, with no money, all the pressure is on your opponent.
Yeah, smokes are in, but there's no commitment. They go quiet. In doing so, Astralis, they have pulled all their bodies but one into this bomb site. So the stack is here, and G2 are going to meet them right in the middle. Charging through the double molly, burns out Zip. Bubsky gets one, but he has to fall off the boost. They're going to go through. Astralis chasing, but they can't get the kills. Bubsky traded after one, and it's only Magisk on the wrong side of the map. It might be coming to its natural conclusion. It might be a grand final spot for G2. It's only Magisk in the way of that.
Yeah, 1-on-3, and you're left thinking if only some of these clutches hadn't have eluded Astralis, would this be the scoreline? Magisk is cut down, and there it is. G2 go into the grand finals of IEM Cologne.
On the bomb, sprayed through. Smoke still down. At least knows he's nowhere else. He has to be there. He is so smart.
There we go. It's Team Liquid, and that's what it means to them.
They've done what no one may ever do again. Team Liquid.
Everyone has been great so far throughout the tournament, and if you all just keep up the individual level, because I think that's what's kind of the most important on LAN. Like if you have your individuals popping off, that's what's gonna win you the games. Obviously, like communication, everything has to be on point. But I really feel like on LAN, like your individuals are gonna win you the games. Like if they don't commit too many mistakes, but they really like pop off. Like I think that's the key on LAN, I would say. So I think that. We have players to do that, and if we keep it up for the playoff, I think we will have a really good run.
No, what the fuck? Wow, what a lucky Yama, man. Boah, scheiße, Flag, geklüpft. Une patate, on va mettre des patates, frère. Ouais, mais ok, ouais, it's the monkey D. Luffy. What is this arm, bro? I'm far away, bro. Ok. Freestyle. Coupole. Hop. Esquive. He's the P. Ama, we don't hear you, man. Ama is mute, I think.
Oh yeah, I was muted.
Yeah. Mais c'est pas possible! C'est pas possible! J'ai fait dans le truc, frère! It's my story of my life to be on the bottom. Tiens, voilà.
Let's go.
Allez.
Ah, Jaco.
No.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Oh. No.
Oh.
Nice.
Allez, Sheb. Sheb.
Nice.
I'm back to the top. Let's finish that, Nick.
Oh my god, Jack, you're so lucky.
No, I'm so good. Allez, bouge-toi. Oh là 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 là. What? Time to shine, maman. BJ ça. Oh là là, tu vas... Ramène-nous dans un coin, frère.
Ah! Stop speaking French! It's English!
Eh. That to me. Allez.
Jack, you're so lucky, man.
Ah gros. Oh, super mon pote, frère. Oh.
Nice.
We let them think they have a chance.
Introducing the ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. Expert analysis.
He's going to get that shot, and that has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex, and now they're pushing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes
The best performances.
He's already got 3 and 4 and 5.
And fan voting.
He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting another one. Simple.
Who delivered best?
Unbelievable.
The SL Pro Tour and DHL present the DHL MVP. You can vote for your MVP of the tournament using your Twitch channel points. That's right, you've been collecting them. You've been sitting there idly watching the game, just sitting on the edge of your feet. And quite a twist of events right here. You can now vote, and your vote will contribute to the overall result. The top 5 players are going to be listed right here. You can take a look at them as they fly through. But the real storyline that we're looking at today is quite simple. Astralis and Glaive may have been playing checkers, but G2 came through playing chess. Nico and Hunter headline the later stages of that game, and wow, what an ending to it all. I've got Yanko and Maniac with me.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch my breath. I'm trying to catch my breath because this game was such a high level, high intensity, high pressure situation. These are the games we remember. These are the games that players keep in their memories probably forever. Obviously, that clutch from Hunter and Nico is something we're going to mention a million times because of how much of a turnaround this was in this game. And that's what that game was, a series of turnaround.
Yeah, just back
I think
and
this is what you love about LAN, about big games, right? I think there wasn't a person who didn't think that after that clutch, G2 like didn't have the upper hand or wouldn't close out the game, right? Like it was still 14-14. Astralis still had a good buy, right? They could have just like won that round and then won 16-14. But just like the psychological, the mental aspect, the momentum, right? Knowing that it's like Nico and Hunter and seeing also how calm they were after that round, knowing that the job still isn't done. Like it really just paints the whole picture for you.
Yeah, and it's a rough one. If you're Astralis, you came in here with some weird expectations on your back. You got all the way to the semis. You damn sure fought it out. Maniac, what's your takeaway for Astralis here?
To me, it's a success. Obviously, now it's got to hurt because losing, they were that close to making it to the grand final. But the fact that these individuals together in that situation with the weapons they had were able to turn this event in such a competitive string of matches for them, it gets me completely baffled, Trace. I am baffled by the power that they had together. I cannot even imagine.
That they still display. Yanko, I'm looking at you. I'm trying to think about a tempo change and things that go on within the Astralis camp.
Yeah, I think for them, they're in an interesting spot right now because they had a really good run. I think more than even they themselves expected, right? They could have made the final. It was a really, really close game. So moving forward, I think it's going to complicate things perhaps for them a little bit. Maybe they had some changes in mind that they were already going to do, but now they might take a step back and reassess the whole situation regarding their roster.
Look, if we try and make honor to that game, right, we can dive into one of these rounds that Astralis put together. That was the beginning of this third map, and you will see all the savoir-faire coming in out of Astralis, taking that position towards CT spawn and understanding exactly in what situation they find themselves in. Dupree and Zip being patient as can be, and as soon as he's going to find that frag, immediate reaction. He realizes Hunter is going to be to his right side, puts down the smoke, and this is where the IQ just never stops because he realizes there is a mini gap in that smoke, and chances are Hunter's going to try and exploit it. Gets that second kill. This is IQ over 9,000 right there, and this was Astralis, may I say, creating a momentum, 6-2 in the lead of the third map.
Yeah, giving themselves a chance. Yanko, we just continue down the path for G2. They continue as well.
Yeah, and you might be thinking they're done and dusted after that round, right? Like they got reset very early on after winning the pistol and so on. And here you see like the following round, they have a big advantage, great read, great hold. They're in a 5v2 situation, right? But then you have Glaive and who else than Zipex, right? Stepping up, getting 3 massive kills here and turning it back in a 2v2 situation. You're like, if G2 loses this round, I think they get like just, they lose like 11-4 first half or something along those lines. It just mentally, it's such an excruciating round. But Hunter, is going to come to the rescue. Here, he knows the one player has to plan. So that's why he's booking it for Glaive. That's why he doesn't worry about Zipex at all. He hears the plan to his left. And he understands that's his like only way to win that round. He needs to dispose of the guy on the right and then, you know, just kind of reset his aim, so to speak. And he just managed to do that, barely got 2 crucial kills. And G2 actually went on a big run after this. I think they won 5 rounds in a row. So that really saved that first half and ultimately the game for G2.
Yeah, and it's not even the end of the story, right? We get down to the nitty-gritty at the end, and it's Nico.
That is incredible. This clutch is actually incredible. Again, I think the story of that matchup has been written in that very round. This is the clutch situation. I just want to give a little bit of context for the viewers at home, right? Nico is not having a good game at this point. He's got only 11 kills, but the fact that they both stay so cold-blooded in there, just perfect cross placement. They had combined 32 HP. At the beginning of that 2 versus 3. They had 32 HP, but they play it the best of ways possible. Only headshot angles, being calm and collected, waiting for the right moment, and they make it work.
So you're saying they didn't go hunting, basically.
They didn't.
Weirdly enough, we're going to go to Hunter now. Post-game interview. Let's check it out.
You had so much impact in those lurk plays. Was it difficult getting that essential info from Astralis?
Well, it was really hard. They're a great team. They have great players. My brain is not working anymore. Honestly, you need to think too much against them on CT and T side both. How to take the timing, how to stack, what side to stack, and those kind of things. They're still a great team, one of the best in the world for sure. So it was really hard. But yeah, I'm happy at the end that we won. So it's not easy to win Astralis on LAN.
And what was it like for the team in that second half, keeping it together? Because surely at some point you might have felt it slipping away.
Yeah, like honestly, I thought we'll lose after they did great comeback. And then on 11-11, honestly, we had the same game, like on online a few months ago. And on 11-11, I called to push second mid on City side. And I was ready. I expected that because of this reason. I was just ready on the bridge and I killed 2 guys. We won this round later and it was 12-11, 13-11 for us. And I would say if we didn't win this round, we will have lose this game easy. So it was like really, really luck. I mean, luck and my brain at this point, but yeah. It was a really important round for us, I would say.
I want to ask about another important round that took you guys to your 14th point. It was a 2v3 situation on Inferno. It's you and Nico. Just talk me through what happened.
Yeah, it was, of course, when we saw that we are 2, only me and him against 3 of them, we started to talk our language, so it was a lot easier. We just made a deal what positions we want to play. I was low HP. I had this one flash. I took it from someone, and this flash maybe won the round because they were too blind when they were entering site. So yeah, I'm really happy that it was me and Nico, and clutching this round, it was a really important round in the end to close this game, and yeah, I'm just happy and proud, nothing to say.
And just one more thing. 19 years ago, when your parents, yours and Nico, set up an internet cafe that still exists to this day,
yes.
Did you ever imagine that one day the 2 of you would be facing down potentially one of the best teams in the world tomorrow to take the lion's share of $1 million prize pool?
It was just my dream. I was working for that too much, and Nico as well, even more than me. So our dream is accomplished, and we are just now together. We are trying our best, and tomorrow we'll try to win this event.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool stuff right there out of Hunter. Maniac, what's in your mind?
He's talking about luck, and I'm going to disagree. I think he's just a champion. He said he's lucky at the time to find a double kill, but it is no magic that whenever push comes to shove, whenever the pressure is there, Hunter is not a player that's going to fail. He never fails at the time. He always delivers. Look at him, the way he finds double kills at the moment. It was the same against Gambit. Think about the lurks he had in apps when he finds these kills. There is a reason why. He's obviously, I don't want to say he's a hunter, but that's the idea, right?
Fits,
in the
like
clutch that Yanko brings up, in that clutch, you can see a split second. He knows there's only one way I win this clutch, is if I single out this duel and then I go to that one. And Hunter is a player that no matter the context, no matter where you are, IEM, Cologne, home, whatever, if he knows one way to win the round, he'll do it. And this is such a unique ability. So he's humble. He's talking about luck. No, he's a champion. That's what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're on their way to it. They've still got at least one more matchup. They got a best of 5 tomorrow. That's G2 going into the grand finals. Of course, this is the playoff bracket, so that we can paint you just a little bit better of a picture. Another semifinal is slated to go on just after this in just a few moments' time, and Navi versus FaZe. Now, I look at Yanko, and I've just got to ask, does this make you happy, man? Does it make you happy to see your best friend succeeding?
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, who wouldn't be happy? I'm thrilled for them. They finally got over that top 4 hurdle, right? And maybe that's what they were missing. Just one time to make it all the way. What better time to do it than here at IEM Cologne, the first LAN back. And I'm for sure going to be rooting for them tomorrow.
Yes, and I'm sure Astralis fans are not going to stray away from the idea of rooting from them either. We actually have an exit interview lined up. Let's go ahead and hear from them.
Glaive, it barely gets closer than a 16-14 scoreline, as we just saw on Inferno, and it really looked like you were calling a great game. How do you feel about that map?
I mean, oh my God, it's just tough to lose like this. We really wanted that win. We really wanted to prove for ourselves that we could come into a final for such a big event as this one. We know that every team prepared really well, and you saw that with G2 as well. We tried to do our best, but unfortunately this time around it wasn't enough. I didn't feel like I called that good myself, this best of 3. I mean, some of the calls I did was pretty good, but I also think I miscalled some of the rounds. And of course, that's pretty sad. But you know, every team is having like kind of a different play style, so it can be tough to jiggle around with all the things you see, and you're preparing for every team and stuff like that. So, I mean, G2 played really well. They deserved the win in the end, but yeah, as you saw, it could have gone both ways.
But of all 24 teams who came to IEM Cologne, surely the pressure was highest on Astralis. Do you feel like you have proven something in the past couple of weeks?
I don't really think that the pressure was that high on us, to be honest. I mean, if we were going out in the group stage, I think everyone would have said, like, that's what we all expected. So, yeah, I'm just happy that we went to the playoffs. I'm really happy that we went into the semifinal. We were a contender to go for the grand final. We showed that with this best of 3. So I'm pretty satisfied with how everyone has been playing. And I mean, I really didn't show up. I mean, that nuke game, I felt like, oh, that T-side on nuke, I should have done better there. And that's what hurts the most right now. So yeah, pretty sad.
You showed up pretty darn well on the CT side of Dust 2 with the AWP. Glaive, thank you so much. Enjoy the player break, and congratulations on making it to the top 4.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it did get a little sweaty over there for Astralis, but you have to give credit to Glaive. He started to take this game into his hands. Maniac, albeit falls a little short, but you could see it right there on Inferno. He's making aggressive peaks. He's putting himself into situations that are very risky.
Look, the mental fortitude that Glaive displayed on Inferno is nothing short of miraculous, right? At some point in the game, he was, I believe, 5 and 16 in scoreline. He was not seeing the sun. He was not finding any groove and any rhythm, and he fought back, and he reclaimed control over the game. Glaive is the embodiment of a warrior. That's how I see him. He's a captain I would follow in any battle. Honestly, he would just tell me, do this, I'll follow. I'll just say, okay, you know what? I'm going there. You believe in him. He's got that aura that not everyone has.
Yeah, that means a lot coming from a Swiss guy. It's pretty non-neutral, I dare say. We're going to go to a break. We're going to come back. We've got another game coming your way. And it's not just any game. We're looking at a semi-final. We're looking at Na'Vi versus FaZe. Is it going to be Na'Vi Nation, or are we looking at some sort of FaZe-up maneuver going on around here? We'll be right back, everybody.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Boomich, you are going to be asked to guess questions about Simple. He's going to be writing the answers about himself, and you're going to try and guess what he's written. The question is, what positions should Simple never play? What role? It's quite a difficult question.
I know what he'll write. Entry? No?
You need to write it.
It's easy.
Coach.
Coach, Simple. He will be coach, I don't take pauses.
What would the simple team talk be like?
Aim higher.
Aim higher.
Yeah, this one is bonus one.
So you literally wrote nothing, and as soon as I said coach, you wrote coach down.
Sometimes I EGL. Sometimes I'm entering, sometimes I lose.
He's doing everything, so
yeah.
I don't have the correct answer, but I think like EGL.
You put EGL, yeah, okay. So he doesn't think you should IGL. And no one thinks you should coach Simple.
I need to focus on my role.
You do. We need you to be the best player in the world. Thank you very much. You ready for the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. What is Simple's biggest fear?
Fear?
What is he scared of?
Okay. I have the funny answer maybe. I will answer like about CS a little bit.
Yeah, I will write about CS as well.
I think I could guess this one.
Didn't win a major.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Not winning a major. Are we right though, Boomich? Die after time with no weapon. Your biggest fear in life.
TS point, okay.
Okay, so is it actually not winning a major? All right, it's fine. We've got another major soon. What is Simple's worst habit?
To be late.
He does. And that's his worst habit, is being late.
Nah, it's not. This is my...
Eating my own fingers when I get nervous. Like biting your fingernail.
Yeah, man, when it's too nervous, I don't even control this, you know. But this one is more true than this one, like last 6 months.
So, the final question. What do you like the most about Simple, Boomich? And what do you think he likes the most about you?
I need to answer as well?
Yes. Simple, I want to see yours first. Positive and fun mood. You're positive and fun, are you? All the time?
All the time, when everything's good.
Okay. Boomich, what have you written?
Never give up and moving forward.
So you're not quite on the same page.
Yeah, like...
But these are two good things. These are two nice things about you.
Yeah.
Your positive mood. He's got a positive... Do you agree?
Yeah, of course.
What happens if you don't agree?
I don't know. Maybe he will kill me.
It's time, Cologne! German Counter-Strike on the stage. A semi-final and FaZe Clan, the star-studded roster, standing against them. Into the Lion's Den, and FaZe going to be one very big step closer to the Intel Grand Slam.
FaZe Clan has always been amongst the best when it comes to Counter-Strike, and their run at the 2018 edition of ESL One Cologne was no different from what they were used to.
It's going to be tested. What a flick to land. And Rain, oh my goodness, what is he doing? He's tearing them. That was absolutely phenomenal.
However, during the event, many felt it was a shame that this super team had to play with a disadvantage due to the absence of Olaf Meister, one of their most recognizable players. But the situation turned out to be not quite as black as it was painted, as Croman stood up to the challenge when they needed him the most.
Launches back toward Ivy. Make sure that's cleared before they get the bomb in position. Next is going to bug. Croman snaps back with speed to immediately take out Smoothie behind him. Goppy as well. The stand-in stands up, and he might make big sit down. What? Croman! He's got 4. He's looking for the ace to pull it off.
That is absolutely amazing! He saves them, and a must-win round to tie things up.
He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! Simple! No! Simple, that's unbelievable! What is his name? #1 in the game!
In this now context of the first LAN event we have in Counter-Strike, with this brewing rivalry of Gambit, he takes it to the next level.
When he has his team performing the way he does now, he can really pick and choose his battles, and he can really be patient with it. And I think that's when he's the most dangerous, because he gets to be creative.
You start to see how being the best player in the world is not just clicking on a keyboard or a mouse. It's evolving. And this is what we all witness right now. We are witnessing the evolution of Simple.
I think the eternal curse of Simple and what we've come to expect out of him is that he's almost challenging himself. He's almost competing against himself repeatedly to outdo what he's already done.
It's the will to win. It's the will to win at all costs. Where are the limits of Simple? Is he limitless? Simple is a champion by definition. He rises up to the occasion, and whenever he is needed, he takes over.
We're gonna still practice as much as possible. We're gonna spend all our life in this game. We're gonna try to become better every time. We're not done yet. That's not finished for us.
Having to make the perfect play, like not overstep. The margins against Simple are so small. Man, he's the most dominant, but he's also the most creative inside of the server. He can take any weapon in any situation and make something out of it.
So unique in Counter-Strike to have a player that is able to quickly understand my only way to win this round is to take this risk.
Simple is most dangerous when all the odds defy him.
First gets the frag, but this is so nice from Liquid. He's holding it, and all Nap has to do is check it. Oh! Not again, Simple! That's simply not allowed!
Counter-Strike as a game and as a scene, we're addicted to Simple at this point. Every conversation we have is surrounding Simple. Will Na'Vi have an era? Will Simple ever get a major? Who's the best player in the world?
This is certainly the place for Simple fans to congregate. Alex once said, one in the name, one in the game, and that may be the case, especially when we look at the statistics coming into this matchup. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, and boy, do we have a banger for you. Na'Vi versus FaZe in a semi-final, and Simple, a man leading the charge.
We have here. I just disappeared and I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Talking about Simple, yes, indeed, Simple, a dynasty of great Cologne experience. But the thing is crazy, he's pushing it one step further at this event. 152, how incredible is that?
Yeah, it's pretty wild, especially at a tournament of this stature with the teams that we have. But again, it just continues the trend of the best players that we have returning to LAN and making their presence known and showing the new guys who have been doing good and been dominating. This is what it's at. This is where the real game is played.
Yeah, and there's some testaments to this as well. We look at Simple. He had a fantastic showing against Astralis. He goes plus 41 on a KD over 3 maps, 86 rounds. Great showing from there. Simple is as Simple does.
I mean, we just had a plate saying that the last time he had 1.52 rating was at DreamHack Marseille 2018, right?
Yeah.
And you might look at these numbers and say, well, he's having the same performance. That is wrong. He is not. Because the level of Counter-Strike has risen over the years. Every discipline gets better and better over time. If you're Simple and you're able to distance yourself from the group, to distance yourself from the majority now in 2021 by that margin, that's because you're God.
Well, it's also because, you know, you want to talk about teams getting better than they were, you know, just 2 years ago. It's the same thing goes for Na'Vi. His team is now stepping up around him as well, which I think is really enabling him to have a much better individual performance on top of it.
By the way, this is our friend Jason, and we just picked him up off the street. Jason, welcome in.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
It's going to rain pretty soon, so I'm happy to be here.
I'll introduce you in the future. That definitely not work.
Well, I just got, I got instruction to just kind of give you a hard time. So I think this is a great place for that to start. Personally, we sit on the cusp of a great semifinal, one that features Navi on one side, one that is certainly making a case for being a favorite to just win the whole tournament as it is outright.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Navi have to be the absolute favorite for this tournament, not only because Simple and the million reasons we've just listed, but as you were pointing out, Jason, the evolution of that project and the members within it. And to me, that is the biggest talking point, right? You have a player like Bit, for example, who's blossoming into this incredible headshot machine with incredible numbers, and he's putting it in the highest of pressure. That, to me, is something to be excited about.
That is something to be excited about. Also, within the same pedigree, we're looking at a player like Boomich, and we actually got the opportunity to hear from him prior to today's start.
I'm always looking for an excuse to talk to this man, the one and only Boomich from Navi. Boomich, we've noticed sometimes you're upping the pace on the T sides of Navi. It's like a new beginning. Tell me about the approach.
It always depends on the opponent. If we know we can play fast, like and take important zones on the map, like we're watching demos, so we're using it. And of course, you should play sometimes fast and slow to surprise your opponents.
And what do you think of Karrigan as an IGL? You're both guys who like to go in first and get it done.
I think it's a legendary IGL, like with a story and big background. So I think he fired up on this tournament, and like Lance is back. So right now they have like semifinals, and they lost a lot of matches in online, and they feel like really hungry for this. And I think like Karrigan with his team, he wants to prove like he can be still at the top and fight for trophies.
And you have beaten them 3 times this year online, but now it is LAN. Are you expecting things to be a bit harder maybe?
Yeah, of course. Right now, like, it's a really important tournament for like, I think like all 4 teams who is here right now. So I think we should fight like for all CS region right now, and it will be hard match because we have really experienced and individually great players, and they have a lot of like firepower. So we should be focused on this on 100%, and we will see what will happen.
Well, thank you for talking to me. I'm going to try some Russian now. Udachi.
Thank you.
Nailed it, Frankie, I think. Actually, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, you have no idea.
I have absolutely no idea whatsoever. What I do know is he's talking about having great teammates and people stepping up to the bar right here. And he's exactly right, because there's one gentleman in Bit. This is his first S-tier LAN, and I think he's blowing some socks off coming here.
Yeah, and the Bit project in itself is so fascinating because I'm going to take you back down history lane for a second. His first few matches with Na'Vi were extremely complicated. I'm talking about the time he stepped up for Blast against Astralis, and he got absolutely smacked. And people were thinking and saying, he's not ready, what the hell is going on? He goes back to Na'Vi Junior. Think about the relegation and how it hurts itself. And now he's again in the team, in the main roster, and he's putting out big numbers. He's at the top in terms of headshots level. He's entering as well. He's making the difference. He blossomed in such a quick period. I cannot even explain it to myself.
Yeah, it happened. For me, it felt like really, really quickly. I mean, I just kind of noticed him kind of going off just a week before this at the CIS RMR, and it was like every game I was like, oh, he's doing it again. Oh, he's doing it a 3rd day in a row. Oh, he's still around in the playoff. Like it was that kind of crazy, and now he's carrying it here into Cologne. And if that continues through these playoffs, I mean, hands down, these guys are the favorites at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of undeniable at that point. You know, you look around, you get a general census of what's going on here. For us, we need to take a deeper dive into our players to watch. Brought to you by Epic's GG.
When these 2 players get the AWP in their hands, you're guaranteed a showdown. During IEM Cologne, we've seen Brocky elevated by the LAN environment and the experience of his teammates. In fact, his AWPing role is now so crucial to the team that his A-site anchoring with the big green turned around FaZe's feint on Ancient versus Gambit, and then led the way to the semi-finals on deciding map Inferno as Brocky's natural instincts took over and the frags flowed. Across the 9 maps Na'Vi have played at the event so far, Simple has averaged a 1.52 rating. He's already matched a big event record with his 3 aces, and he looks likely to break it today, especially since land conditions seem to unleash an extra level of creativity from Simple as he lands devastating blows round after round on his already terrified opponents. As these two land giants go head-to-head, try not to be blinded by the clash of the Flash.
Those are your Epic's GG players to watch. Of course, Brokey making a statement in his own right. We talk about Bit, but what about Brokey?
Well, I think part of the reason why we have Brokey in here as a player to watch for this game is simply the performance he put up last night against Gambit. The dominance he showed on Inferno to end that map, to bring them to this point, is so impressive. If they get that performance out of Brokey, this is going to be a dangerous team, as weird as it is to say that.
Maniac, how often do you see a successful T-side op on Inferno? And how was he able to do it?
Not that often. Listen, he was 24-8, 1.65 rating.
20-0, I think, in the rounds that they won as well.
That is completely ridiculous. It's actually stupid. And the thing is, we are realizing, we're slowly discovering that Brokey can be a combat-style AWPer, and that is kind of something new in his portfolio, so to say, because Inferno is typically what you mentioned. It's about sometimes crossing smoke, having very short contact fight, but he's fast as hell. He is so quick on these land environments right now. I mean, I always, let me be clear. I always knew Brokey was good. And if you think about all the moments that FaZe had, all the turmoils and trials and tribulations, he was kind of a beacon of shining light for them. But to that extent, my God, no, I did not expect that from Brokey.
No, of course not. And there's also something, just be stacked right on top of it. Twist went out in an interview. He said, I think we handle the pressure a lot better than other teams. And for a player like Brokey, for a player like Twist, to be able to put all that together, to conjure up what it takes to win maps, they found that rhythm.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of that comes down. I mean, that was the big thing we talked about yesterday with the game against Gambit, was the experience of the FaZe players against the inexperience of Gambit. They no longer have that advantage today. That advantage is gone. And where we saw Gambit kind of crumbling and breaking and bending under that pressure a little bit, you're not going to see that at Na'Vi. These guys have been on the big stage. They've won these big tournaments already.
And we circle back to the discussion of the IGL, right? How Kerrigan is going to create his game plan, because I truly believe that against Gambit there wasn't a little bit of that, feeling there a little bit uncomfortable right there. Na'Vi's not going to be.
No, and the thing that they always say about Kerrigan, he wasn't a classic nerdy computer kid, all that. He got his first girlfriend, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Let's hear from the side of FaZe.
We've been joined by yesterday's man of the match, Brokey, to talk about what happened against Gambit. And first of all, Brokey, you're an absolute master of holding down that A site on Ancient, and it's a notoriously difficult site to control. How did you manage to become so effective at it?
I just looked at one of the demos against an IP, and I saw Rez was playing there, and he didn't get blind by one of their flashes, so I just always got the first kill. And that's, I think, why we won the game.
How do you feel about the bomb sites on Ancient at the moment? Do you think they need changing?
It's a bit chaos, I think. There's a lot of nades, a lot of flashes, so you just need to try to kill someone.
You do thrive in that chaos. I'm just wondering if that comes naturally to you, if there's anything that your teammates are saying to you to help you avoid those flashes?
Not really. I just close my eyes.
You close your eyes in Counter-Strike, Bob. I've not heard of this technique before. Tell me about...
I'm just kidding. I'm looking away from my monitor as well.
I want to ask also about Inferno, because it was the Brokey show in a match against the best team in the world on Gambit. There were no kills really for your teammates to pick up because you took them all. Did Kerrigan just turn you loose?
Not really. I just had another banana and I won the game for us. Simply, I think.
So we're getting some exclusives here at IEM. Brokey is powered by coffee and bananas. I did discover a quite distressing fact about you earlier this week from talking to you and Twist. You like a little bit of backseat chat. Is that because of the fact that you love reading the game of Counter-Strike? So when you're dead, you still like to engage with what's going on the server?
I think sometimes I do it too much. But for example, yesterday they did a 3-man boost on Orpas when I got my app. And I saw them boosting and I called it out and I even said Rust to push Monster because no one was there. And we won the round because of that.
So actually, sometimes it comes in handy.
I'm the smartest man.
You are very smart, we can tell. It's quite unnerving, to be honest, stood next to this man. Finally, you're going up against Na'Vi, which means you're going up against the likes of Simple. As you've been developing your style, is he a player that you've been looking at?
Not really, because he's playing 5 cents, so doesn't really, maybe only setups they do with the players he plays with.
What's your sense?
1.9, he's playing like 3, I think.
1.9, the sense of a killer. Brocky, good luck in this match against Navi.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. That 3 cents, that I got a question mark about that. But moreover, backseat gaming, Jason, come on, that's a sin, right?
I hate it. I hate it.
Absolutely hate it.
It's like if you make a call when you're dead, if you make that backseat call, you better be correct.
Yeah.
You better be right.
You better be right. Now, what is right is how we kind of looked at the results of yesterday's matchup featuring Gambit and ESL World ranking #1. Now, Maniac, yesterday you told us that FaZe went out of their way and they were able to make it uncomfortable for Gambit.
They did. That was the first challenge, and quite honestly, Trace, the sole fact that FaZe were able to push out Gambit gives them credibility for that very game. And this is why we're getting all excited, because let's not remember that they pushed the best team in the world according to rankings out of the tournament. They've pushed them out. But this is the conversation of the pressure and the experience. That's at the center of this matchup right there against Na'Vi, because that element is not here anymore.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, the legitimacy of that victory last night also comes from, that wasn't a bad day from Gambit, right? FaZe had to beat them in a close comeback on Ancient, had to beat him in, what, a double overtime on Overpass as well, and then, or I mean, excuse me, they lost to him in double overtime, but they forced it there, and then obviously the Inferno victory was pretty crazy. So, yeah, if this matchup feels like, coming in, I was like, you know, FaZe really has no chance against Na'Vi. But then I was like, but FaZe also had no chance against Gambit. So
did you change that? Change your mind on that one?
No,
I struggled to change my mind about it. Honestly, even though they big Gambit, it feels like Na'Vi exists in their own dimension.
I still want to say they have no chance, but it's like
do it.
Jason's the type of dude to tweet one thing that he predicts and then come out here on the desk and say something else. Jason, thoughts?
We call that the.
Oh, this is just.
Oh, well,
this is
anyway,
character assassination is what this is.
We'll continue moving on. FaZe versus Na'Vi. We'll take a look at the matchup history so that you can get a grasp on it as well. These two teams have faced off. They phased off even, because this has been a pretty one-sided affair. We look at Na'Vi all the way down the stretch. Wasn't necessarily, you know, a really great time for FaZe.
But FaZe was awful online.
Yeah, and the last series.
Awful.
And the last series.
W full.
The last series is a very close one, Trace, okay? It's a 16-14, 16-14 victories for Na'Vi. That was during the Blast Premier Spring Final 2021. So it was a very close affair. This is when Olaf was just back in the roster as well. It gave us hope, but almost feels like it doesn't matter. With this Na'Vi that we're having at a tournament right there, that's all conclusions, you know, all roads lead to Rome.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool to look at the dominance of one side, but like just throw it out. This FaZe team is completely different than what we just saw in the games that they played there.
There's an entire conversation to be had about that with what FaZe is bringing to the table that really makes them stand out. And I think it has to go with around the map pool. We're not ready to jump into the veto just yet, but you have to consider just having that sort of volatility within being able to play all of them.
First of all, Kerrigan is a bit of a trickster when it comes to the veto, I think, over time. And he's built a legacy of tricking people in map pool and really throwing curveballs. Obviously, the discussion of Vertigo being a float, potential float in that one is going to be one that we catch back on the veto. Ancient is already on the table. They've picked it successfully against Gambit. Are you going to make the same play against Na'Vi? That's a question. So there are a couple of question marks around that veto that makes it quite, I want to say, sexy.
Sexy. Oh, okay.
Strong Why'd I make eye contact with Jason?
Okay. Well,
it's nice.
Anyway, speaking of sexy, we got Jason, slow it down, buddy. PG-13 or something like that. Speaking of sexy, we've got two commentators. We've changed out here in Hugo. We got a fresh set of tires in here. We got Chad and Alex. Guys, can you hear me? Are you there?
No, not at all, Stunner. No, we're not here.
Okay, well, in that case, thank you so much. We'll see you around. No, guys, let's talk the map pool. What do you think?
Ooh, Chadney, you're the smart one.
I always want to see an Ancient, but I don't think we're going to get it today, right? We had that curveball come in, the game that Matthew was talking about. Ancient popped up in that one right there. I think an Inferno could be a weakness for Na'Vi. They lost to Renegades earlier in the tournament, right?
Yeah, well, you were floating a potential map pool to me, and it did sound like, you know, your basics.
Yeah, I feel we're going to get the bread and butter today. You know, your Mirages, your Infernos, your Dust 2s. I don't know how far we're going to go off that, because we're going to get a ban of Nuke. We're going to get a ban of Vertigo, I think.
Well, FaZe, I mean, is it just kind of puffing up their chest that they've played it and succeeded at it?
I think one of the things that is good with FaZe is coming into this tournament, we didn't really know what to expect, so they could flex like that. Sure. The Carrigan could prepare. He just had 5 days, right, to prepare for Gambit. He's only had 1 night now to prepare for Na'Vi, so that's different. But one of the things that I'm interested in, the desk is talking about, it's about this pressure. Do you boys think that it's changed for FaZe? Because for FaZe, it's the same situation. No one's expected them to come this far. They've already over-exceeded, right? They've exceeded everyone's expectations. You also look at the fact that the pressure is on, what? You make it to the grand final, nobody saw that coming. Sure, there's no, you're not talking about Na'Vi crumbling in the same way Gambit do, but for FaZe, it's the same mentality as yesterday.
I'm not sure. I'm not sold. I think for them, they can live. They are happily, blissfully living in this world where every single game they step into in the playoffs, they are the underdog. And that pressure-free environment of the underdog is one we've seen many teams over the history of Counter-Strike thrive within. I think there's no capping on this. If Na'Vi don't put on the exact show that they have to, the compulsory semi-final performance from Simple and that entire gruesome threesome, like if I don't see Bit, Electronic, and Simple online, I think there's a world where FaZe could actually do that.
Imagine FaZe versus G2, Nico versus FaZe. That's a chance that's a story for them for the grand final. That's one.
Okay. I'm hyped. Well, boys, we'll throw it back to you, and I'm looking forward to casting this one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. That's right. That's Chad and Alex are going to be delivering the content, or rather the commentary, and I guess it is content.
A little bit of content.
It is indeed. Nicely done, Trace.
So let's get into this map, Vito, a little bit deeper, right? So neither team's going to be playing Vertigo. Let's just go ahead and throw that one out the window. Mirage, potentially. But Ancient, is there a chance in hell that happens?
I mean, I think that Kerrigan has what it takes. You think he picks Overpass?
Pick Overpass.
Goes for Ancient
I don't know if he
again?
does. I would like to see it, though.
I mean, Inferno is... I agree with Chad on that one. Inferno could be a weakness for the Navi's map pool. It's been left a little bit at the bottom of the pit, and you go, well, great minds think alike. Trace, I got you on that one.
Yeah, Jason making up
Trace
BS
the kind of guy to look at production notes and look
hey,
good.
Jason, what are these production notes right here say? That's what I thought. Good thing that one was off camera. Mirage is in here.
Mirage for Na'Vi. Look, the very fact that FaZe pushed out Nuke left little to no choice for Na'Vi. They could have gone for Dust 2. I appreciate the Mirage pick as well, but it is not a bad map for FaZe. This is not what you call a punish. This is more of a comfort pick, but if you're Na'Vi, you really need to punish.
Also, it has a lot of options and a lot of ability for Kerrigan to get pretty freewheeling with the calling. There's a wide variety of styles that can work on the T side, which has been a weakness. And FaZe being a team where I think Kerrigan really good job of it adapting if they run into struggles. So yeah, pretty much as Chad said, the bread and butter maps.
Yeah, so we do not get an Ancient. We do get Inferno, Mirage, Dust 2. That is the order in which it will be played. And again, one of these teams get to go into those grand finals tomorrow, so definitely keep a lookout here. If you're just joining us, you picked an opportune time, I'll tell you that, because I now need to ask experts, I think it's what they call, well, they call you that, Maniac.
I don't exactly know why. I just happily rock that title. I just wanted to put in perspective. Can you imagine if FaZe make it? Can you imagine the run that they would have? Pushing Gambit outside, pushing Na'Vi outside to make it a grand final. It would be one of the most legitimate run we've had in the history of LAN Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but it would also kind of suck because then you have to live up to it every time you go to an event.
So it goes down from here.
Don't peak too early, boys.
No, absolutely not. For us, we're about ready to jump into Inferno. And I think we have to also give a little bit of testament as to last night. We talked a little bit about what Kerrigan brought to the table in terms of an IGL. Well, he was making Gambit dance through all sort of hoops last night.
And we've had the Boomage interview, and he's an interesting character too, because if you remember when Na'Vi was struggling a little bit, he was a point of focus. He was a point of discussion because not necessarily putting out a lot of frags, and then when Na'Vi's playstyle was finding limits or running into walls, we'd say, oh my god, Boomage, for how long is he going to be there? Now there's going to be a match in the match. We know Kerrigan is a very dangerous adversary to go against on LAN because he'll be in your brain, quite literally. So it's going to be great to see Blade obviously preparing that with Boomage and how they handle that little pesky carry.
Yeah, it's gonna take a good game plan certainly to overcome that. I'm gonna be interested to see what kind of things that Kerrigan is able to come out with, what kind of fakes he's gonna be able to throw, and what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve.
Well, let's stop beating around the bush, Jason. Who are you gonna pick, man?
I got Na'Vi, man. Not even a problem.
You know, I would like I'd like to disagree, but I cannot.
I thought about saying something there, but Jason, I didn't want to get under your skin just yet.
Oh yeah.
Got to do a whole couple of more segments with you. Maniac, your thoughts?
I want to disagree, but I can't.
Why?
Because Na'Vi is the best playing Counter-Strike team we have right now. There's no discussion. Look, the very fact that we've spent this entire segment not even mentioning Electronic, which is the 4th highest rated player of the tournament. We haven't even needed to mention him because that's how stacked they are. He's playing his best event in 2021. He's the Robin to the Batman of Simple, and he's still there, and he's fragging strong.
You giving Electronic the Robin moniker.
Yeah, I
That's
figured.
harsh.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean?
It's like he's more of a Scottie Pippen, let's go with.
Oh,
yeah.
Give him a little bit more.
Man, the last dance over there just because it's CD 3 days ago.
So who's the Dennis Rodman, Jason?
Ooh, that's Boomage. That's Lord Boomage for sure.
Gotta be. Shout out Dennis Rodman one time.
Throw on that wedding dress. Let's go, baby.
Well, hold on, Boomage. Let's not get too carried away here, buddy. I don't think any wedding dresses need to be brought out just yet, but I do think that we have a match made in heaven. And of course, with Na'Vi and FaZe in the server, so much experience, so much veterancy, so much firepower even. We've seen glimpses of Olaf doing it, Reigns showing some flashes of brilliance. Both sides of this table have what it takes.
I think the nice thing about that match yesterday is Yeah, we've talked about Kerrigan calling a really good game, but obviously to do that, his teammates had full faith in what he was calling. I think he even referenced that in a post-game interview yesterday about that match. So if you're FaZe right now and you just had your in-game leader call an incredible game like that last night against the best team in the world that allowed you to get an upset, you're going into this with so much confidence in him. You're going to run through a wall for that, man.
And it is the currency that has the most value in Counter-Strike as an IGL, knowing that your teammates believe in you and they will follow you into battle.
Yes, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. That's Jason and Maniac. We are ready to kick off Na'Vi versus FaZe, starting off with Inferno. This is a semi-final. Only one of these teams stay alive at the end of it, and they will be going on to that grand final. It's Machine and Sponge. Take it away, guys.
Oh, we will. We're getting straight into it. Inferno starting as a first as opposed to a third, but I'm into it. And so is Simple. Straight into the apps for info. Upon second glance mid, he'll get a more rude awakening. 4 members of FaZe barraging down mid. It looks like they might commit. Chad, I'm seeing Util in the air. Boomich rocking some dualies, unable to contest, and they're going to have to let them in. Straight through short, 3 are up. Simple's going to be behind late on that apps. I'm not sure he's going to account for that.
He's coming.
Yeah, he's coming and stalking. Fires off a warning shot, but it's silenced. I think they've worked it out now, and a good shot across the bow. They'll struggle with the dualies as well. Into the site, looking great for FaZe. The bodies line up. Brokey immediately contributes with him a nice double. And his stats on Inferno yesterday, Chad, blew my mind. He didn't have a single death, 21 frags. And that's just in the rounds 1.
Yeah, that was mental.
Hang on, there's some cash to be found here. 1,500 in the bank account. Kerrigan will take that. And that is a flawless pistol round, starting FaZe right on the best foot.
Yeah, that's a fantastic way. That's going to do a lot for the confidence out the gates early. The fact Kerrigan slipped into the backlines there with the knife kill, the round was already secured, so a bit more salt in the wound. And it was looking good for a moment there for Na'Vi. As this is all going in, they're chasing down Electronic. He did his job perfectly, but Simple behind, the USP in the back. We talk about it time and time again. Never easy to convert. Fluffs his lines early, and what could have been a defense of that A site quickly falls apart. And we get underway here, and it will be that Na'Vi 4 spy. Remember, Na'Vi have had 6 days off.
God, that does feel, that sounds like a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, so a lot of time for them to just sit and wait.
And then the debate will be whether you would rather have 6 days to rest and prep or be super hot off your quarterfinal.
That's the thing as well, right? You have to look at this whole scenario. For Na'Vi, did they really think they were going to verse FaZe? How much prep did the likes of Boomich and Blade do together for FaZe? And how much can you even look at? The demos, yeah, there's lots at this event, but this is them in peak form. It's not like this is every day of the week FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we're going to theorycraft in that respect, no, don't forget how many Na'Vi Gambit head-to-heads we had during the RMR. I mean, I'm sure their prep folder for Gambit was pretty stacked as it stood. Maybe FaZe did get the fair share of the homework. And it's not like you can necessarily. The way Kerrigan's been calling his T-sides, it's a lot based on just an entire squad buying into his call, and it's a lot of impulsive and spontaneous decision-making. Smoke exchange, will they respect it? I think they're through, yeah. Rain leaping across alongside For the Ride is all off. The bomb's on their back, and we will see the site taken. Rotates on its way, the entire Na'Vi squad pulls up their socks and starts to jog to the other site. And Perfecto's caught a stray through the smoke.
There's
That's
utility
a start.
here for a retake right now. They can smoke off Bernardo and they can flash to go on in, but there's no defuse kit for this, so Na'Vi are going to have to put this together quickly.
Yeah, and it's going to be coming through off the back of that util, charging in Coffin's side. A couple of wall bangs from Simple do go awry. More where that came from. These flashes could suppress. It's about this next moment. They're pushing in. Rain holds them at bay nicely, controlling the spray. Kerrigan still has an AK in play. Rain doing everything he can to delay.
Over halfway tick now.
Yeah, and now more bodies starting to hit the deck. Electronics down. Olaf brings a fight to Simple. He greets him with the Deeg. And looks like that smoke implies they just want to try and escape at this point.
Everybody scatters.
I think they'll get all 3 away, so that's not too bad. Maybe some weapons can be retrieved after time.
Yeah, Perfecto's trying to hang out closer to the side that picks something up, but he even grabs himself that Galil. So, all right, that's not too bad. In those situations when the bomb site's given up, we traditionally go, okay, well, they're just going to hold on to their goodies. But Na'Vi opted to try and keep things expensive, and, wow, it kind of worked out. It's not the best, it's not the worst. FaZe get their second, and we will see those Deagles carried across, a P250 thrown to Electronic.
Can I ask a stupid question? Did they plant in that pistol? Was it, did the Kerrigan knife them before they planted? I couldn't tell you. Either way, I was just thinking that's probably the most money you could possibly have coming into this third round. You not only got knife kills, you got double bomb plant and Boomich. Having a little look. And good night, Kerrigan. Tucked in tight by the leader of Na'Vi.
This gets dangerous now, as long as Simple doesn't go down here.
Oh, Lord. There are very, very few players that will get away with peaks like that. Simple already knocks Rain straight out. And 2 bodies already down. Smokes are flying.
Electronic's here with a smoke of his own. He could throw this one down and force them through the grey screen, but that's Boomich eliminated. The B bomb site is open now.
Yeah, don't forget Perfecto saved himself that Galil. He'll be bringing that to the party late. Bit yet to find his first frag, and here's his chance. A great chance, steadies his aim, twists too quick. Using that AK to great success. So some opening kills did put Na'Vi into that very brief 3 versus 5. It's been equalized and then some with the bomb now ticking.
We'll need to get a move on here if they do want to win this round. Bomb almost halfway tick now. Simple coming up banana, Electronic through coffins.
No nades, it's going to have to be brute force. I say that, Electronic does have a smoke. He's going to try and get that on towards the bomb. It will create a little bit of pressure. Brokey relieves all the pressure. He's going hunting. Simple will punish that. And finding even more. He doesn't have the time, but he's made this so costly. Jesus. Olof desperately trying to hold on to his AK and just about gets away with that. Still, kept very, very honest into the third.
Yeah, good damage there from Na'Vi again. Now, obviously, we're talking about the bombs going down, the knife kill from Carrigan. I don't think money is too much of a problem here, and you can see that reflected in the buy. Brokey straight into that T-sided AWP. And when we saw that yesterday, that was the most impressive thing, that it was, you know, him finding impact with the T-sided AWP. Now, that's not easy to do, and nor is this. Bang! The one bullet followed up by Simple. Both of them stylish to start off round number 3, but mopped up and unsaved there from Brokey.
The interview from Brokey as well was just a great little portal into his character, isn't it?
He was finished for a second there.
Yeah. We know a couple of soft-spoken Latvians, though.
That's very true.
Oh, now that's not quite worked out well for Electronic. You can see him just rolling his eyes as it's not achieved the goal he had in mind. Simple bringing out that CT AWP for the first time.
Yeah, that's still going to do the same job. It's a bit scuffed, but nobody from FaZe here are going to be tempting their luck up through middle. Simple's going to peek out with the AWP, and he strikes. Olof down, an opening for Na'Vi. Now, they've got openings in the last round, but they still lost, so can they convert now? The rifles are out. Lots of pressure on Perfecto now.
We saw him, a glimpse of Carrigan. They'll smoke regardless. It's forced to rotate out of Simple. Don't forget, this is a heavy disadvantage for FaZe. They've still parked Rain over towards App, so it's technically a 3v3. If there is a commitment, fully flash confirms there's still presence there, and Simple's going to be posted up here. Carrigan's just ahead of that scope. Simple doesn't miss, quick to the trigger. And Carrigan pushed on up, completely on his own, will be hunted down. Boomich finds him. Seems to be aware that there's a walk up from Rain. Quite persistent in his app's presence, and Bit's just playing in that safe haven of sight. A chance! Oh, and it's a big one. If they could just find Bit, there's a world they can get that bomb down. Newest addition. Filling the shoes of Flamey and has so far done a bang-up job. Brokey, however, has been a star in the making for FaZe Clan. Bomb to go down, 1 versus 3. Na'Vi will treat him with respect. Grouping up, and he's taking some liberties here. Take your time, Simple. Slaps him down, another multi-kill round out of the Superstar.
7 now for Simple. 7 kills, 4 rounds of play. Things looking good, staying on track for that Superstar form that we have seen. And that defuse will come on through.
I loved what the desk said about Simple. You know, I think the best way to frame it is he's just competing against himself now.
Yeah,
like,
look.
Sure, Zywoo may have done something for him. You know, that may have ignited a fire in his belly, but I think it's entirely just that perfect championship mindset where you just want to be better than your previous self.
I love the conversation, right? And I'm glad that there is a contender to Simple in Zywoo. But for me, with all the Counter-Strike that I've watched, this man right here, he's just magic. He's just something else. He's a completely different beast. There's a lot of great Counter-Strike players, but I don't think there's anybody who does it just quite like Simple. Now, Na'Vi, they're out the gates, they've got themselves around, and they've even humbled that economy. Now, the flow-on effects from those first 2 anti-eco rounds, right? The Deagle kills, Simple with the Galil getting a lot of frags, that's forced them already straight down towards pistols. So you can see the ramifications, and here he is again.
Oh, he fires off a warning shot. He runs him down. That is lovely. Oh, they partner up. Brokey does put some bullets down, and Carrigan leading by example. He's managed to bait the shots, pushing pressure now on short. This is a bit of a gamble here if they can force Electronic down. Swinging in. Nice find from Olof. If they get him as well, FaZe have got the sight. They may not have a chance to get the bomb down. That's a perfect nade.
15 HP combined here.
Oh dear. Double nade. That ends their dreams. There was Molly to follow. They did get the plant at least.
Yeah, well, they've managed that, I think, every single round right now. They've been getting that bomb down, keeping that economy flowing. That's going to help them out with the buy. But that was a sketchy round, right? A round that I'm talking about, yeah, the ramifications. Na'Vi have done a good job of grinding the economy down. They should get an easy one next minute. Simple dies. The pressure's on A. They're going 1 for 1 at best, and that almost fell apart. Perfecto looks like he's been testing that arm.
Yeah, this is the double kill nade. Perfect little lineup for your matchmaking games. Bang, and the dirt is gone. I need to stop referencing adverts from the 90s. I really
Well,
do.
they're good adverts.
Sillet Bang. Barry Scott here.
I've waited to get into Slap Chop. Maybe that'll resonate with our viewer base a little bit more.
Oh, that looks good. What are you eating over there? Either way, I'm hoping you're staying hydrated as well as fed. We're feeding you all the Counter-Strike you will need for this evening, as are FaZe and Na'Vi. Reddy made it very clear this is going to be of a brawl. Great molly.
But yeah, just FaZe are just feeling this out, and right now, no real banana presence other than the utility. They've accomplished what they wanted to. There's no info for Na'Vi over towards the B-bomb site. They're using retake utility right now, but there is currently a gap. It's just Electronic and Bit over towards A. So if FaZe get a move on, they can apply pressure before the rotation comes back in. And it looks like they're going for a Halls pop.
Yeah, but with a lot of long util, that might draw the rotate, but it may lock them out on that side of A. Electronic, his spidey senses are tingling, so blind. They caught a glimpse of him short already, 2 in the pit. Rain, quick find as well onto Bit. And just like that, double entry from FaZe. The site is theirs, and they're bringing that same flair we saw just yesterday.
Just that one Molotov top banana so that Na'Vi couldn't push down, and they were able to force their troops forward. Now, Karrigan's actually slipped past Boomich here. If Simple's not aware of this, he could die and give up that AWP. Boomich is actually pedaling back as well, and Brokey's trying to back him up. So there's going to be a couple more deaths here with this bomb down for sure. Wait, Brokey's gone all the way to T-spawn. He definitely doesn't want to lose this.
Boomich, I think he's heard it, all of that. And jumping around with his AWP, it's now taken away. Should be recoverable, and Boomich could be hunted down here. It looks like Karrigan set his sights on him. Oh, nearly had the angle there. Should at least have a shot at this. Yep, spotted him out. Damage done. Twist has done some parkour. And submits it to the Stora blog. Good stuff, 4-2. We'll see the FaZe Clan boys not only find the round, access to the site, the lovely entry fragging onto that pair, Bit and Electronic. We'll be seeing them tested a lot, it seems.
Yeah, during that setup there, as we mentioned, it was 3 players over towards B. So Bit gets all that long utility coming into his face. He tries to get into the site to tuck in time, and he's just not able to land the shots. The same with Electronic. He's expecting them all to be flooding out of apartments together, but they had already beaten that. He was blind when 2 players had gotten out, so it was really good spacing from FaZe in a moment like that, but the money's still good. And Na'Vi get themselves another buy here, but one more round for FaZe, and oh, dearie me. Break that economy. Simple is trying to be hyper-aggressive towards mid, isn't he?
Certainly is. Brokey gonna be cut down to size. Boomich and Bit this time combining. So that's some info at least. The fact that Bit was last seen dumping nades on bananas implies there'll be a lot more nades to follow. Typically, your A player. Top banana control has been fought for. FaZe confirming it with that sandbags molly. We know Boomich used to love a little banana bait.
Yeah, he's added a bit more depth to his play, hasn't he? Not just the sandbags, you see him in the sights.
I just remember you getting so triggered because he spent like 15 rounds in the same spot.
The problem is, when the teams are using like 3 nades, 2 Molotovs, a bunch of flashes to clear you out, at that point you have to think, maybe I should try somewhere else.
Yeah.
But that has happened. You've seen a lot more depth out of Na'Vi in recent times, operating as a team, and well, the team will have to defend against this A hit. Top mid control for Olof has been taken.
Bare bones Bit. Just an M4 and a Kevlar vest to his name, and Olof has got his number. That smoke will isolate him. The sound cue does bait the fight. Bit wins it out. A heavy disadvantage now for FaZe. They may try and keep those boots planted. I think Karrigan Smoke may achieve that. Rain, bomb on his back and starting a campaign towards the apartment.
It's on Electronic here. He's going to get run out again.
Been having his fair share of woes. Baited again. The movement from Rain just enough to draw the crosshair away. They're into the site. Simple denies. Karrigan falling as well. Just Twist now. Canadian Sensation has already found 2 of the 5. Electronic keeps a lid on it. And we will see Na'Vi close that gap to just 1 round.
Yeah, good recovery there from Electronic. We were talking about how he struggled before. That time cleans up the mess, no dramas whatsoever. And the reason, just maybe you're thinking, why is Simple bothering to rotate over towards B? Well, Bit had full mid control, right? So at that point, you're going, okay, well, there's lots of info here. They are throwing smokes over to the site where we don't have much information. He'll start cheating over, and he just hit pause. He head back in time, and he even bailed them out in a big way. So 4-3.
6 days, though. That's crazy, yeah. Na'Vi back in the studio. Been hard, nose to the grindstone in preparation for this semi-final.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I'm including today as prep time.
Yeah. Well, what time is it?
Yeah, they've had, from whenever they woke up this morning, or this afternoon. Maybe those gamer hours are in play.
Oh, Stagnates convert. Boomich down. Now, they'll surely operate under the assumption that Rotate's on its way. They've at least pulled 1 back, and it's Simple. Of all the players to find and to pull into the B site, it's Simple.
This is where Carrigan did his best work yesterday against Gambit. When they had that, you know, even when they went 1-for-1 and they were operating in 4v4 situations, he was able to pull these rotations back and forth. And right now, Na'Vi don't have any map control whatsoever. Sure, they just had their eyes on mid, but now that that smoke is cleared, there's no information. This is a broken buy from FaZe. Look at what they're operating here with just a couple of flashbangs and one smoke. So it feels like they're going to commit towards this B bomb site. They have to hope that this utility is perfect. Are they going to go for CT or are they going to go for Coffins? Coffins would be the ideal. That's where Simple's playing right now.
Flashes have hit Simple. He still hits his shot. Carrigan as well, falling. Simple standing strong here on the B side. Man advantage maintained. They've got 30 seconds to solve this mystery, and now finally bait the shot successfully. A bit of control for Twists and Rain. But there's no util. How will they get that bomb down? How will they defend that peak from Simple? He bides his time himself. I think Electronic caught a glimpse on the orange peak, and they do line up for him. Lovely collection. Another multi-kill for him in the bag. Looks like he's getting his feet back and firmly planted in the server after a slow start. And as I said just at the caster check-in, I was just saying that, you know, I think with FaZe's form at this point, Na'Vi are going to require the full three-man package. Simple, Bit, and Electronic have really partnered up to be the heavy fragging presence of this squad, and so far so good.
Yeah, and Bit is the question mark again here, right? The thing is, he did have a good group stage. There's no doubt about that. But now it's the playoffs, and we had the same conversation with Gambit. Bit falls into the same category as 4 out of the 5 members on Gambit, right? They're not tested in this environment. Now, sure, it's not even the big arena with people jumping up and down and shouting and the crowd roaring, but it's still a LAN environment where the pressure is turned up, right? All eyes are on this event in the calendar year of Counter-Strike right now. So if Bit's even able to replicate... Oh, Simple is just really jostling for this fight towards mid. He's such a jarring presence right now. If he starts converting those kills, FaZe are going to have a real rough time.
Olof taking some real chances, and he connects 2 bullets to the thigh of Simple. Quick snap out of Bit as well. Unarmored Deagles. Shouldn't be much more to write home about after those. Just tests. You see Olof dipping his toe in the water and not far off of taking the scalp of Simple. Twist lingering in that app smoke could have a shot. The warning shot straight into the poultry.
Yeah, get rid of those bloody pesky chickens. They get in the way more often than not.
Do look like heads, especially when you're holding those headshot angles. Simple will collect another here in round 9. Makes it 11 total.
I think one of the big questions for FaZe, obviously, is are they going to be able to fake Na'Vi out in the same way they did Gambit? Because that was a huge part of their play style. Is Brokey going to have another absolute blinder? Already looking good at the gates, right? 4-4, likely to be 5-4. This one is only a matter of time now that we have roughly 35 seconds left.
Twists. He's going to be set up for success here. Could have the element of surprise on that repeat. Did Simple just jump for info? Yeah, tucked down. 2 to find here, and going for jump shots. Not a bad contribution, but it will be 5. Na'Vi will seize the lead. FaZe definitely resting on that comfortable 3-round opener. At this point in time, Na'Vi stringing together 3 in a row themselves.
And you have to remember how those first 3 rounds went. The pistol was great, right? They came in carrying out a knife kill. But then the next 2, they were put under the pump. They were put under the pump by the upgraded pistols and then by the saved Galil. Simple getting a deagle shot, Boomich doing the same. So they kept that pressure on. So it's not like these 4 rounds that FaZe have been able to acquire so far have necessarily been of the easiest variety. But the guns are back out this time. No T-sided AWP for Brokey. And, well, Twist is going to send himself up banana here. Might get a duel onto Boomich.
Bit bait steps. Twist spots out, and Boomich wins the duel. Again, Na'Vi sees a very early 3 versus 5. It's quite hard for Carrigan to call the game he was calling when you lose 2 players so early into the piece. It's usually power in numbers, and you were talking about trades. You know, FaZe's T-side trades was a crucial component of their successes, even in those 4v5 disadvantages. Neither of these openers from Boomich and Simple have been responded to.
Still looking like they want to go B here. Smokes are in the sky.
Good little lurk smoke will nullify Boomich. I say that. He fires off some shots regardless. Fresh magazine required. And here comes the commit. 3 versus 5. FaZe would need a hero to step up, isolate. Looks like Brokey's at least posted 1. They've got another to find. And if they could spray him through the smoke, Brokey has provided the double they needed.
Winnable now.
Very winnable. They've got retake util. Simple in a prime position to drop the banana side smoke. Isolate Carrigan away from his squad. Posted up for now. Oh, nade right on the nose, but Brokey holds his nerve. Bomb half ticked. Util to be dropped. Tronic to deploy. And that's the shot. That's the duel. Brokey still hitting shots. Finally silenced, but time ticking in favor of FaZe. The 3v5 has taken shape, and all off the back of Brokey. Simple's caught. Oh, and all off adjusts into Electronic in the blink of an eye. What a turnaround. And Brokey again delivers for FaZe when it matters most.
That's huge. The round looks done, right? The round looks done. In the opening stages, Simple gets an AWP kill, Boomich gets that frag on a twist. It looks like it's all over Red Rover. Look at this. It's simple as this. Walk on in. All right, cool. Thanks, Rain. We'll grab that one. And then Brokey's able to walk on in. Sure, the first kill was great.
Whoa.
The second, they knew that Perfecto was in the site, right? So it felt like only a matter of time, and there wasn't really too much help for Perfecto in that moment. But that's a great transfer there from Olof. And that is going to put Na'Vi on the fringe here of having their CT side economy broken. Perfecto's gone for a cheapskate buy just with the MP9. He has a lot of residual cash left, and it looks like FaZe are getting a move on here. Heading up towards middle quite fast, flashing through. They're going to go for present straight away.
This would be a mad call if they just started to wrap long. There's no way. It's the perfect gap. Oh, and a miss from Simple. Karrakin, what are you up to? He's baiting shots left and right. Just dancing with Simple. Finally gets the quick scope, but they will exploit. Double found. Electronic is still in pit.
They're going mid to B.
They're trying. Perfecto's only got that MP9, as we discussed. They should be able to trade. He's made it count. Great damage from Perfecto. He's delayed them. He's held them at bay. Problem for Olof as well. Na'Vi stabilize. Brokey demanded to clutch again. He's looking the wrong way. Electronic will strike, and Na'Vi will sigh as large sigh of relief. Financial troubles are averted.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? These pressure plays early from FaZe when they're just, calling something out of the gate. Like, this is almost from spawn. Maybe they reacted off of all that banana utility that they saw, so they knew, okay, we can pressure this A site, but even still, it just puts them under the pump. Really lucky that Perfecto got a kill there. You could see how awkward that was under that porch position. Didn't look easy. Able to convert one, and Na'Vi, well, they're able to keep themselves in this lead, but once again, the economy's still not great. FaZe, definitely not great. They are going to be humbled here, just down to these pistols.
But watching FaZe in that quarterfinal, if they could just win a couple more Deagle Armor round one, would be great. And it's definitely not been their strong suit. Karrakin falls early. There's nothing quite like a Boomich, bright yellow, bulldozer MP9.
It's a classic.
But it's the embodiment of him. That is Boomich personified. Is the Na'Vi sticker triple MP9. Yeah, look at that. That is him. Nimble, irritating. Don't know if that's how I'd want to be described, but that's what he is.
I think it's great to see how these in-game leaders have kind of chopped and changed the way that they actually progress into the games. Like, for the longest time, it was believed that in-game leaders need to stay alive in the middle of the pack so they can keep calling the shots. But actually sending them forward and using them as that, I guess, disruptive factor, they can read the game quite well. And if they do slip the net, they're able to find even more impact. But here we go, Brokey again.
Why do I feel like he's about to blow Perfecto's head off? Okay, that's great. Tags him off in the elbow, and that forces the util out. But Na'Vi hold their nerve. So wherever FaZe go, they've got the 3v2 into the site, counting on their individuals with their weapon advantage. Don't forget, no armor really, shouldn't be too much of an issue. And yeah, looks like that's exactly what Na'Vi needed. They'll grab themselves a couple of sidearm upgrades, but that will put them onto 7.
Now, one of the things to note here, FaZe so far, if I am, well, if I've got my glasses on correctly, so far they've gotten 4 opening kills on this T side. On the other side, for Na'Vi on the CT side, Simple has 3 opening duels successful, right? It's just that AWP being quite jarring. He's definitely contributing in that regard. Now we're getting to the tail end here of the first half. FaZe, I'm sure they would love that 6. 9-6 would be pretty good.
Simple, very comfortable, peeking down middle. More than comfortable. He's actually taking some chances. Good nade damage elsewhere. Simple will cancel on the second mid prior to Olof's arrival. Boomich in his same hidey hole, tucked into the sandbags and tagged up by the util.
Oh, there's a huge rotation right now. Simple's headed all the way back over towards B side. I think they're going to post him up with the AWP.
There's 4 there temporarily. They're trying to chop and change, but already it looks like FaZe have surged forward a little. Top mid is theirs.
Electronic's under the pump here. I don't think he realizes it just now.
He wanted to actively contest it, at least confirm the info. I don't think he took a glance, so right now, top mid lost.
Oh, they're pivoting back towards B, so back and forth. FaZe are a bit of a pendulum right here. Still lots of time to do this, but they need to push Simple off the line top banana. He has the AWP, but he hits the shot. I wonder if that'll change the plans here of FaZe. I know the AWP now is over towards B. Is he going to keep rotating? Are they going to keep moving him around?
This has been such a dynamic one. We've seen them, I mean, almost every member of Na'Vi has been on B at one point. Just Electronic, the exception to the rule.
Oh, I think they've had enough of that. Back towards A we go.
But there's still 45 seconds, Chad. Don't you dare lock in your final answer. I don't know.
Well, they keep knocking on different doors right now. I don't know where FaZe want to go.
Yeah, a bit of knock-a-door dash. Smoke's deployed long side. That will surely incite Boomage to dig his heels in. Two-man pit setup as well. We saw how potent that was from the Kovac cousins in our first semi. This time it's from the CTs on the defense. A perfect peek on the flash. Electronic caught a glimpse of more. And he hears the steps. It should just be a brawl. No one's looking. Olof's his next victim. What good find from Bit and Electronic, and they combine for a perfect defense.
Yeah, cleaned him up right there. And for FaZe, it just never felt like they could hit a site that they wanted to go to. They're trying these fakey boy stuff that was working against Gambit yesterday. Here, it doesn't feel like they're stringing Na'Vi out in the same way. And maybe that is because Simple's happy to charge down mid with an AWP. Then he's happy to rotate over a post-up in Banana. The CTs are happy to take these fights. They're actually going toe-to-toe with the FaZe individuals right now and not giving them much space to work with whatsoever. That's really good scenes out of Na'Vi early.
But yeah, I suppose that's a real luxury for Na'Vi as a squad and for Boomich in particular. You know, if ever you're concerned about the A site, you can just say simple, play B.
Yeah.
Cool if you think you need help.
Do a four-man stack. It's like when Zywoo was able to play B for Vitality for that period when they had Navire in there and their CT setup just started looking super strong.
Like whenever you want to really batten down the hatches on the A site, just give Simple a call. Send him over to the second letter of the alphabet. Again, just the Deegs for FaZe, going to be saving their pennies, investing into that final round of this T side. Ooh, nice wide strafe. Simple got the trigger discipline to bide his time for that shot. Couple more chances, the nades are going to hurt. Ouch. And if Bit puts his head in the vise first, ooh, Simple. Struggling to hit Karrigan for some reason. Enables Karrigan to at least take Bit down. Trying to get across, he doesn't let it happen. Not easy. And they hold it, lock it down. So we've just seen Electronic and Bit lock down the A round, and we've just seen Electronic and Simple in the following.
This is looking pretty comfy, right? Just remember, sure, they have 5 rounds on the board, but 2 of the 5 so far, they were rounds where Na'Vi were very competitive. They were playing the long game. They were harming that economy. And more often than not, yeah, I know, he has 19 kills. I know. The thing is, if we just talk about that, that's all we're going to talk about. So it's like we're screwed no matter what we do. The guy's going to kill everybody, but we can't talk about him the entire time.
No, because then it's just a circle.
Yeah, I get it. There's definitely other elements to this. We'll do our best, right? It's not easy when the guy's almost dropping 20 in the first half.
Yeah. Just on track for the 40 if he keeps that up.
Well, he's on track. If he gets an ace here, either in this or the grand final, if they make it, Simple will break the record. Right now, in big events, players at the most, Simple has tied that record. I think there's 8 of them in total, with 3 aces in a big event. If Simple gets the 4th, he will break the record.
It's kind of crazy to me. No one has ever done that. They've all, like we've had multiple people get 3 aces in a tournament.
Yeah.
Okay, so records could be broken on this map, never mind in this semi-final.
We almost did it right there, 4 kills. So if Electronic didn't get that frag, we would have been popping off in a big way. Celebrations, the streamers come out. I think they run out with a cake. They take a timeout. Peter from HLTV, he teleports in. He gives them the award. I don't know exactly.
Well, you know the admins have got the gloves on. That's just in case we have to get the what are they called? Twizzlers? No?
Twizzlers?
Sparklers.
Okay, I think Twizzlers are like a sugary dessert.
Yeah, no, that's definitely... Or turkey Twizzlers, which were just processed pretend turkey they served in canteens.
Okay.
You ever have a turkey Twizzler?
I don't think I did.
Wouldn't recommend it to a friend.
Yeah, I might avoid that. Now, it looks like we have a little bit of a timeout situation here, ladies and gentlemen. This is of the technical variety.
So back to the turkey Twizzlers.
Well, look, I don't know how long we have. Hopefully it's not too long. But we have our favorite observer with us right now, Rushley123456. Rush, are you with us?
Hello?
Now, before we get back in, your mic is terrible. Say what you want to say.
I just want to say hello, Shroud, shout-outs. Well, that's pretty much it.
All right. Goodbye, Rush.
All right, see you later.
Our boy Shrewd.
So, yeah, Shroud noticed one of Rush's pro tips, and he seemed to enjoy it on his stream. So Rush just wanted to say hi, you know. So we would give him that opportunity. And it's good we got it out of the way in the first half of the first map, because hopefully this one delivers, just like the Gambit series yesterday, and we can get some absolute bangers of matches coming everybody's way.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of got mad at myself for writing FaZe out at times, because every step of the way, you know, they don't make it look easy. It's always like a bar brawl. They're always walking with a limp at the end of every map, but they've done it. You know, they've done it to Vitality, they've done it to Heroic, they did it to Gambit. I'm just going to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Na'Vi, however, if they can post themselves a 10th here, this is FaZe's pick. It's what they consider their best shot. And the T side, definitely, they have a real prowess for the attack. However, posting 9 against Gambit on their CT side just yesterday, maybe things can change. Good flash, both blind. Electronic was ahead of it, actually. Doesn't stop Rain finding him. Good contribution from the Viking. Simple. Still sticking around, he wants the jewel, and he just finds it. Hunts down Twist on the re-peek.
Is he pushing for more?
He wouldn't.
Well, he's spoken off Boiler, which means he can keep contesting that mid line, but here he goes again. Keep moving the AWP around, keep that man versatile. He's heading over towards B. Perfecto now greeting Bit over towards this A site, so it's a 2-2 split right now. And these 4v4s, as I mentioned earlier, is where FaZe did some good work yesterday. Let's see if Carrigan can pull off some similar tricks.
He's already here. As Carrigan tries his nutmeg, and it has worked out wonderfully. Good play from Carrigan. Brokey slips the net. Flash forces Simple off the line. Perfecto's in limbo here, so he will be able to commit if he hears anything.
Well, the rookie's going to be tested. Bit's in pit right now. He needs at least 1 kill. This is a big moment for him. They're hitting the side. They're actually smoking off towards the arch side. The wrap onto Bit here is some hard fights.
9-6 sounds a whole lot better than 10-5. Perfecto hears them. Bit readies his aim. Doesn't quite hit the mark. Smoke to play around and a flash for the peak. Already up Graveyard, though, and they have the sight. Oh, Rain has the bomb. It's thrown forward, but it's Perfecto that stands and delivers. 30 seconds. Perfecto taking some chances. Runs out of options. Nice find. It's Bit that does find and contribute the final frag. 10 for Na'Vi. FaZe's pick. Heading to the defense. Let's see if Simple and the boys from Na'Vi can close this one out with ease.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Built in 1923, this quaint town that's surrounded by rolling hills and stunning cypress trees is not to be missed. Head to the Corso Inferno, where you'll drink in the clear blue skies with 4 of your best buddies, or perhaps 4 randoms you met online just now. It's really up to you. Make sure you notice those stunning green shutters, the trademark of this pretty town. You won't want to miss a visit to one of the courtyards with their stunning floral displays and water fountains, perfect for a quick refresh after a hard morning. There's currently a bit of work taking place around Inferno, and you'll see a lot of scaffolding. Now, don't let this put you off visiting this picturesque town. The scaffolding will give you clear views and quite possibly a vantage point to take that perfect shot. You can head to the main courtyard surrounded by small traditional buildings and throw a penny to make a wish in the wishing well. Better be a good one. It could be your last. And then we recommend a stroll past Vino Orti or La Mia Orto. Be sure to take a picture, both infamous in this town. Also a perfect moment to take a quick breather, perhaps in the shadows. If you want some fresh air, why not head for the fields of vegetation? Just be careful who you might find there, because a careful traveller is an alive traveller. There's some pretty spectacular accommodation here in Inferno. Sprawling hotels with dark and not at all creepy lighting. Definitely not sinister fans, and plenty of dark corners for those friends who you've been avoiding to hide.
Hey Future Pros! Retaking the B site on Inferno can be pretty tough. However, the Molly or Incendiary I'll show you all today will help clear out one of the little hidey holes a T could be in. To throw this Molly, secure runes first. Then get into the corner next to the sandbags. Aim up and place your crosshair in the midsection of the ruined roof between these 2 points. Get your crosshair in line with this kink in the scaffolding, then simply running jump throw the Molly. As you can see here, this T did smoke the Molly, but from this angle you can see that the Molly does in fact completely coat the area in flames. Good luck and happy retaking.
Natus Vincere, no stranger to victory, born to win, as they say in Latin, and up against them is FaZe Clan. Certainly looking good for it, at least 10 to the good. 5 posted by FaZe on their attack, and definitely seeing some of the stars of that roster thrive in this LAN environment. We're into the semi-finals, looking to separate these two. Definitely a hot favorite is Na'Vi. And in the center of them all, I just realized Simple's in the middle, not breaking that in-game leadership central seat trend.
I had a tweet the other day. Someone actually had been paying attention to all the cameras and had written a list of like the players who were sitting in the middle. I don't have it handy, but I think there was quite a few that didn't have the in-game leader sitting in the middle. So look, back in the old days, that's how you do it, right? The in-game leader in the middle will call the shots. Some of the variations to that is having your AWPer in the middle so you can see more players' screens. Right?
Also,
yeah,
I was just thinking, it's based on setups as well, right? Like who gets to see their teammates monitor if you're on your CT setups. I imagine that's a big influence.
Well, that's why by having that, and just so everybody knows here, look, we want to get the game underway as much as you do, but we're having a PC replacement right now. So bear with us, right? We'll get that one fixed ASAP. We want the best conditions for everybody in the server right now. This is a semi-final. Winner will go on to play G2 in that grand final. But yeah, as you were saying, having Simple in the middle as an AWPer or other AWPers in the middle, because you're moving around, right, a lot as an AWPer, you're able to see the information. You're not only just trusting what your teammate is calling, you can reference the exact angle that they're holding. You can do all of that, right? And that's some of the things being on LAN. That's what gives you different elements here to play with.
Yeah, and you don't even ever have to ask those questions like, you know, any one banana. You can truly just glance at his monitor and answer that question for you.
Now, make sure when you do that, guys, if you ever go to a local LAN and you try that maneuver, make sure you're not just holding an angle in the open like a tit, because that's the moment you look away from your screen and they strafe out and they headshot you. And you never want that to happen. That's already frustrating enough as it is.
Yeah, but all this nuance we're discussing is part and parcel of what falls under the experience. You know, when we talk about experience, these are just the quirks and the nuances that are part of the game we love. Counter-Strike Global Offensive, for example, with Bit, you know, he's got a couple of heavy lessons to learn during this. This is his playoff run, S-tier tournament, a lot to be processed for him. It's a lot of new information, and it already seems to be a really great addition to the Na'Vi roster in terms of just not having the nerves get the better of him.
Yeah, sitting there at 9 kills. Not too many dramas there. Perfecto has 9. You got 8 for Boomich. Obviously, Electronic in at that second star, still continuing his good performance with 13. And Simple, well, 21 kills for him. We'll go through phases. Well, right now, Brokey and Twist, they're topping the scoreboard with 10 apiece. Rain, the next with 9. 5 for Olaf and 4 for Carrigan. And maybe we'll pick up that Carrigan point right now, because if you were tuning in yesterday and you saw the FaZe versus Gambit matchup go down, Carrigan was quite instrumental in some of their T rounds about finding space or finding entry kills. Now, on the T side just there, at one moment, I think he had about 2 kills, right? So he was struggling in a map like this. And I think just the jarring nature of Na'Vi and how hyper-aggressive Simple was being with that AWP meant that more utility has to be used before they can take all that space, right? So a bit tougher of a CT defense to break than Gambit's yesterday. But everybody's just having a chat. So this one might be a lengthy one. If you want to go grab a snack right now, go to the bathroom, now would be the time to do it. Or if you want to sit here and listen to Alex and I do one of the favorite things in esports, which is called filling, we'll probably smash it, and at some point it'll turn into a podcast, so don't you worry about that.
Oh, careful now. We nearly read all the notes.
Sure. Well, I don't know. Is it is it Cyrillic?
Yes.
Okay, so that right there, I have no idea. I'm just getting through with the English letters, actually, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, I was trying to. So I wanted to be able to say the Na'Vi players' full names.
All right, go give it a crack. If you're a Russian speaker right now.
So from my understanding, I was talking to Carmack. He tried to help me out a little bit.
Right.
The K is often silent. And I'm really scared of saying bits, so we'll do that one last.
Did we have serious Carmack, or did we have Carmack that's going to troll you?
It's not. I don't think he's trolly.
Okay.
But Alexander Kostilyev, we can do that one.
Yeah, and right now he's playing with his keyboard.
What is he up to?
Is he taking all the keys out? What's going on here?
Imagine if we were actually just waiting for Simple to build his keyboard. Sorry, I just got new keycaps. Got to change them. Yeah, no, Bardov sent them to me, actually. Gotta...
Yeah, Bardov making all the keyboards for the pros. That would be like he would be like back in the day, you know, how they'd craft armor? You know, that's Bardov. Okay. He's in there in the workshop.
So Electronic and Simple I can do. Dennis Sharapov.
Okay.
Love that.
All right.
Think Sharapova. That's how I'm doing it.
All right. Is that a tennis player?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Boomich. Now, this is where it gets interesting. The silent K. So it's Kirill Mihailov. Kirill Mihailov.
You're normally very good with the pronunciation, so I reckon a couple cracks and you'll probably get it.
I'll get there. I'd love to be able to whip their names out at the drop of a hat. Perfecto is a good challenge. Ilya Zalutsky.
Man, you're really setting yourself like you can fumble so many ways with these.
I don't think so.
All right. I have faith.
Zalutsky. Yeah, I'm not butchering it.
All right.
He says, absolutely no guarantee. And our final, the one I'm most scared of, is of course Bit. 18 years of age, by the way.
Yeah, he's a baby.
Valery Vahovsky.
Okay.
That's what I'm going for.
You didn't have as much conviction when you said that.
No, it's because I'm dropping the Ks. Apparently, you just don't say K.
All right. Well, it sounds good to me. I believe you.
Thank God. PC replacement is currently happening. If anyone just tuned in, it's like, shh, Caster, stop talk, OMG.
Well, Olaf was the man standing up, so I assume that his PC was probably the one getting replaced, and now he's sitting down. I don't know. That's I'm just guessing here, but either way, the headsets are getting on.
And real top-tier analysis here from Machini TV. It looks like Twister's not chewing gum right now. That was a big thing on the Intel Grand Slam run. He was chewing every round. So we'll keep an eye on that, whether that has implications into his form.
Interesting, yes.
There is scientific studies. Scientific studies imply it does aid concentration and focus.
I need anything to help with that, so maybe I got to get chewing some gum. He also has a pretty killer jawline as well at times.
I think that's part and parcel of the whole gum situation. Anyway, talking of nonsense, let's maybe just quickly rehash how that first half transpired, because chances are a couple of new viewers have joined us during that timeout.
All right, well, FaZe, they grabbed the pistol round. It was absolute destruction. Then the second and third, it got a bit shaky. Na'Vi went for the force buy. They took away some guns. Then on the third round, Na'Vi took away even more guns. Rounds started to flow. Simple's ult was jarring. He ended up with 21 kills within that first half. And then the gun rounds for FaZe in that first half was spotty. They only managed 2 on the tail end of that. And one was on round number 6, one was on round number 10. So Na'Vi with a very dominant CT half right there. But a 10-5 scoreline, you're not unhappy with that as FaZe. We know that their best work has been done on the CT sides. We know this is where their individuals step up with the multi-kills.
And I'm so glad you mentioned FaZe individuals, because right now, everything, like the recipe is there. You've got 3 multi-kill rounds out of Brokey.
Yep.
You've got 3 multi-kill rounds out of Twist. This was on the T side, bear in mind. So already, it's a good sign of things to come. Brokey had that hero round with the AK.
That's right, and that is where one of the gun rounds came from. So if you consider that, the gun rounds maybe not even the most convincing type for FaZe. But it doesn't matter. A round's a round. When you're in an environment like this...
Game time.
Here we go.
All right, rock and roll. This pistol will be instrumental. There's the cliche. I said it. Get over it. Na'Vi are up to 10, FaZe are up to 5, and we have swapped sides. We see a lot of util on Carrigan. He's definitely not got his fragging socks on today, certainly not yet, but that didn't stop him being a crucial component of their T side and baiting all of that shots out of Simple. Let's get it started. Na'Vi bring in the pain train, the Glock train indeed, 4 Kevlar vests. P250, so armored and equipped with a P250 for Simple.
And no aggression out of the CT side here. 1x bet odds at the top of your screen, clearly favoring Na'Vi in this one. Electronic going to deal with any second mid pushes through that T house. They have 3 players nesting together in Banana, and Boomich is going to make his way over as well. So they're getting all this territory for free right now. FaZe are making a gamble call that this will be an A play. Now, if Rain takes contact, the question is, does he save his nade until Carrigan comes over and they try and double nade the plant, or does he just do as much damage as he can?
Do they just fully plan to just go off Boomich util?
They might even just go off Simple peeking here with the P250. They have so much faith in this man.
They are, like, they're peeking. They're wide right now. Oh, Rain playing a dangerous game. The little warning shot across the bow. Simple may be deterred, and that could be it. Imagine if that one tag onto Simple is enough to channel them all into the stack, and it is. They are starting to gallop towards the A site. Brokey ready to receive them. He kind of wants to let them in a little bit here. Doesn't want to be too much of a force of resistance, and it's worked out nicely, tucked in. They stroll on in. 40-second mark reached.
Boomich is actually heading back towards bottom of Banana. Where's he going to use his util right now? If it is towards A, this stack from Carrigan is looking absolutely genius. It's going to be a 3-man apartments pop, and Twist and Olaf are ready for this.
Straight into the stack. Olaf to bait. Carrigan confirms presence long. They're into the pit. This is the bait and switch. 1 for 1. They won't expect twists. They won't. Oh, but they do. Bit pops off. Triple kill on the Glock. Problems now. Brokey can try and change things. The bomb's still not planted, and that smoke's only going to be a small guise for his bunny hops. They're both getting peppered. P250 will finish the job. Perfecto scavenges it away. Rain, however, kicking and screaming. He knows it's a 1v1. Boomich on the site. Bit did get that bomb down on default. Half health, no armor. It doesn't favor him at all. Norwegian, 8 bullets to ply his trade. 1 spotted on the cross back, and I think they may have both slipped the net. Okay. Now that kit could be the element of surprise. Imagine. Boomich confirms he's not on the bomb. They're going to play with him here. Bit, look how passive he is. He's not giving him any chances. Hold it. Brave. Pros don't fake. Not to be. And instead, Na'Vi just get to play and pull him off the bomb. They'll secure the round. Looks like 11 is secured, and Rain just being danced with. Oh, it finishes it with pizzazz. He makes it 4. quite the announcement of his presence into the T side.
Yeah, and Boomer's just playing cat and mouse with him there. Right? You don't even need to get the kill. You just have to delay him from defusing that bomb. So great stuff. And it didn't look like it was going to be great for a moment, but you really have to put this on two factors here. The fact Bit gets 3 kills. Look at that. Transfers to the site.
And then has the presence of mind.
Yeah, that's crazy. That right there is where Twist could have completely changed the script of that round. The reason Twist is hiding in that moment is to set him up for success. He needs to get 1, if not 2 kills from that position. So the fact that Bit deals with him, well, that's taken away a lot of pressure here. Now, Phaser into the Force. The Deagles are out. Banana pressure already. Rain's been pushed back to the site. Bit's charged on up here. He's got 4 teammates, or 3 with him. The 4th man, Electronic, is dealing with that second mid push. And they're just trying to apply a lot of pressure towards Banana here. The reason you want to do this early is to bait out these CT smokes. Now, Rain and Carrigan, they were pretty stoic. They didn't drop one just yet. The clock at 120. And these can come into play later in the round here. So not getting away with what they wanted. Retake utility towards top Banana. Now everything's called clear. Rain can give that information to his in-game leader. Carrigan gets a move on back towards A. And here comes Na'Vi.
Well, that's a good nade. Oh, they evade nicely. Top mid is Na'Vi's. Flying that black and yellow flag. Olof, close chance, and throws a nade of his own design. This one, much more successful. Simple swallows it. Bits finished off nicely, kept even as Carrigan's adventure is cut short. Here we go. Twist. He's not only found the frag onto Electronic, he's found a weapon to play as well. They're charging into B, currently smoked.
Should be fading shortly.
Shortly, yeah. Rain will be at least allowed to tuck into the site. He hears the steps.
Brokey's here as well. This is looking good for FaZe.
He's in the right place. 30 seconds. It's a question of his next frag. Hard shot. He's found the head. And the rest should be Brokey's. Good find from Simple. He's been brought down even lower, but he's still kicking. 4 HP. Surely you give Boomich the AK. Yeah, they'll swap and change. Olof from Banana with an MP5. A smoke as well, but for now, it's about this crossfire and breaking it. No kit. An air of pace required, and Olof smoke might draw them into the fights. This is not a bad shout, you know. Oh, confirms, new box, and that's the healthy one. Trying to isolate. Twist walks in, Simple with low HP. You can't get them both. You can! You can! He only needs a Mac 10. Get out of his server.
Oh, it just looks way too easy there, doesn't it? The HP doesn't matter at all. And he's still given a critique right here. They win the round. But he doesn't worry about that. Come on, boys, let's tidy it up.
Boomich, why you peek?
Let's tidy it up.
I have to win with 4 HP and Mag 10.
The pressure's on Simple to convert here, right? All it is a stray bullet. That's all it would have been right now. And look, the time, if that kill comes in, it would have just been there for Twist to get that defuse. So that's huge from Simple. And yeah, Boomich, you've got to be sweating right there. He's given you that AK-47. It's not going to matter up too much. They've forced again. This is unusual from FaZe.
It's something, isn't it? Olof charging down middle as well. You'd think the nade would imply some aggression. Simple, not caught out. Not having any of it. 25 and counting as he knocks another down. Good catch, Brokey to the toes, but Simple, undeterred, more tags. He's actually got another frag out of that. What's happening to this man? He is just ascending. His eyes are going white, his hair as well.
This is a crazy force buy from FaZe. Back-to-back force buys on the CT side, you don't see this at all. You always hear me talking about it. There's always a chance, you know, if you're feeling super cocky about things. And now that they've lost 2 men immediately right here, this is the worst possible scenario for FaZe. More damage done. Electronic chipped on down to 52. But Rain and Carrigan, they're the walking wounded as well right now.
I mean, Na'Vi would still have to slip up, right, at this point?
But the thing is, for FaZe, they've just dug themselves such a huge hole. They have to go for a gamble stack. FaZe, they're gambling on A. Rain's coming over, joining Carrigan and Twist over towards this arch side. They all have MP9s. If they walk into the B bomb site right now, Na'Vi have won the round, and Perfecto, he's about to get a lot of information. There's one. Oh, he's just seen everything. B's completely open. He's got all that info. What a horrible round for FaZe to go down like this.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, right, gamble 3. If you keep all 3 alive, you maybe recover from that investment. There's nothing in terms of weapons to be recovered, and even a bit of a hunt going on. Why wouldn't you when you're Electronic? You've got a Mac 10 to play with, and you will at least press your ear to the wall and listen for any CT sound cues.
I can't stress enough how much of a hole they're in if they lose all these guns, right? Sure, they're going to get a loss bonus of 2,900 into the next, but then this, you know, there's meant to be a rifle round coming in the next. The next has to be just a partial upgrade, right? It can't be a force. They haven't done as much damage as they did in the previous round. It wasn't 1 player surviving. Now it's 4. Na'Vi get to stretch their legs in a huge way. What a risky call by FaZe. Look, I can respect it. You're trying to keep that pressure on. But that just felt desperate. Whew, bomb goes off, 13 secured, and you know what? Keep those MP9s. It might come back to bite them. I don't think so, though. That just, I can't believe Simple as well gets 2 in that moment in mid. There's so much pressure coming in. They're running at them. The scout's picking middle. They're able to mop it up here, 13-5.
I wonder what they're discussing, whether that is a conversation about what buy they just played against.
Yeah, and you know what else is strange? We've played a bunch of rounds of Counter-Strike here. We're going into round number 19. Not a single timeout has been taken from either team. And you think FaZe, now that they're in this hole, maybe it'd be time to take one soon. They've gone for a partial buy. They get max loss bonus in that next round, right? So they will be able to purchase on up. But that will be potentially just a 4 rounds out the gate for Na'Vi not having to contest against rifles. No rifles at all.
Oh, now that's a scalp you can write home about. Olof affixes simple to his belt loop. Bomb to be retrieved. I mean, this could be the recovery. This would require a gargantuan effort from the boys of FaZe Clan. Utility check. Your A defender, Twist, is equipped with a smoke. Carrigan over on B to delay with his. And there goes Twists. Locks down the long smoke. That does still enable Na'Vi to stroll in and confirm mid is theirs.
Look, if they win this one now, that could wipe away, you know, the dramas that would have been. This would have been the rifle round anyway. And here they're going to get some upgrades off the back of it, so their economy is actually going to be in a buffer position. So this is a really important round for FaZe right now. And as you said, a huge scalp to take Simple down.
He'd love to have held on to the smoke, but drops it at 40. It looks like Na'Vi will be propelled now towards the A side of the map. Twists. High flash. Keeps them honest. No one slipped the net just yet. Bit, however, catching Brokey. That's great from Twist. He gets away. Long range with the MP9 and Electronics down. 20 seconds, tuck in. And he has managed to get towards the cold Zero box. Olof playing a good despoiler position as well. Bit was last seen in the apps. Big find from Boomich. He'd love to deny. Olof tested, and that's a big frag to find. Rain can't deny. Into the site. Perfecto on the reload. Suddenly a 2v1. They know where you are. They can recover. They need this headshot, and they find it. 3 from Rain on the way in.
That is huge. I cannot, just as much as I was talking about, that was a nightmare for FaZe to go for the force buy and to fall flat. To recover like this is just as big. That buffer right now, it got so chaotic there. I thought they had done enough. Boomich just getting run in on. Pedal to the metal right there. That's a huge round for FaZe to snatch back. All things considered, and they grab a couple of AKs out of that. Oh, that was Na'Vi's chance. They could have just netted this one up.
I mean, this is Rain. Great recovery. After seeing Bit kill Olof in pit, and the fact that Rain ignores that pit call, charges into the site and finds 2, then enabling Carrigan and him to partner up for the final frag. That just suddenly makes FaZe competitive here in our second half. Game on.
I think there's enough money right now for Na'Vi to go for a buy, definitely so. You can see the purchases coming on through. It's going to be 5 AKs, but look at FaZe's purchase, right? The AWP's out for Brokey now. We'll see if we can find more of that impact from yesterday. Over towards top Banana.
Ice in this boy's veins, I swear. Hasn't found the shot on that log's peak. It looks like Perfecto wants to have a glance. Nade on his nose. Safe spot found. They may assume it's clear, and they do. Rain finds an easy, a freebie. Oh, he's dancing around the nades as well. This guy's looking cool, calm, and already collected 1.
They've gotten the space at least, right? It's going to be hard for FaZe to apply too much pressure towards top Banana now. You still have Carrigan and Rain. Both have smoke, so they can deny the entry, but Na'Vi, in the past, you've seen Electronic as an individual. He likes to snake up behind these smokes and pounce on through.
Ooh, simple. Spotted out by Carrigan and a smoke drop with no gap. Flip knife gang.
There's no info right now for Na'Vi across the map. They're playing a passive setup over towards the A site. Brokey's in library, Twist is in back of pit. You got Olof as well in a passive position. Rain and Carrigan are both in the site. It's about to be a 2-on-4 on this B bomb site unless Brokey starts rotating now.
Rain's been holding this flashbang for so long. I wonder what he can profit from that $200 goodie. Does deploy it. Simple's already through the CT smoke. Oh dear, I don't know if Brokey caught a glimpse of that. I think he did, yeah. He's acknowledged it's a possibility. If he finds this, that's going to be a 3 versus 4. Boomich into the site. Electronic contributes as well. The site is theirs. Brokey, though, with the AWP would need another, and he's found it. Bit trying to plant. Will he deny? Doesn't opt for the wall bang. Bides his time, plays the numbers advantage. Olof working his way in from Banana. He may not be expecting someone so close. Did he catch a glimpse? Doesn't matter. Electronic confirms Banana's no longer a threat. Mission accomplished in that regard. Brokey knows where they both are, though. He knows he's going to be poolside and Banana. And now it's about timing. Sound cue. Both there, stepping in, Bit delivers the head, Electronic strafes out, and 14 is secured.
That's a great one to recover there. Na'Vi, they lost that man early. Perfecto going down to that Molotov from Rain, and well, the one that Rain's playing behind, and they're able to recover that round. And that was even with Brokey finding Simple, right? The fact that he's caught him there in that moment is either sound cue, he caught a little bit of a glimpse. Either way, it doesn't matter. This is the kill that alleviates all the pressure. As soon as Electronic gets this one, all of that focus can now be towards either CT or Coffins. The duels become easier for Bit and Electronic, and they're able to pick that one up. 14-6 the scoreline now, and that residual cash, well, it's got Brokey and Orp again, but the buy's a bit scuffed right here.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Na'Vi are being held at bay by this FaZe util as much. Playing with fire, quite literally. Nades galore. Carrigan once more. He's peeking on this. That is brave. He gets nothing. Rain has to do it all, and he has found two. Is it going to be enough? The bomb's loose. They may not commit off this. The util exchange, Twist trying to keep them at bay. I think it will work. I say that. Simple straight through. They don't have to bomb. This is very quirky. They'll be holding this for a while. Simple doesn't miss. How is that a headshot? He's aiming at his toes, dude. That's the high sense Brokey was talking about. Well, now he's felt it firsthand.
Oh, the bloodlust.
Oh, he's looking so high over the smoke. And oh, get out of here! Get out of here! Simple nonsense in the server tonight.
One more kill for 30. Easy.
Look at him.
Jump, no scope, flick around.
Honestly. Like, I don't believe in the devil, but Simple starting to make me believe a little more. He's just here to make you atone.
Oh, come on, mate. Give him a break. Give him an absolute break. The smile on the face, I think it says it all. What do we had? 20 rounds of play, and the guy's got 30 kills.
Let me see these. I mean, just bullying them. 4 as well. Like, you know, he's trying to break records here. Could someone just stop stealing the 5th? That's two quad kills we've seen from Simple so far.
Actually, no, don't give him that ace. I want to see a classic Simple taking that ace.
Ace clutch. Give me the ace clutch finale. Oh, this shot, by the way, look, this is a headshot. Pay attention.
Gosh. It's crazy, right? Because he just extinguished it. Oh, my Lord. He's just extinguished and ran on in. Wild scenes right here. FaZe are broken. Money in the bin. Looking like it could be a 16-6 scoreline.
Oh, I love that mix-up. That's enabled them to find an opening kill. It hasn't always necessarily translated into a round.
Now, and Na'Vi look like they're pivoting pretty quickly towards mid right now. It is just Olaf towards this short side with the Deagle in hand. He's been spotted up. Electronic not able to do any damage there. Information taken, so that's good for Olaf to get the info and get on out.
In that video, Simple did. What's the one tip of advice you'd say to your teammates? Aim higher.
I caught that as well. What role shouldn't he do? I think it was coach that was...
IGL, yeah. Oh, he's tagged Olaf straight through the pit wall. They are testing this A defense, and looks like Boomich has had no issues with Twist. 4-on-4 now, they've clawed it back, and great timing. Carrigan punishes Boomich. Bomb may have been spotted. Electronic was pushed up here on brackets, and Olaf wants to have a little look. Wasn't expecting the pushed up player. Gets a little pantsed there, and Carrigan's taken a gamble, and it's the right one. Why is his brain so big?
Oh, he's just come over and thrown a smoke, so I actually think he'll pivot back over towards A to at least deal with that arch side. So that buys a bit of a buffer right now for Rain, and it's done enough to dissuade Na'Vi and force them back over towards this A site. But really, unless they go arch side, this is all on Brokey. Oh, Carrigan's timing here. If he keeps pushing forward, he might catch them all.
Oh, it depends on when they look away. Simple patrolling, confirms they're all there. Brokey readies himself for battle. 5 bullets in the chamber. Needs to make them count. Bit's already called him out. Good shot combines with Carrigan's FAMAS. 9 seconds, more shots. Needs to delay. Electronic's the one with the bomb. Simple to bodyguard. He just doesn't miss it. That was his chance, and there goes FaZe's. Misses his chance as well. So a 1-on-1 is established. Electronic can finish it right here and now. It's Carrigan to try and step up for his 3rd. Electronic maneuvering around the site. Carrigan on the hunt. Just playing with him, and he does extend play. FaZe say go again.
Well, they keep that one alive there, and it felt like Simple just done enough one more time. That's that bloodlust with Simple, right? The fact that he's just hitting every shot. It's so hard to, you know, if it was any other player, you critique it, well, he probably shouldn't have gone for that. But how can you critique it when he's pulling off this? He's got 32 kills at this point. He's just absolutely destroying FaZe. And there is enough money for Na'Vi to go for another buy. This is one of those maps now with the scoreline at 15-7 that feels like a matter of time. But that's the fighting spirit from the captain and in-game leader over there from FaZe that you want to see, not letting this one fall. And he had a lot of good info plays, right? His smoke top banana is what pushed them back in towards the A site. Brokey did a good job dancing around the box. And then to just stay calm. This is a 2-on-1 situation, mind you. And converts, right? That's against Electronic and Simple. So great stuff from Carrigan there. You have to turn in moments like these.
He's given him another chance. to voice some concerns, to get under Na'Vi's skin. This is a first map of the series as well. Three-two split for FaZe. They've got Brokey Zorb to rely upon on this B site. And he's playing one of my favorites. This one almost guarantees that first frag. Rain with some util to bail him out with that flashbang cocked. It's very hard not to go down on this line. You need a perfect jiggle or a perfect flash. Might be both. Smoke starting to sail through the air now. Perfect flash. Forced off. Carrigan only has the incendiary. He's waiting for steps. He wants to hear the commitment. Util starting to sail.
I think they're going to go through this.
They are on their way. Brokey opts for the pillar. Rain trying to keep them at bay. The flashes are so good, but he still stands strong. Brokey counting on his teammates. They do fall eventually, but take some with them, and that's a big contribution. Carrigan stepping up. Traded by Perfecto. It's the A defenders. Perfecto and Bit up against them. Kid available, Smoke as well. They've got everything they could require. Will they flirt with the boost? Bit's already pre-aiming it. So much uncertainty for Olof and Twist. They don't know where they are.
Perfecto just called banana clear. They can now focus towards spawn and coffins again.
They make it clear as well as the flash goes in. Looking the wrong way. Precise is perfect, and that's Na'Vi. 16. Clinical stuff from the black and yellow Behemoth. 1-0 up in the series and one map away from that grand final.
It's hard to imagine the playoffs in Cologne without Natus Vincere, and 2018 was no different. However, it wasn't just Na'Vi making it to the grand final that made that year in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike special. The German team big and their almost miraculous run throughout the whole tournament made Na'Vi the antagonists of the event, and some fans will say it's a shame that Big's Cinderella story didn't receive a happy ending. Big may have leveled the scoreline by taking Dust 2.
Copy left nothing to be desired. Knew that there was a possibility a player would turn around and check it. Zeus tries to hold off. They knew he'd gone into the corner. They find him. Edwards in the sight, but they already pushed back through tunnels. Tizian gets the shot.
But Na'Vi's Electronic became a herald of what was soon to come.
Great mid-round calls. Now it's on to Electronic trying to isolate. Here we go. They completely surround him. How the hell do you turn that around?
To do nothing about this. What?
Oh, he reads it. He reads it. And an arc. A power surge right through two.
What the hell just happened there? Hey Future Pros. For this episode, I'll show you a neat little smoke that would help you when retaking B. This smoke will completely block off the B tunnels. To do the smoke, run into this corner next to the truck. Aim as shown, then jump through the smoke. If done correctly, the entrance to B tunnels will be completely obscured. Make sure you don't have a teammate planning on going through tunnels, as he is going to be one angry retaker if that is the case.
waves that are searing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal,
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
All right, let's get your Twitch fingers ready because we all know what time it is. It's time for the DHL drop. Yeah. I like the little sound effects, guys. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Got him.
We all night.
There, Jason? Or?
Yeah, I'll do better as we go on. I'll develop some more.
Deal. All right, see if you guys can ad-lib this. Let's talk about how many of the teams in the play-in stage sport a lineup of the same nationality. Now, you can select the answer A, B, C, or D. That's going to be 3, 4, 5, or 6. You got to put an exclamation point even, DHL drop in front of that space.
What you got, Maniac? Which one are you going with?
I think the answer is obvious.
What is it?
I'm not going to say.
Well, you could be wrong. That's the cool part. Anyway, whatever. You guys are no fun.
I did my best, dude. That was my idea.
Yeah.
So step in that one. Hell no.
So speaking of ideas, here's one. We'll get this simple guy and we'll put him in a server and we'll give him basically whatever gun he wants and let him run around and just do whatever he wants. Profit.
We spend so much time talking about Simple and like what he can do in the server as an individual and his highlight plays and what he's capable of with the AWP and various weapons. Well, yeah, in one sense, it's obviously still exciting to watch it, but in a grander sense, in a bigger sense for Navi, like what he does for them is he just hand delivers them one map in the series, right? Like how nice would it be to have a player where you know when Simple's having this game and you're on Navi, it's like, all right, get the hell out the way and just do your job. You don't need to do anything. You don't need to overextend. You don't need to try and create a moment. Just let Simple do what he does, and all I'm going to do is sit back and just fill my role, and he's going to hand me this first map.
It's the shot he takes from the B site onto Twist through the smoke.
Yeah, that was stupid.
I'm like, okay, well, that guy immediately gets reported in my match. It's not even a question.
That's how strong he is, right? Because when we see him step on that C1 box trying to get these wall shots through the smoke, we know he's already in the zone. Like, I want to say it's already too late for FaZe. He's reached that point where no one is going to touch him anymore. And it's true, I mean, just as much as I don't like to just hand over one player over a map, Simple in that game, his impact is almost impossible to quantify. I mean, if you got to put some numbers, 32 kills, that's ridiculous, 124 ADR. But it's the fact that he's everywhere. If you're FaZe, you cannot avoid him. He's unavoidable. He's like Thanos.
And as far as I know, I think he's just one ace shy of breaking a record, which is pretty damn cool.
Yeah, so he's got potentially one, maybe two more maps in this series in the grand final to find that last ace to break the record.
If they get there.
Yeah, if they get there. That's a question still. I don't know. It is kind of tough because it is like we always have to just talk about Simple in this situation. So I'd love to talk about another teammate, but it's just, I think Chad and Alex did a good job of highlighting it constantly. Like the early pressure in this match on their CT side of Simple peeking down mid, taking one shot, and relatively low percentage shots to actually hit and find you an opening kill and a pick. But the fact that he's always there just being a nuisance and just being annoying, that's in FaZe's mind at the start of every single round.
Yeah, and he's an instant punish. Look, I mean, we can talk about Simple all the way. I just want to bring a pistol round here up for discussion. Let's talk about the pistol round. Let's talk about the second pistol round of that game. Thank you very much.
Do it, man.
Allow me to do so. Look, because this is where it really hurts for FaZe Clan. In that very much setup, they had all the pieces in the right place. They had that double setup here towards long. They had Olofmeister and Twist together in pit. Navi's about to execute on the A side. You'd look at the situation, you think that's it. You know, FaZe, they have everything they need. But this is where it probably very much hurts because Bit is about to hit them with 3 quick headshots. And the third one, this is actually insane. This is gross if you're Twist because you've been baited out by Olofmeister, you've bought your ticket for the premium class, and you've been absolutely wrecked by Bit. This emotionally speaking, that for me, that's the end of the game.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's probably fair.
Pack it up, everybody. You heard it right there. Maniac says it's over. Cut it out.
I mean, it is kind of an awful feeling. They had a bait set up on Rap side, they had a bait set up in pit, and they had 4 players at the A-bomb site, and then they still get demolished. I think that actually only netted them, what, like 2 kills, 1 on Simple at Rap and 1 the first player jumping in pit. And, I mean, that setup is designed to just win you the round, not get you 2 kills.
And it was a good call, too, all things.
It's the perfect one.
They kind of play around with the
and
idea
they
of going
didn't rotate to the B-bomb site at all when Simple applied pressure there. So, yeah, FaZe, even in rounds where they're doing everything right, still just getting smacked around a little bit.
So let's be realistic here before we get into this DHL drop, guys. We have another map of Mirage.
All right.
So how do we feel this one might fare? Will it be just slightly different or no?
I think that FaZe Clan is not going to be hit by the same brick wall on their T side as it was the case on Inferno. Right? I think Mirage is very much a signature map for Kerrigan, and the way he likes to play. I'd like to believe that FaZe Clan can put up a better fight, right? Just a better fight. Just give yourself a chance. Give yourself a chance. Give us something. I've been very much impressed by how he maneuvered that T side, and I believe in a fight.
I think FaZe can do good things on this map as well, and I think they can. I mean, there is a world in which they can take this to a third map. I think the struggle is going to be, are they afraid of Simple after that first map? Do they think he's got a hot hand in the series?
I'm afraid, personally. I'm kind of scared as to what might happen here. You've already kind of woken him up, and I'm going to wake you all up to bring in this DHL drop answer. That's right. You only had 60 seconds, so don't go in there and try to get one last-minute thing in. It's done.
Wait, which one did Maniac pick?
Actually, no idea. I'll go for 5.
Okay.
4. I got B.
Well, you guys are both wrong. So it was 3, the one I chose. Ironically, of course, that is the answer
Listen
to your
to that
DHL drop. Of course, if you did participate, we were going to go into those numbers just a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, it's been quite a wild ride for FaZe. To see it kind of slow down to a trickle at this point, you want to see him step up to the occasion.
If anything, I think it's a testament to how strong Na'Vi is. That's how I'd like to see this game, because you might look at it and think, oh my God, FaZe, they're defenseless. They're playing the same idea, the same kind of limit kind of Counter-Strike where they take some peaks left and right. Kerrigan's trying to apply pressure. You have that situation, Rookie's picking mid, Simple just smashes him. Yeah, of course the round is not going to work because the win condition are not the same.
No, they're not. In fact, I don't even know that any of us are in the same server as Simple, because he's in a world of his own. Na'Vi versus FaZe, still with 1 map to go, potentially 2. We've got Mirage on the docket and Dust 2 should we need to decide who wins this series and who goes into the grand final with G2. We'll be right back after this break, everyone.
First game is online.
Okay.
What's the score of this game?
Online.
Online. Okay, what you got?
It's close. Did you get there?
I got 16, 14.
16 first, 16, 13. Doesn't get closer than that.
I mean, I've seen a lot of Na'Vi and Gambit games. They've all been like very close.
Yeah.
It's like, it's either this or like an OT for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what do you got?
Yeah, what do you got?
Oh, went to overtime.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it. So Gambit win for both of you guys?
Yeah.
Yes. 16-12 and 16-13. Like very close.
Yeah, very close. I think it's gonna be like 70% of the time that played. That's my feeling like.
So Gambit wins in both in this case.
Yeah.
Okay, so take the first page off. The same game, but this one is on LAN.
Now it's LAN.
LAN final. Serious shit.
Yeah, I think almost the same.
Если Гамбит дойдут до финала на лане, они также наберутся опыта и лана, и они будут так же играть, как и в интернете. Я думаю, что они выиграют у Нави. Если они будут гореть победой, то я думаю, что они будут сильнее в финале.
Не сильно поменяется на лане или в онлайне. И в целом в Нави тоже есть игроки, которые не так опытные на лане, например, как Бит. Поэтому и Гамбит до этого играли на ланах еще, когда они назывались Гамбит Youngsters. Поэтому я думаю, это не сильно изменится.
What you got?
The score's the same. I still believe it'll be the same.
I changed it.
Yeah?
Well, I had to change something. I'm sorry, calling Nav onliners right now.
Nah, Navi has got the experience, so they're gonna squeak out like the last few rounds. You know,
They have a couple new players though. Don't forget about that.
But you know, watch. Simple's like, trust me, it's gonna be close, like 14-14. Then Simple's gonna go off the last 2 rounds.
Okay, show us what you got. Oh shit! What is it? This big a difference?
Yeah.
Why?
Because Gambit is a really good team. I think they're gonna perform in LAN, but maybe not directly and not in front of the crowd. You know, if you don't live this experience, you cannot imagine what is it. And I think even it's bad for them if it can be really good, but it's not the same. And they are out of the comfort zone, I think, and they can play differently. But I respect them, and I think they're gonna perform well on LAN too.
Okay, Gambit still wins in both games.
Yes. Yes.
You think they're that good? They will always.
Yes. Yeah. I don't think this LAN will be like, oh, we choke them.
Yeah, they're playing together, so I think they'll have the same results.
Won't give it up. Won't give it up. Won't give it up.
It was discussed at the desk, but now it's time to watch it happen on the server. Mirage is our second for this affair. Na'Vi, short work of FaZe, 16-7. Quite the thrashing. Now we head over to Mirage, which is technically Na'Vi's turf. However, the desk sentiment seemed to imply it's not going to be that brick wall that they felt like they were running into over on map 1.
Yeah, I think this one here could be highly contested as we get Mirage underway. FaZe have played it 3 times in this event alone. They've won it every single time. Scalps of EG, Vitality, and Heroic have all been taken. So FaZe, they're not out of this one just yet. Mirage, a place where some of their individuals do their absolute best work. And Olof, his stats on Mirage in this event alone, they're looking good. So turn your eyes to the Swede and see what he can deliver here, because Na'Vi, they're knocking on the door of that grand final. And here we go, pissed around underway. Na'Vi on the T side and over towards the B bomb site. They're heading early. Off the man in question, volleyed out of position. The 1x bet odds favor Na'Vi even more so now. It's blown out for FaZe.
They're just going to commit to B. Lots of util. Carrion's got the incendiary. That's not bad. Not a bad cop. And ooh, they're in. Needs a headshot. They're just too bouncy. Does actually pluck Bit's head from his shoulders, and now 1 bullet left in the chamber, and he won't have a chance. Jumping into his face. Olof's met Simple as well. And Rain and Twists going to be well disconnected from the pack.
Well, Boom just heard this as well. He's coming a lot now.
Rain would need the insta headshot. Crawls into the crosshair and oof, he's found it. Okay, game on. 3v3. Bomb ticking every second in favor of Na'Vi. Simple to check in on Apps and looking for Rain. And oh, it's too easy for him. Just been smurfing in our first map, and okay, couple of taps. Brokey actually aggressing on the reload. Time-sensitive mission for him, and just being played with here. They'll be able to run that clock down. It's a good headshot. I'm not sure if Electronic can contest that. Baits the shot, hits it. Lovely stuff. Definitely looks like Brokey's awake tonight.
Yeah, crispy shots right there, and the extra money is going to be fantastic for him going into what should be a phase 4 spy here. Everybody from Na'Vi goes down, but crisis averted. Round gets lobbed onto that scoreboard there, and they kick it off with a 1-0 start. There's Robin, the coach of FaZe.
Oh, that's not what you want to see, is it? When your FaZe clan second round force spy to see a simple Electronic go for full Kev AK. Yee! Let's go.
It was some really nice shots from Brokey there. I think that is a good sign, right? That he's still hitting him. We talked about how much of an influential factor he was for this team against Gambit.
Well,
What are you up to?
Well, he's taken his control very quickly here, and Simple actually pressed up to the wall. Can hear a lot of sound cues if FaZe get lazy about their movements. Boomich with the MAC-10 on his lonesome, taking control of middle. Whatever info he gets here might spur his teammates further on towards A, but he's drawn a lot of attention. It's a heavy B lean out of FaZe on this one.
Same as the pistol. Boomich is going to be the util boy. Drop the same smoke, molly the window, feign the presence. Electronic meeting up with Simple with these aforementioned AKs, and they're about to walk into a pretty wide open A site. Rain's got nothing to report. He's just been staring at mid after that smoke was deployed, and he's hearing steps now. Every peek he makes is gonna be found. Damn, Simple, quick to execute. Now the site should be theirs.
I think Boomich is spotted here. They're all jumping out a window right now. They might try and push him and take this MAC-10 away. Easy as you like there. So they've isolated Boomich, but time spent on that, and Simple's been able to push forward. CT spawn removed from the equation right now, and just these upgraded pistols and armor to be held onto. That scout for Brokey could be vital in the next round if he can find some space and a couple of tags. The MAC-10 could be dropped across. There'll still be the deagle left for Olof, and the force buy for round number 3 will still be looking tidy. But Bit, he's starting to get a bit of a move on here.
Simple once more.
Oh, they're actually going to boost him up. I thought you'd send the MAC-10 into the hidey hole of the vent room, but allowing Simple to elevate up. They're all over towards the B apartments here, so it's going to be very, very difficult to get any more frags in a round like this. Bomb goes off. Second round posted, and, well, clean as you like there. Boomich the only man to go down. You're not going to have too many worries with that. He did his job perfectly. Showed presence. They had to isolate him. Drew them all on in.
Yeah, and conditioned nicely. He'll continue to do that, I imagine, just the point where we do see those, you know, more 1-3-1s on the T side. When they do have presence in middle, it's not going to feel any different to when there was just Boomich. This was quick. Just as soon as Rain showed up.
I think one of the cool things here, just with the way that Na'Vi approached this round, is they're using their individuals, the two sharpest tools in the shed, as we referenced them, just to walk forward with the AKs and take fights. They have so much confidence in these two. Boomich taking this mid control again. Window smoked off, connected the same, and well, this time Simple's dealing with a B push here. Could get tagged up by the scout of Brokey. Needs to be careful. Brokey flashed off, put on notice, and immediately drops on back. So just that presence alone will keep the feet planted.
Oh, Olof spotted out Electronic. They know there's a CT towards that dark position. Bit's going looking, and a very precise headshot with his MAC-10. Just a deagle for Rain, no Kev, and that shouldn't be lasting much longer. Wallbangs are plenty. He's been tagged up down to 22. Na'Vi, though, they are taking their time. They're doing this methodically. Smokes will bloom. Electronic peeking ahead of it just for the info, and knows that the scout's now jungle side. And one by one they fall. And to the MAC-10 no less. Bit's going to be happy to have pocketed some extra $600 kill rewards, and the rest just falling into place nicely. Simple taking CT.
Twister's pretty committed here.
He's even wallbanging him. Oh, you just can't escape. You just can't. 6-1 already. Just 2 rounds into the play. Averaging 3 kills per round, and this third one is falling in nicely as well.
I think Brokey, holding on to that Kevlar might not be too bad, mate. He is seeing if he can find anything. I don't think damage is going to do a whole lot. He needs to be careful. If he steps out too far, Simple will take him down. The smoke on the bomb, that's going to keep them close enough, but everybody should be safe here. Bit's far enough away from the play. Brokey's going to hold on to his goodies too. Boomich and Perfecto are coming, but no time to do so. So we'll get to hold on to... Oh, jeez, all right. The bounding MAC-10 around the corner, always scary. So he gets to hold on to that Kevlar, right? He can upgrade into that AWP. The scout can get dropped. He had the deagle, so that's actually really good for Brokey, because what it's allowed him to do, you can take a look at the left-hand side of your screen, is have utility alongside of that, right? It would have been a little bit light on. Good stuff here. As soon as you knew that there were presence in apartments, you're taking space elsewhere. Just a give and take like that. Very well done from Na'Vi, and a clean 3-0 start here to get things underway. But gun rounds, it looks like there's a heavy mid presence right now.
Game time. Na'Vi are looking sharp. Let's see if FaZe can give them a run for their money now. All the guns, all the bells and whistles you could possibly desire. Bit aggressing towards that smoke, and oh, just missed the mantle on towards the bench. They might want to get someone into window, and they will.
This is quick, really quick.
Holding this. No one's holding this. Boomich slipping through. Oh, Brokey looks the wrong way, and the AWP's gone just to a MAC-10 as well.
On his own.
The stars have aligned perfectly here for Na'Vi. Carragher got so much to do. Even landed the dink on the MAC-10. Carragher wants to play around his own smoke. And he has done that so nicely, trying to isolate some jewels. Perfecto spots him out. Electronic already towards the kitchen, and there it goes. Falls apart. God, that's quick.
I don't want to say it, but I feel like it should be a save here already from FaZe. If they can get that AWP off the ground, then that would probably be a positive for them.
He's got it.
Yeah, so they picked that up, and you just have to call this off, right? We're talking about modern-day Counter-Strike. You've been hearing that throughout. Things have evolved. Matthew on the desk is saying that Counter-Strike, you know, it's just getting better and better, and the players, well, to give themselves as many chances, they have to go for saves like this.
Yeah, and I mean, just to give you an example, like, when you watch Gambit versus Na'Vi, Nafany spends every single round staring at the window smoke light. Like, just holding that push, holding that boost. It does sometimes look a bit silly, but you can see what happens when no one's doing it.
Ooh,
Twists. Lots of steps, and doesn't even take one with him. That's gonna hurt. And these rounds, they've been brutal. Like, it's not been fun for FaZe. You can see the pained expressions on their face. They've not been winning the duels. And starting to run away from them. And now I will highlight that there was an absence of timeouts on Inferno. And you know, we talk about sometimes games just, they get away from you, you kind of black out, and it's 7-0, and you've kind of lost the half already. Well, we are at 4-0, and it seems like FaZe have heard me. They will be taking a timeout just to kind of piece together their mind, especially after losing your superstar, your highest rated player on Mirage on his first AWP round, instantly to a MAC-10. And look at the smile on his face. Yeah, he knows what he did.
Yeah, perfect play there, right? And you just have to consider they had those MAC-10s, so the fact that it was the likes of Bit and Boomich going close window, if they die, there's still their AKs to operate with. Now, it works out perfectly, and you don't even have to get into that discussion. Things just go great for Na'Vi. It does force this timeout, and I think it's really important that they call them this time around. Now, it's not even to have the ability for Robin to contribute too much, because Karrigan's a really strong in-game leader, right? He's one of those guys who's going to be leading the troops all the way through, making the calls. Sure, he'll take some suggestions, but Karrigan's one of the OGs. Right? So it's not that, you know, they're not handing the baton between the coach and the in-game leader like some of these newer squads that you're seeing a bit more and more of. But the timeout has expired. We're back underway. We have the AWP. It's been given back to Brokey here, so he gets another crack of the whip. We'll be getting boosted up towards the vent. And for good reason. Windows immediately smoked. Boomich parking that bus up behind the mid-box. And Na'Vi, name of the game right now is locating where these saved guns are. Right, you have a pretty good idea that that AWP could have been picked up. You know that there's likely an M4 left over as well. You're going to start searching and just prodding around the map for any early info that you can find.
All off, they heard that. Boosting above him, and none caught out again. First opening death again for Olofmeister, the Swede. Silenced. Brokey in the right place and hits the right shot. Perfecto down. Does not deter Na'Vi. They're on the way. Spotted out as well. They know Brokey's pushed into the site. He's trying to isolate a duel and another, this time to the spine. Boomich gone. Cut down to size. Tagged out. Rain with the repeat. Looks great for FaZe Clan. They line him up and they knock him down. Big finds across the board. Karrigan will scoop up an AK in the last second.
That was chaos, right? That felt really good. You get Boomich taking down Olof's presence, then they run into the site. And the fact was, as soon as you saw Na'Vi continue forward after that opening kill from Brokey, they were committed. There was no way back at that point, right? You can see Boomich trying to slink on back around the corner, but that got him into a bit of trouble. And this is great from Brokey. He did get another crack with the AWP, and he makes it count in a big way. 3 kills for him in that one. Rain and twists on the rifle.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, FaZe are going to grab their first round here on the CT side, but they need to be looking for consecutives.
I think FaZe definitely kind of converted or reminded a lot of fans to get their FaZe jerseys out of the cupboard in that quarterfinal performance. I mean, taking down Gambit, the world #1. Everyone's expecting to see Gambit versus Na'Vi here in the semi. FaZe have changed the script. See if they can continue to cause any more chaos in this bracket.
This is a B fake right now, and Karrigan is the B holder, so applying a bit of pressure to him early, you're going to be a bit more skittish with the rotations. He's going to dump his utility a little bit quicker. They're now working on mid control, and Olof actually has that secondary AWP, so might have a shot here onto Boomich for free.
Boomich spotted him out. Olof, smart, peeks in, converts, and Perfecto's trying to test B. Very aggressive, breaks his legs. Karrigan, despite the flash, stands his ground. Running out of chances, Na'Vi. Olof does have 2 players on either side of him, which means he will be having his head on a swivel.
Rain's flanking all this.
Could have a go, or they've spotted him out. Olof trying to dance with Bit, but the flash is too much. His crosshair just burning. And Electronic provides another. Electronic needs a double here. Under a lot of scrutiny, damage inflicted. It's on to Rain to come up clutch. He's coming in from short, and Bit's his first victim. That's a start. Electronic on the site, gets the bomb down. And Rain, interesting, trying to maneuver back across, trying to have the element of surprise.
This is quick, this is very quick. Electronic's coming towards Kitchen now as well. He's going to be in that checkers position.
Consider it for a second. Rain looking the wrong way, need to adjust. What a snap from the Norwegian. Oh my, comes down to the closest of margins. Electronic, you could see his awareness. He was looking both ways.
Really good stuff there from Rain. Right? I thought he was going to flank all the way around apartments. When I caught him on the flank, it looked like he was going to go B apartments behind. He's actually opted for short. That's given him a lot more mobility in this situation in that 2-on-1. A bit, and Electronic, they've done a very good job in this round, right, to claw it back, because throughout all of this, right, we're talking about the duels that are getting isolated. FaZe had everybody on the site. It's quite clear here, the first 2 gun rounds, Na'Vi, well, not the first 2, the last 2 gun rounds, Na'Vi are trying to punish this B bomb set. They're trying to punish Carrigan, right? That's one of the things here that you could look as a weakness for that CT side of FaZe. And his boys backed him up in a big way.
Oh, Twist this time, he's got the 3-man mid to contend with. Same util he's been used to, but this time plenty more behind it. Didn't Sendry, should force Boomich to tuck in. And they're going for a walk into the apps. A miss from Olof costs him his life. Carrigan now called upon to hold that B site safe. The mollies whistle past his ear. Could have the element of surprise here. That smoke's pretty smart. It will enable them to stray through the window without Carrigan having any way to contest.
The heavy rotating again, right? It's just this B pressure that they want to keep on. Twist is helping out. Brokey's playing in float. Rain's pushing A ramp right now, so there is info to FaZe, or info for FaZe to work with. And a minute on the clock, so Rain's push could be absolutely everything here. The fact that he's playing to contain right now and not pushing forward, he can catch them in the potential multi-kill environment as they come on back, and it looks like they're heading towards A.
Okay. God, Rain would have to do an awful lot here. And he's having a look, And finds Boomich, doesn't quite get the bullets in the right direction. Na'Vi now a 2-man advantage. And they're heading back to B. Carrigan pulling up his socks, preparing to try and contribute on the A. And Perfecto and Bit to sell this fake. They're playing some great CS here, Na'Vi.
They can almost walk in for free right now. It's just Carrigan that they have to negate over towards short.
Making it look as convincing as possible. Carrigan caught out. Bit even the one to find it. Oh no, Brokey.
Nade is looking good.
Magnet on his head. He's caught it. Now a question of preserving that AWP, preserving his life. And already the hunt is on. Electronic, nose to the ground, sniffing him out, tracking those steps. Perfecto, oh dear. And Twist's got so much to do. Going to be peeked upon, and another from Bit looking very, very good. 6 frags so far for the newest edition. And Na'Vi up to 5.
Yeah, if that was ever going to go wrong, it was Carrigan getting a multi-kill from that short position, or Rain. Look, I said he was playing to contain, and as I've said that, of course, he started to move forward, right, and search for a little bit more info. The fact is the timing of that and the awareness of Na'Vi that ruined that round, and the opening from Electronic on those B apartments. So, good stuff here from Na'Vi. It's looking tidy. Scoreline 5-2. Money's going to be in question right now for FaZe.
Already getting back into the fray. Looks like a quick, aggressive glance has left Bit a little low. And he's pushing in. Oh, taking a chance, taking a head. Disappearing in the smoke. That's a start. A big start. And trying to claw it back is Electronic. Catches Rain on the mantle up. And oh, the AKs are filling the feed now. Problems for the CTs. And it's Brokey's Deagle that continues to find damage. Caught out on the Electronic peak. He's very, very peaky today. Leaves Twists and Carrigan. Na'Vi not wants to throw this lead away. He's got the info, would need that. Oh, does tag up Simple. Electronic as well. Whittled down. Great shots from Twist. Every bullet connected there. Boomich is fully into the B site. Now that's interesting. And dropping smokes as well. No, that doesn't convince them, or will it? It should. They'll bite on that bait. Simple just parked the bus on ramp, but Carrigan running in. Boomich doing it all. Twist is on the wrong part of the map to continue to contribute despite all those great shots. Simple just biding his time and enables a free and safe plant on the A site.
Twist gets this. There's still a bit of a chance here. Oh,
my God, imagine.
Warning shot onto Simple now, so between a bit of a rock and a hard place here, and Twist knows which side it is, so starting to pivot over towards A. It is an open plant. They can both come through window behind Twist, who's actually been able to get close towards the bomb site here.
Yeah, they've gone to completely guarantee this one. They could peek from short and connect to respectively. You'd need that long-range deagle. Simple's not interested. Playing it very smart there, Na'Vi, and it does post the 6th. Solid resistance out of FaZe. They gave it everything it was worth. But this CT side is having its fair share of woes. Na'Vi just very regimented.
Look, and this is the thing, right? This is where it starts getting hard to make the conversation for FaZe. When it was Ancient and it was 11-1 down against Gambit and they're on the T side, okay, sure. We know that their T sides aren't fantastic, but now that it is the CT half, they've only got 2 rounds so far. I feel like they're going to need 9. They need to step up in a very big way with their CT halves.
They want to fight mid, I think. At least that incendiary implies it. Having a look, swinging out, and they were ready. Far too prepared, and just taking some gambles, taking some risks. Olof falling flat as well. Looked like a couple of Hail Mary plays there out of FaZe Clan. It's not like they're slouches on this map. Performances prior was heroic on that list for sure. Vitality were there too. We've seen their Mirage successful in the past, but it seems Na'Vi have definitely got their number, and that conversation about prep will come in.
They're just not giving anything up here. Right now, they're always playing the numbers so well, and FaZe are left searching. Karrigan has to stroll out into mid. Look at all the angles he has to worry about. Underpass, there could be a player towards that bench, top mid. He's lucky to get away with his life here. So it's decent info, but it gives them nothing. There's still a minute left on the clock right now, and Na'Vi are moving those chess pieces around the map. Simple bit. They're going to be joined right now by Boomich, who's flirting through spawn. And there it is. Eventually, they have to find some info, right? The CTs can't just sit and wait. You either gamble or you search for frags, and, well, Karrigan goes down. Rain has to do it all. There's the first. Simple falls. He's through the smoke, spammed on down. Bit mops that one up, and now it's just Brokey, who I'm sure wants to save, but I don't think Perfecto is going to allow it. Quick from Brokey. That's all about survival now.
Yeah, look at the braveness. Is he actually just planning open, despite Brokey being spotted on B? Damn. Got to be brave to do that. Brokey looks the wrong way. Quick to snap, and perhaps the elevated position on the bench is going to catch him out. It's Electronic peeking that headshot angle. So quick on this AWP. He opted to tuck in onto that ladder room. I'm not sure the hunt really will advance past this point. They'll let him have it.
Oh, there's a molly coming here. Brokey might burn.
Oh, he is. He's been forced in. Spoke too soon. They find him. Perfect play and nice movement as well from Boomich for the retrieve.
Okay.
Oopsie doopsie.
It's okay. It's all right, Boomich. That's all right. We had a BMS. We had BMS do that early in the tournament. He got an ace and then he died in the Molotov. It's all right. We'll let you off the hook with that one.
Style points, though, for sure.
Yeah, and the fact they take that away is huge, because just take a look during this second time out of FaZe here, where the economy is at, where the money situation is. They're working with very little. It's max loss bonus, right? 3,400. They can only take a partial buy. And on that Deagle round before, yeah, Twist had a kill, Rain pushed up through the ramp, he caught out Bit within the smoke. They can go for another round like that, and it's not out of the realms of possibility for FaZe to convert those, but it's just not looking good. 7-2 scoreline, Na'Vi looking extremely regimented. This is where the whispers in the hallways can start about that G2 versus Na'Vi Grand Final. IEM Katowice 2020, where we left off on LAN. Na'Vi absolutely destroyed G2. It's a different looking roster now. Nico's in the mix, but the same can be said for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
No longer Flamey, upgrade of Bit in the server. Focus on in round number 10. A bit of aggression through middle here and just hoping to hit a couple of bangers. Nobody's head presents itself, and slinking out of mid will be FaZe. They've gone for an A-side lean this time round. It is just Karrigan over towards short. Rain, Brokey, Twist, and Olof all reside on A. It looks like they might have missed the party on this one.
But yeah, kind of crazy that that Counter-Strike narrative could just be returned to like 500 days later.
Imagine if Na'Vi go in and just slap G2 down again. It's like nothing happened. We all just were in a coma. We wake up and, well, business as usual.
Business as usual up mid for Boomich. Double in. Bomb into B. The rest cowering on the A side with their armored Deegs.
If you can just avoid your opponent like this, you know, it's an easy way to win some rounds. Na'Vi are about to win the half. The bomb goes down. The 40 seconds starts. How many more kills do they want? They could just rip away a couple of heads here. Bit's close.
Yeah, I think he's got the freedom to go hunting as best he can. Will connect another well-managed spray. Grabs himself an 8th frag, and Twists will at least put him down and keep him honest. It's short-lived. Boomich is still top mid as the bomb's ticking away at B.
The thing is, it's like a consolation. It's like, all right, well, you can add that number next to your name. That's great for the stats, but we know exactly where you are, and everybody else is coming to kill you. Like FaZe, they you know, trying to survive, and Na'Vi are already hunting, and it's against pistols. You know, we're normally like, oh, don't give them the AKs. You know, don't give it. Na'Vi don't care. We're just going to kill all of you. We'll get the bomb down. We'll do the objective, and we'll get all the frags. They're doing both. They're ticking all the boxes right now, Na'Vi. But resistance from FaZe, it needs to be felt right here, right now. Brokey back into the AWP. We've seen that impact. We're going to need to see more of it.
Mid control is theirs. You can see Brokey wanted to have a little look, but denied by the flash and smoke. It's looking so clinical.
You know that conditioning on the B bomb site we were talking about here? Hold up a second. Oh, Twister's caught through the smoke. Boomich is doing fantastic on these entries. That conditioning over towards B that I was talking about, Carrigan's called their bluff. He actually put his lion's share of his forces over towards A.
And they are coming through. Olof kept very honest so far on the A site. Perfecto making no secret of his pallet's presence, but already they're out the side. Oh, chance goes awry. Electronic just so quick. He was second to pull the trigger, but still gets the frag. Rain paid a heavy price for that first, and now on the retreat, tagged up. What are they supposed to do, Chad?
Desperation stations right now. The thing is, they don't have anything to work with. They wanted to save. That wasn't going to happen again. Bit was already locking down those rotations. Right? They're stacking the right site. They can't win the round. Right? They're calling the bluff. They've been conditioned in that B bomb site. Well, they're not stacking it. They're not throwing the AWP over there. They're hoping that Na'Vi stick with the game plan. And this is just falling apart right now. There's no other way to put it. I think with the scoreline at 9-2, it's going to have to be desperation stations on the CT side to scrap together as many as you can. I said 9 on the CT half. You look back at some of these phase results, they're talking like 11 rounds on their CT sides in 2 out of those 3 matches they've won in Cologne. Right? Yeah. That's 11 rounds on the CT side. Right now we're looking at 2. I don't know if you guys need me to do the maths for you, but that's not even close.
And it doesn't detract from the fairy tale that FaZe have lived, you know? I mean, not all fairy tales have a happily ever after.
Thank God.
Do they? Maybe they do.
Well, the ones in children's books do.
More of the kind of grim tales. I'm talking Brothers Grimm here.
Well, this time it's all 5 members of Na'Vi in middle. They can pivot wherever they want. Simple leading the charge up towards Catwalk. Gets a molly to buy some time for him.
Aesop Fable, perhaps.
Is that ASAP Rocky? Or?
No, that's someone else.
Okay.
But lessons to be learned in those fables. And Simple, he clears his corners. He's got the angle management of a god, so...
Unless he gets baited in. Oh, never mind.
Here he comes. Here he come. Simple, he's already up and waiting for his squad to join him. They strafe in, he'll collect, and that's 10. Carrigan, with it all to do, being cleared out, and it is just so easy for Simple.
Let him look for it. Let him look for the ace, right? We spoke about it. One more, he breaks the record. He may as well go hunting now. That's 3 kills to enter the B bomb site. He's even moving through market at this juncture, looking for more heads.
1 magazine as well. That could have reloaded.
Yeah, don't reload. Keep those 11 bullets. Get it done in 1.
Oh, Rain's going to give it to him. Posted up on the line a little bit. Very
diligent. He knows where Rain is now.
He knows where he is. Comes in and Rain will deny. Would have loved the AK, and perhaps that's going to be the objective of Twist now in his survival simulator. Electronic with his knife out. Bit collects another. And this is doing wonders for Na'Vi and their confidence. Just looking, setting their sights. Got the blinkers on now for that grand final. And a rematch. A year and a half later, against the very same team with a little bit of a different flavour. G2 Na'Vi was our Calavita 2020 Grand Final. And to see it returned on the first land back after the pandemic has thrust us online, there is some poetry certainly in play. Fan cams, like great to see you boys supporting from around the world. Na'Vi definitely have got fans from all over the globe. Carrigan's managed to do some damage, as has Twist. What are they up to? Oh, that's aggressive. You said they had to be going for something a little out of the box. That's an aggressive maneuver, and it may not even translate. He just pushes through the smoke. Oh, Twist is going to be feeling a little frustrated after that one.
Oh, you can't find yourself in a 2-on-4 and drop the ball like that. This is for Na'Vi looking for 11. FaZe, if they want to salvage the half, this is the perfect round to do so.
Brokey's got to close it out for him. He is their pillar of consistency and of that star power. He's got his perfect weapon for the job. He seems so paranoid, though. Doesn't want to add another drive-by Boomich situation and just walking in, no contact.
Yeah, he's not looking anymore. He was in the right position over towards jungle.
B.
Yeah, and now they can walk onto the side. They even have 2 smokes. Electronic can smoke towards connector or CT. Perfecto can smoke the other. They can even just drop the smoke on the site and plant within it if they're really that worried. You can see them working it out now. Bomb's going to get thrown on down off the balcony. It can get planted. Electronic stays in the power position. And guess what, Brokey? You rotated to the wrong side, my friend. Maybe it is just a save unless Olof can find you a kill.
Whoa. He's a bad taste in his mouth.
They kept another smoke on Perfecto that's now been deployed. That surely locks the door on this. Olof just ahead of it. They might not expect him here now.
That is a slight opportunity. A smoke for the Palace position. Electronics ahead of it. Got to clear their corners. Tucked in tight. That's the jewel. Olof provides. And a tag as well. They know where he is. This is the round FaZe need. And Olof secures it for him. Just in the nick of time. Okay. Converting despite the 2v4 becoming down, right down to the 2v2.
Oh, really just sprung that right there. I think Olof playing ahead of the smoke as it lands on connector is everything, because if he doesn't, they go through and probably have to be a bit noisier about it. And what that also allows is Brokey to stroll through. Right, this is how it all went down. Thank God FaZe convert this. They won the duel out head and shoulders here over Na'Vi. Simple goes down. At this point, you're thinking it's all done and dusted. Electronic comes through and punishes. Perfecto grabs one, but this is great from Olof. Gets himself his 4th kill and the defuse, so now they're on the board here. And remember, I said 5. If we get 5, maybe there's a conversation to be had here. That is the magic number for FaZe right now, and the best they can muster.
A little bit. Oh, playing well above his years here. Carrigan will keep things level. And that's crucial. He will be channeled to the B side of the map, and I don't think Na'Vi are going to be willing to contest that. So at least there's a degree of certainty. They're not going to be on the wrong side of the map this time.
Yeah, it's crazy that Carrigan's actually gone forward, and it looks like he's going to keep on pushing. He's booked Na'Vi with this push right now. I think they're expecting respect out of Carrigan, but that's not the case whatever. And Twister's going to be rotating over. There'll be 3 players from FaZe on this A site and a flank coming in.
Brokey just happy to know that he's on the right side here, tucking in towards the triple. Got so many angles to be concerned about. Carrigan. Oh, a chance. Oh, he's just so swift. Comes around the corner, the Boomich peak.
They're always jumping. You know, he's always making himself
time
difficult to hit, and he didn't have the MAC-10 there. It's the AK-47. Lands, hits the shot, and now the round's open for business once more.
Oh, man, that was such a certainty Carrigan had secured for his squad. He just loses it. Now Boomich, look how far he's teleported.
And it's forced the rotation at a twist down. They need to respect the B bomb site.
They spoke too soon.
There's 30 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like they still want to head towards A, which is good because Brokey still has the AWP here. And the one smoke left over right now from Electronic is going to be from Palace, so they can't really use it to smoke CT spawn easily. There is a chance for FaZe in this one still.
And if he's holding this ramp fight, it will be AWP v AWP. We get to see that Brokey simple head-to-head. Oh, he's got the info and does pull the trigger. This time onto Perfecto as he crosses back, and Rain does finish the job. It's Simple's Deagle, doesn't matter what weapon.
10
Brokey's got so much to do. He'd love to deny that plant. It's on the triple. Electronic to babysit, and he just doesn't have a chance. Electronic knocks him down with a double, and that will be Na'Vi's 11th. They are just doing everything right.
How much more? Yeah.
You know, they're 4 ramp. What do? But one thing that would ruin this A commit is if someone had the info and was flanking.
That's twice now, though, that they've caught out more aggressive maneuvers of FaZe. This one right here, like, that's nuts. How's Boomich pulling that off? I remember Rain, when he pushed ramp on the CT side, he was containing and then he's pushed and he's actually walked in and it gone down. So every single time it's looked like FaZe have had a power position, it's been dropped.
Na'Vi looks so good. I mean, they've always been a contender, but I really do believe that Gambit's rise to power has really just awoken something within this roster, as well as Bit's arrival.
Well, here comes a push again. It's aggressive maneuver. They might catch Simple off. He's rotating back in now, and he's not ready for that.
Now that's something.
It's just so hard to get your hopes up in these situations. It's not like FaZe haven't had openings so far, and when the scoreline looks as grim as 11-3, what are they meant to do? Bit's taking space. Looks like he's going to get away with it as well. Carrigan not peeking around that corner. On another aggressive mission right now, Rain and Twist pushing in towards Palace. They're just clearing everything out.
Yeah. And in this final round, it could very well pay off. Perfecto's an elevated position to line up his smoke, so though Rain is pushed up, unless he goes for a flank, he just won't be there to contribute. He's going to have to pull up his socks and get that flank going now. Oh, too late. They're into the site. Twist with a lot to do on default. He's just holding his nerve. Olof's defended the first. Bit's down. They're swinging now. Twist looking the wrong way. So are they. A chance. And he strikes for both. Nearly the third. Perfecto dink. Carrigan finishes it off. 11-4. We'll see how deceptive it is. I'm not so sure. Na'Vi just 5 rounds away from locking in that rematch. G2 Na'Vi head-to-head could just be 5 rounds away.
So this game is for you guys to listen to some sounds from the group stage of IEM Cologne, and I want you to tell me which player made the sound and their team.
Okay.
It
everyone's still in place.
That's Haji at this event.
I don't think so. I think someone from NIP. We heard this when we were doing warm-up.
I'm sure it's Device.
You sure?
I'm sure it's
Okay, let's go Device.
Device, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's over!
What is this language, first of all?
I don't know, it sounds like Danish.
Swedish, Danish, or something like that. No, maybe Astralis?
It's like Vitality against Fury, and they were always screaming, I remember.
Sounds Apex.
Yeah, it does sound like Apex, huh?
Very cool.
Imagine not being able to recognize French when you have French people all around us.
Who's it?
The only other person capable of making that noise is Finn.
Может, это Кэдин?
Давай, Кэдин.
Maybe it's LDLC.
We're gonna go for LDLC?
Let's go for LDLC.
Okay, let's go.
Oh my, Haji.
I forgot they were even at the event. The fuck?
Okay, this one is 100% winning games against OG. That's it. Don't stop, don't stop. 100% winning games against OG.
It's Astralis or NIP,
Yeah, well, actually, Astralis makes more sense.
I was trying to decipher what was happening.
I think it's the Renegades.
I think Renegades too.
Oh, it's Renegades.
Nice. How much French themes are gonna be here?
Sounds French again.
Feels like Apex again, yeah?
Maybe LDLC again, no?
Maybe.
Okay, this is Vitality, right?
Yeah, it's Apex.
Yeah, for sure.
Putain.
FaZe Clan have done the impossible time after time here at IEM Cologne 2021. Yes, we have returned to LAN, and so have they. The form they have displayed, demonstration that experience can trump the motivated young. But now they're meeting the final boss. And I'm not talking about Simple, I'm talking about his whole squad. He's always been preaching about winning as a team. Mirage, the frag distribution and embodiment of that. And we're ready to see if this is going to be the final chapter in the FaZe Clan LAN run. Semi-finals and grand finals loom for Na'Vi. 11, touching distance. Let's see if Karrigan's calls can get them any further. He says he's been identifying the issues on their T side, and he believes it lies with him.
Well, Rush B, that's one way to go about things.
It is a strat. 1x bet, given the odds. It certainly does line and feel that way to many of us, and they are sailing into the side. That's not bad. It's all about this first blood. Who will go down? The answer is Karrigan.
Trying to make that space, and now it's Rain under pressure here. There's a flash coming in. He's blind around the corner. They go. Electronic decapitates him, and the pressure now it's on.
Yeah, it's so perfect. Look at this. You just can't peek. Everyone that exposes themselves is eliminated. Broky's got so much to do. Angles everything, every time. Simple this time hits the shot, and it's only Olof. They'll run him down, whittle away, add his health, and Na'Vi will manage 12. A flash on short as well. Like, not only have you just lost Karrigan, Rain's he's doing everything he can. He's there to contain that part of the map. Screen goes white, 5v3, the rest just a formality.
Yeah, you're hoping really that you can get that first kill on towards the B bomb site and snowball from there, you know, get the numbers up, start trading a little bit more efficiently. But when you lose the first two in this kind of a fashion, it's all over Red Rover. And, well, the force buy will come through from FaZe. It's looking like they're impending doom right now. And yeah, you spoke about the fairy tale run. Look, it's been great to see a resurgence out of them. It's been great to see them push teams all throughout, but this is a different story right here. It's looking like the same Na'Vi who bulldozed through Katowice. They've been able to get 2 AKs, like a Lil, a couple of Deagles in the mix. There's some utility to work with as well. Olof playing spoiler towards the underpass. Image is going to get flashed forward here from Simple. Peeks on out, gets the first and trades it up. That's one of the AKs on the deck here.
He's got a full belt of util as well, so can't afford to go down. Ooh, Electronic gets the info. He'll have spotted the bomb perhaps as well. I think he spotted both. And oh, Brokey does contribute. That's huge. Olaf confirms Electronic is not only low, but on the stairs. They'll start to forge a path into the site. They'd love to be getting that plant down early, force the fight. Perfecto's actually dropping his own smoke, and that's going to enable a bit of a push. They'll try and plant within it. Perfecto will not be able to contest with more than a nade. Brokey, I love this.
This could be huge right now.
Really
this could be huge.
Bit staring at him. He's lingering in the smoke. Ah, and that's his chance. Will he get both? He does. The last few bullets sail into the head of Bit. And Brokey, 4 frags. He's done it all. That's why you put the AK on him. And Perfecto left isolated in CT. FaZe, what a response. And is that FaZe winning a
second
round force
yeah.
buy?
They haven't won many of these. I think they grabbed one yesterday, maybe. Haven't really been keeping my finger on the pulse of that count so much, but
coming
yeah,
into the quarterfinal,
very rare.
Coming into the quarterfinal for the uninitiated, FaZe had not found any. No second round force buy conversions. This is quite the time to pull it out.
Yeah, and right here, if we want to even start having the conversation, this feels compulsory right now. They actually have an opportunity. If they can break Na'Vi here in what will be the force buy wars, the fact that Perfecto gets to hold on to that AUG, you're going to see Na'Vi likely invest into this. Now, like I said, if FaZe can win out the force buy wars, then they're going to get themselves up to 6 with almost a guaranteed 7. This was the initial trade, and that's how they love to use Boomage. MP9 in hand, flashing forward for info. It went well there, but this is the difference maker. Brokey taking down Simple, and then making this type of a maneuver. This is huge. That round winning, right? There's no way around it. Huge play from Brokey right there, keeping it cool. Giving the AUG to Simple. Perfecto. He knows whose hands it belongs in, and he's only going to find himself down there with a Deagle. Bit more of a B presence right now out of Na'Vi. Bit and Simple in tandem over towards Short. Perfecto doing his standard jump peek over towards Van. And right now, FaZe is setting up for what looks like it will be a B finish. Rain has this mid presence. The Perfecto Molotov might stall them out on the hit. Smokes and flashes look like they're coming over now.
Simple's going to be in the right place with that armored AUG. Looking to be the superhero. We know he can be. Carrigan the first to fall as well. Perfecto delaying. And perhaps FaZe falling at this hurdle. So much damage inflicted from that AUG. Look at their bodies.
Rain's flanking right now. He needs to be quick.
He needs to be very quick. He needs to find more than just one. There it is. Double from Rain. What a contribution. Tagged up as well, though. There is no guarantees here. Olaf holds it to the nerve. He's still there, very low, being run down. Still finds the headshot. It's chaos on the site. Electronic can come up clutch, and he doesn't. Just like that, it's Olaf with the triple. He had 8 HP for 2 of those. And that was hard to keep track of, never mind for the observers, but for all of us at home, they have broken Na'Vi.
Oof, and that right there has to be on Rain. Like, I'm just watching him in top mid control. The timing on that was absolutely everything. If more damage was done, this is him coming around the corner and both of them just exposed. Look, they're softened up. They're easy kills, but they are very important frags right there. And Olaf keeping his cool. Then this one converts. Electronic has the worst weapon for the job, and they survive. Now it will be just a couple of P250s, a Deagle, and some USPs. This one can calm down for a moment. FaZe, if they just play this one by the book, they've already got themselves some mid-control. They've got those AK-47s out, plenty of utility to work with right here. Just need to avoid that Deagle is Simple. And they should be able to convert themselves their 7th. They're heading back towards A, but right now I don't know what has spurred Na'Vi to go for the stack. Simple, he's over towards Ticket. Electronic and Boomage are already in the site. Perfecto over towards Jungle, and Bit, he's in window. So all the forces of Na'Vi's defense will be here. It just comes down to the weaponry. Huge disadvantage. Need to be some banger of shots right now.
Walking into the quote-unquote trap. We'll see how much it hurts. Molly should force Electronic's hand out, and they'll clear their corners. Oh, that's all off court, but good catch and trade. It's Perfecto that's gone unchecked on that stairs, and catches a glimpse of Brokey. I don't think he saw the same. So P250 does execute Brokey. They're making this one work. They're making this one hurt. So does that nade. Damn. Perfecto working with just a scrap of health now, and Bit just that USP. Does upgrade to the Deagle for this swing, and if he hits that first bullet, he could have had a chance. Perfecto dancing around and will be found. Okay, FaZe 7, but 2 frags from the Na'Vi eco.
Okay, so that's it. That's the gimme, right? That's the one that FaZe gets. Now it's about grinding out these T-sided rounds. And let's just point it out for everybody playing at home, the T-sided rounds for FaZe in this tournament have not been great. This is where they need to start calling like there were an overpass yesterday on Inferno, where Carrigan was just calling circles around Nafany. I don't think that's going to be as easy to do, but they get a buffer going into round number 20. There's no simple AWP to be that thorn in the side. Actually, it's literally just simple with an M4. He doesn't even have any utility. So it's going to be a different looking CT setup here from Na'Vi.
Looks like a quick one.
This is
Look at the
fast.
pace. Yeah, Simple's tucked in on that box. They're not even going to check him, and it enables Boomich and Simple to already thrust FaZe into a 3v5. More fights to be provided. They're up ramp. Simple tucked in dark. They know where he is. He looks like he wants to re-aggress off of his flash, and he's got nothing to report. Brokey's the one to house them. Electronic, oh, he's going to ruin their day. This is going to be a real dampener. Holds the line perfectly. Clotheslines rain. Carrigan has to press pause, and that's really, they have to call upon Brokey.
Carrigan keeps going, he's going to lose the bomb as well. He needs to be really careful.
Yeah, he
well, that's it.
That should be it. 13 found by Na'Vi, just like that. Straight back into the control.
That right there, unfortunately for FaZe, the fact that they went so fast played into the really lacking utility from Na'Vi. Simple was just playing a heads-up position. He didn't have to faff around with any utility. Look at this, drop on in, M4 works, right? Boomich has already done everything baiting for him, and that setup, it stalls FaZe out. They can't push through, they have to drop back. Electronic reacts very quickly. He closes the door on any rotation possibility, and that's huge from Electronic. That is massive. Oh, FaZe are hurting. Look at this buy, it's scrapped together.
And Boomich is on a walkabout, trying to be baited in by Bit. Aware there's a timer on his presence mid. They could be through underpass, and it does look like there's a campaign from Rain and on off. 4 members of FaZe test middle. Boomich confirms his presence. Util to be dropped. Electronic drops one of his own, and oh, he heard that. He heard the jump across. That's a cancel. He knows the light angle will be held now.
It's going to stall them out, but it's also going to keep Electronic planted just looking at this smoke. Nade tickles up Olaf, and he will rescind from the window room now, leaving Boomich to deal with both that and the connector pushed. And it's also forced FaZe away. You can see they're backing off to get that bomb that was down towards the B apartments. And with the limited utility they have, maybe they want to pivot for a B finish. Perfecto, as part of this B setup, is on the balcony. He has Bit up close and personal as well. And Bit has a lot of nades here. A smoke, a Molotov, a flash on the jump. They can almost deny this with utility alone.
40 seconds. That's the util you were talking about. That's before FaZe have shown too much of their face. Twist does drop.
Oh, they have to go through, they have to go through.
And Perfecto's in such a good position. Only kept honest with one. They know Bit's close. Damage inflicted. Olaf will fall. Boomich supporting as best he can. Will be traded. Okay, 3v2. Running out of time here. Brokey and Twist, though, the best candidates, the best aimers on this squad. Brokey caught out, looking for the transfer. Boomich can't. Oh, and Simple tags him up. He knows where you are. Tries to swing out. It's Brave in the 1v1. Simple trying to dunk him. It looks perfect. He's calculated, done the maths, and he knocks him down. 1v1, one with the HE. Oh, Twist nearly had something there. Twist just holding the line, or rather Simple holding the line. It's the nade that secures 14.
It was a good crack there from Twist, right? Those 2 shots that he gets, we're getting to decide to turn it into a one-on-one. Almost hits that one onto Simple. It looked very, very likely, but now I guess the only positive we can take from that round for FaZe is the fact they got the bomb down. It's going to keep them in a range where they can get out at least 1 AK. But now the question is, do we want to force buy with everything we have right now? 2,400 is the loss bonus in that next round of play. We lose that, we have pennies on the dollar. We have absolutely nothing, and there you go, you can see the call. Twist has bought the AK, he's got the head armor. This is really on Twist. He wanted to be the star, and look, this is a massive mountain to climb, but if he wanted to show up right now, it would be a massive, massive opportunity for that AK to do some work. Here's the highlights again.
Yeah, I mean, close, real close, but no cigar here. Great shot onto Electronic. Contributes his third, and it was just Simple holding this tight line. 10 seconds, he knows he has to plant close.
Oh,
off him,
actually hits him.
Bounces off him. Doesn't matter whether it's weapons or grenades. He's got the aim.
Well, here we go. This is all in for FaZe right now. You know what the stakes are. Loss bonus of 2,400 means they won't be able to buy a lot. It'll just be pistol upgrades and over towards mid quick. Lots of nades towards window.
There's Electronic off to. Off the flash, they're lined up. Oh, and it's just a catastrophe for FaZe. Twists, that AK we discussed, does fill the feed for some. And Twist could be caught. Simple doesn't hesitate, pulls the trigger. It's over now. Brokey's Deagle, however, looking to voice concerns. He hit the banger, can't hit the easy close. It's Boomich that secures 15. And Na'Vi have stabilized now here on Mirage.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe we are 1 round away right now from getting that Na'Vi versus G2 Grand Final again. It just, you go through all the likelihoods, right? You go through all the teams in attendance. The brackets had to work out perfectly. And the fact that that one is on the agenda, right? It is. This is another matter of time, Matt.
Na'Vi could be back-to-back LAN champs.
That's crazy, right? You know, that's crazy. All the stuff we were talking about, the Na'Vi era, like
Well,
the conversation. Okay, yeah, they stalled out for a bit online. We all took a bit of time, and now we are here again to see them get to the grand final one more time. Just one more round here from Na'Vi. What a showing this has been. All their maps so far, all their series so far, they've dropped one. This time it's looking 2-0. They get to the playoffs, they're looking almost unstoppable. And they're not backing down. Aggression, right? Aggression to punish FaZe. Electronic with 2 huge kills.
Flashed himself out. Like, that was it. Just the little underhand jobby, swing on it perfectly, and let's... Oh.
Yeah, that's the buy I was talking about. That's the 2400. There's no plant, nothing to do here, FaZe. This is it. Do or die.
RV want to finish this one with style. Electronic mantles up, stands, and only delivers the one. They're bleeding, though, as Bit will finish the job. Karrakin just charging through the smoke. They know it's over, and so do we. Finishing it with style, looking for the no-scope. It's finished off, and that's 16. Na'Vi versus G2, the rematch. Looking for the back-to-back in LAN. 500 days separating them. They are looking great, better than ever, this Na'Vi. And FaZe Clan, their run may end here, but some serious performance and some huge scalps taken down on their path. Keeping a lot of people honest and showing experience can trump motivation. Na'Vi, though, join G2 in your grand final.
Yeah, I've seen him. I'm going for this. There it is. There it is. It's taken a while.
Man. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, straight into a Goomba as well. Oh my lord. I see one guy over here is coming for their drop. I'm just gonna go.
Push late.
One more behind. Towards the tree. Go ahead. Sorry if I bumped you.
Go and screw it.
Alright, I see the last guy.
Enemy remaining.
Oh dear. I'm on a tree. Oh, dude, this is good. No. I got him.
I still got 3 breaches here. Ah, nice.
4 enemies remaining.
One below me in the town. That guy's about to bomb down. Oh. Yeah, one in the road here, Freshy. I might go for this.
Nice.
Oh, the poor guy, man. I was trying to bump mines at it.
Introducing the ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. Expert analysis.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex. Another pushing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes
The best performances.
He's already got 3 and 4 and 5.
And fan voting.
He needs a multi-kill. First found. Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting another one. Simple.
Who delivered best?
Unbelievable.
conclusion of the match is in, but first, let's talk about the ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP. Vote now for your selection. Who did you pick for your MVP of the tournament? Vote now. Your vote will be contributed to the overall
There's
result.
only one right answer.
And you can use your Twitch channel points to vote. And if you don't vote for, then I can't help you. So anyway, yeah.
Really try to put that one in.
Yeah, a lot of good candidates up there, but
Absolutely.
Obviously not as flashy of a semi as the one we had earlier. Let's just throw it out there. I'll say it right now, Jason.
Yeah, and there's no shame in that. I think, FaZe coming into this match had already won in a way. Like, they established their story, regardless of how this match turned out. Like, this is an incredibly impressive run from a FaZe team that hasn't had a whole lot of time or experience playing together, their first tournament and LAN together as well. Like, this is a very, very, very good placing for FaZe, and nothing about this match changes that.
But how would a FaZe go forward in replicating this, Maniac? How can they possibly, grab this and make it tangible?
Well, weirdly enough, I think that the bar is set kind of high for FaZe now, moving on. I mean, what we are hoping gonna stay on offline tournaments, for FaZe, they came here, guns blazing, they make their way to the semi-final, eliminating Gambit. Now, again, you've set the bar pretty high.
Yeah.
And you have to maintain that sort of performances from the likes of the individuals and Kerrigan. I'm interested to see how it's going to look like in, say, a few months for FaZe now.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure.
Yeah, that's the next question that FaZe have to answer. Was this a bit of a honeymoon run, or was this something that we can see replicated with consistency?
Yeah, because, we could sit here and kind of drill it into your heads that, Simple is the best of the best of the best of the best. But let's just kind of recap quickly what it was that FaZe went through to get to this point. So they took an L to Astralis to start the tournament out. That means they went straight to the lower bracket just to kick things off. They beat Spirit, they knocked out Vitality, they knocked out Heroic, and then they found themselves situated, in the playoffs. So last night we got that, that little bit of a special treat in them playing Gambit. And
don't forget EG and Complexity as well. Took those guys
I already
down.
forgot those guys.
Yeah.
They're already gone, so.
Way back in the play-ins. So FaZe, they've had a super long route to get here, and they've had to take some big scalps. Remember, like as Trace just kind of lined it up. First of all, Gambit, the best team in the world. They took them out. Heroic as well, a team that came into this looking real good online. That's no easy game as well. They dropped them. Vitality with ZywOo on the team. That's not necessarily easy. Spirit's a pretty tricky matchup as well. So, there's some real scalps that they took. Again, this is a very impressive run from FaZe.
Yeah, and there are some signs that will not be mistaken, right? The fact that Twist came here as a superstar and I think has been acting as such. And this has to be one of the greatest shining light if you're FaZe, right?
Yeah.
You have Twist that wanted to step into that role and just did exactly that. He behaved like a star. He
feel good about that acquisition.
Yes, and the fact that he had the guts and he had the balls to put it out there and say, you know what, that's what I'm going to do, and do it is obviously a huge win. I think Brokey has shined.
Yeah, the development of Brokey.
A lot of promises as well. And you think about where he was a year back and now offline, it's a very promising feature for FaZe Clan. So these are definitely positives for them moving forward.
Yeah, and for FaZe Clan, this is the end of the road for them. They stopped their journey at semifinals here for Cologne. But for us, we get the treat to hear from Navi, the victors, tell the story.
Congratulations on booking your place in the grand final. But one of the things that was constantly spoken about during that cast and also on social media was the fact that it seemed like at times you were sniffing out that record-breaking 4th ace. Was that on the brain?
What do you mean?
Well, if you get an ace in the playoffs, well, now in the grand final, then you equal, or in fact, you better the
I heard
record.
about that.
You remember?
Yeah, I hope I win. If we win, if we win and I have no new record, it's okay.
You would have won, so I think.
No, if we win final tomorrow.
Simple, it is crazy how you seem to get better and better year on year. And I'm just wondering, is that anything to do with this online era? Have you spent extra time at home working on anything in particular, making sure you get back to that #1 spot?
Just always practicing with team. The last comeback, the experienced teams came back as well. So yeah, it's the same finals that was 500 days ago.
And do you think that you've now cracked it? You've got this potential major winning, era-defining Na'Vi lineup?
Oh, I hope so, but we still need to fix a lot of mistakes because sometimes we keep doing the same mistake, but not that often like before.
Well, what mistakes have you fixed? I know you're not going to tell me about the ones that you've got to fix, but
never.
what progress have you made?
Oh, just, I don't know, just learning my teammates to get better angles, to understand how enemy gonna think and how they're gonna rotate and all of this stuff.
What are the main things you've taught Bit? Because it's his first LAN with Na'Vi, and he continues to impress. He's a big factor in the fact that you've made it so smoothly to the grand finals.
I told him to aim higher.
Again, it's always the advice.
Yeah.
We're all learning so much from you, Simple. And finally, G2, you're going to be facing them. It's going to be the first time you've gone to a LAN final since Katowice 2020. It's going to be exactly the same for them. Is that bringing back memories of the Spodek?
Yeah, I hope. Like they're stronger than before, but still, as Blade said, we know how to beat them. Even like we did it in online era, and just waiting for this match, for this final.
Well, we'll see you play it tomorrow. Thank you.
See you. Thank you.
How can you just not love the guy?
Aim higher.
Like, just all
Aim
you've got to
small,
do.
miss small.
Yeah, thanks, Mel Gibson. It could really be that simple. Aim higher, guys. That's it. Just wrap it all up. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, I got something because I like kind of what he mentioned. How he said a lot of the progress they've had to make is kind of improving his teammates and teaching them angles and everything. And one thought I had watching this game was to give some credit to Blade behind this team, and obviously probably Simple as well as the best player, but helping the development of guys like Bit and Perfecto. As someone who has a newfound appreciation for the coaches in our game, if you could just go back to even earlier in this year to like January, February, watching some of the Na'Vi games and having prepared for them as well, there were rounds where you could see that it felt like the team lost the idea of what they were supposed to be doing, where Simple would be way far in the back, and all of a sudden with 20 seconds left, he's the first person trying to enter the server. And now we're not seeing that kind of confusion that lost Na'Vi. You're seeing guys like Bit and Perfecto taking initiative and taking a fight and finding their duel. You're seeing them being calm and collected on retakes, waiting for teammates, waiting for flashbangs. You see them much more coordinated. So obviously that work that they've been putting in for the past, 5 months is paying off now down the road. And that's a testament to obviously a good job working together as a team.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that if we roll back the time a little bit, we go back to that Katowice moment. We had two questions at the time when it comes to Na'Vi. First of all, is Simple strong enough to win on his own? Because that was a question at the time.
Yeah.
If you have any questions to that, just look at the first map. I mean, that's it. You already had the answer.
Fair.
And then where is the rest of the team? And this has been a long-term project, a long-term development for some of these players. I'm just looking at the numbers at this event. We're talking Electronic 1.28. We're talking Bit 1.20, and even Perfecto on 113.
Yeah.
These are extremely high numbers for everyone across the lineup for Na'Vi. So you have suddenly these two sides of the coin, which is Simple being an absolute, I don't know, a monster. Let's use monster as a term.
Kind of rude, but okay.
I mean, a really good-looking monster. Whatever. And you have the rest of
Also
the
inappropriate.
team.
Okay.
That's a new angle.
And then the rest of the team was performing really high. So where's the weakness? Where's the weakness for Na'Vi? This Na'Vi right there, I don't know where's the weakness.
And for FaZe, it was their lunch that got ate, Jason, which is really what brings us now to an exit interview. We have Kerrigan, who's given us a few words on their way out.
Kerrigan, when you came to Cologne, did you expect the phenomenal run you've had here with FaZe?
No, obviously not. I mean, I even said it after the first map against Na'Vi here. I told the guys, if you had told me before this tournament that we would be down 0-1 in maps and be in the semifinal playing Na'Vi, anybody would take it at any given moment in this team, right? So today was a tough day, not gonna lie. They played really well, outperformed us as tactical and a video level, and we didn't really have a chance today. And sometimes you just have to take your head off and say, well played to the other enemies, because they did a fantastic job today.
Did you go into this semi-final thinking you could win it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I came to this tournament and believe I can win, right? But obviously my belief became bigger for every match we played. And after beating Gambit, you only think you can win the next match again, right? That's the mentality we had in the team. Even coming into the tournament, 10% win rate, we did everything we could. But what I can see and what I'm proud of this team is how we grew for every match. For every map we played, we were behind constantly, and we need to work on better starts. That has been our key issue this tournament. And today it was really tough to come back well playing Na'Vi.
And yet, when you returned to FaZe, we had a conversation. You said, if it doesn't work, we've got a backup plan. And at first, it didn't work. So I imagine there were a few backup plans you had to go to. But this time round, it doesn't feel like actually you need to change, you need to reinvent the wheel. It feels like there's true potential here.
I mean, this is the first time in a long time anybody is playing online LAN tournament, right? So this is the time, and hopefully for the next future, we can see how it goes on LAN. Our performance in LAN has been 200% a different way than it's been online, right? On online, we have lost tough games. But here on LAN, we showed really true potential, and obviously, we're going to keep working. That's our second tournament all over, and we reached the semifinal of the biggest tournament of the year. So I'm only proud, and I just want to say thanks to all the supporters out there, and also the organization and the teammates for believing in us.
Thank you so much, Kerrigan.
Thank you.
And for FaZe, GGs are exchanged. They are out. They did make an honorable run here, and everyone probably, I'd imagine, should remember it that way, albeit you go out in the semis, not really what you wanted, but hey, you hang your head high. Of course, for the playoffs, it all did shape up in a way that gave us a G2 Na'Vi grand final. That's right, no Astralises, no FaZe, Gambit, bye, Virtus Pro, nah. Jason?
All I'm thinking about right now is Nico versus Simple. I mean,
Yes.
for me, it's, you know, he's we were talking about this in the green room. Simple is most likely locked up the #1 player
think
of
he
2021 this year. Like, I don't know who can challenge him for that one, but this game and this tournament for Nico is kind of a statement of saying, I want to re-enter the conversation. You know, he like back in the conversation, moving forward and finding himself a team and teammates that could enable him to get there as well. That's the other side of the coin. So that matchup to me, obviously just at face value, the star power in this game is great at the headline.
Absolutely. I echo the sentiment. I mean, yeah, oh my God, just don't give me that look.
That's what I was ready. Whatever you're about to say.
The fact that you bring the team up for Nico is a good point, because I think as an individual and his level, that's never been a question. It's never been a debate that he's one of the greatest, mechanically speaking. There's not a lot of people that can challenge Nico. But now it feels like the pieces are coming together for him to have enough success to enter that conversation again.
Yeah.
Of the greatest, of the best players. Obviously, Simple is not going to give you an easy time at that. I think the debate, there's no debate at the moment. But Nico is fighting to have his name in the ballot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and, you know, debates aside, guys, that's actually why they brought you here, was to debate things. Now, of course, if you agree on things like Simple being #1, I guess there's not really a debate. Let's take a look at that schedule. It should be pretty clear-cut, dry, copy-paste straight from some run a show somewhere right up onto that screen. G2 versus Na'Vi in one best-of-5 to rule them all. It's not quite like Lord of the Rings or any of that, but, you know, I think you get the sentiment, right?
Yeah, and that's a best-of-5, so make some popcorn. Get the catheters out. You're going to be at the PC a long time.
Get the catheters
I just
out.
wanted to.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
I wanted
boys
to try
and
it. Take it for a test
Thank
drive.
you so much. If audio could go ahead and lower Moses'
Not
mic
so much.
down. Just want to kind of bring us back here. With the 8th installment, the Cathedral becomes home to a brand new breed of champion. Of course, that all kicks off tomorrow. We're going to be crowning a team of masters. Ironically, in this notion, the same two teams that we had the last grand finals before this whole bullshit pandemic happened.
He said it.
Amen, brother.
Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line,
think anybody else is going to forget.
Nice, had a really rough game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to make three takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
There